17. Kill me. The words sear in my mouth, slashing past what must be a throat burned raw from screaming. I expect to taste blood. No, I expect nothing at all. I expect to be dead. But as my senses return, I realize I am not stripped bare of flesh and bone. I am not even bleeding. I am whole, though I certainly don't feel it. With a burst of willpower, I force open my eyes. But instead of Maven or his executioners, I'm met with familiar green eyes. Mare. Killorn doesn't give me a chance to catch my breath. His arms circle my shoulders, pressing me into his chest, back into darkness. I can't help but flinch at the contact, remembering the feel of fire and lightning in my bones. It's all right, he murmurs. There's something so soothing about the way he speaks, his voice deep and shuddering. And he refuses to let me go, even when I involuntarily shrink away. He knows what my heart wants, even if my frayed nerves can't handle it. It's over, you're all right. You're back. For a moment, I don't move, curling my fingers into the folds of his old shirt. I focus on him, so I don't have to feel myself shaking. Back? I whisper. Back where? Let her breathe, Killorn. Another hand, so warm it can only be Cal's, takes my arm. He holds on tightly, the pressure careful and controlled, enough for me to focus on. It helps the rest of me swim out of the nightmare, fully returning to the real world. I lean back slowly, away from Killorn, so I can see exactly what I'm waking up to. We're underground, judging by the damp, earthy smell, but this isn't another one of Farley's tunnels. We're far out of Harbor Bay, if my electrical sense is any indication. I can't feel a single pulse, meaning we must be well away from the city. This is a safe house, dug right into the ground, camouflaged by forest and design. Red made, no doubt, probably used by the Scarlet Guard, and everything looks faintly pinkish. The walls and floor are packed dirt, and the slanting roof is sod, reinforced by rusted metal poles. There's no decoration, in fact, there's barely anything in here at all. A few sleeper sacks, my own included, ration packs, a switched-off lantern, and a few crates of supplies from the airjet are all I can see. My stilts home was a palace compared to this, but I'm not complaining. I sigh in relief, happy to be out of danger and away from my blinding pain. Killorn and Cal let me blink around at the sparse room, allowing me to come to my own conclusions. They look haggard with worry, transformed into old men in the span of a few hours. I can't help but stare at their dark-circled eyes and deep frowns, wondering what wounded them in this way. Then I remember. The light slanting in from the narrow windows is red-orange and the air has gone cold. Night is coming. The day is over. And we have lost. Wooliver Galt is dead, a new blood to Maven's slaughter. Ada too, for all I know. I failed them both. Where's the jet? I ask, trying to stand. But they both reach out to stop me, keeping me firmly wrapped into my sleeper. They're surprisingly gentle, as if one touch might break me apart. Killorn knows me best, and is the first to note my annoyance. He sits back on his heels, giving me some space. He glances at Cal before begrudgingly nodding his head, allowing the prince to explain. We couldn't fly long with you in the state you were in, he says, averting his eyes from my face. Got a few dozen miles before you set the jet off like an overloaded light bulb, damn near fried the thing. We had to stagger our flights, and then set out on foot, hide in the woods until you were better. Sorry is all I can think to say, but he waves it off. You opened your eyes, Mare. That's all that matters to me, Cal says. A wave of exhaustion threatens to take me down, and I debate letting it. But then Cal's touch moves from my arm, finding my neck. I jump at the sensation, turning to stare at him with wide, questioning eyes. But he focuses on my skin, on something there. His fingers trace strange, jagged, branching lines on my neck, reaching down my spine. I'm not the only one who notices. What is that? Killorn growls. His glare would make Queen Ilara proud. My hand joins Cal's, feeling the peculiarity. Ragged streaks, big ones winding down the back of my neck. I don't know what it is. They look like. Cal hesitates, running a finger down a particularly thick ridge. It shivers my insides. Scars, Mare. Lightning scars. I pull out of his touch as quickly as I can and force myself to my feet. To my surprise, I wobble on stupidly weak legs, and Killorn is there to catch me. Take it easy, he chides, never letting go of my wrists. What happened in Harbor Bay? What did Maven do to me? It was him, wasn't it? The image of a black crown burns in my mind, deep as a brand. And the new scars are just that. Brands. His marks on me. He killed Wooliver and set a trap for us. And why do you look so pink? Like always, Killorn laughs at my anger. But the sound is hollow, forced, more for my benefit than his. Your eye, he says, brushing a finger over my left cheekbone. You burst of vessel. He's right, I realize as I close one eye, then the other. The world is drastically different through the left, tinged red and pink by swirling clouds of what can only be blood. The pain of Maven's torture did this too. Cal doesn't stand up with the rest of us, and instead leans back on his hands. I suspect he knows my knees are still shaking, and that I'll drop back down soon enough. He has a way of knowing things like that, and it makes me so very angry. Yes, Maven slipped into Harbor Bay, he answers, all business. He didn't make a fuss, so we wouldn't know, and he went for the first new blood he could find. I hiss at the memory. Wooliver was only 18, guilty of nothing but being born different. Guilty of being like me. What could he have been? I wonder, mourning for the soldier we have lost. What ability did he wield? All Maven had to do was wait, Cal continues, and a muscle in his cheek clenches. They would have captured us all if not for Shade. He got us out, even with a concussion. It took a few jumps and too many close calls, but he came through. I exhale slowly, relieved. Is Farley all right? Shade? I ask. Cal dips his head, nodding. And I'm alive. Killorn's grip tightens. How, I don't know. I raise a hand to my collarbone and the skin beneath my shirt twinges with pain. While the rest of my nightmare, the other horrors inflicted on my body, are gone, Maven's brand is very real. It was painful, what it did to you. Cal asks, causing Killorn to sneer. Her first words in 4 days were kill me, in case you've forgotten, he snaps, though Cal doesn't flinch. Of course whatever that machine did was painful. The clicking sound. A machine? I blanch, looking between the two young men. Wait, 4 days? I've been out for that long? 4 days asleep. 4 days of nothing. Panic chases away all my lingering thoughts of pain, shooting through my veins like icy water. How many died while I was trapped in my own head? How many hang from trees and statues now? Please tell me you haven't been babysitting me all this time. Please tell me you've been doing something. Killorn laughs. I would consider keeping you alive a very big something. I mean. I know what you mean, he retorts, finally putting a little distance between us. With what little dignity I have left, I sit back down on the sleeper and fight the urge to grumble. No, Mare, we haven't just been sitting around. Killorn turns to the wall, leaning against the packed earth so he can see out the window. We're doing quite a bit. They kept hunting. It isn't a question, but Killorn nods anyways. Even Nix, dot. The little bull comes in handy, Cal says, touching the shadow of a bruise on his jaw. He knows Nix's strength firsthand. And he's quite good at the convincing part. Ada too. Ada? I say, surprised at the mention of what should be another new blood corpse. Ada Wallace? Cal nods. After Crane slipped the sea skulls, he got her out of Harbor Bay. Lifted her right from the governor's mansion before Maven's men stormed the place. They were waiting at the jet when we got there. As happy as I am to hear of her survival, I can't help but feel a sting of anger. So you threw her right back to the wolves. Her and Nix both. My fist clenches around the fuzzy warmth of my sleeper, trying to find some comfort. Nix is a fisherman, Ada's a housemaid. How could you put them in such terrible danger? Cal lowers his eyes, shamed by my scolding. But Killorn chuckles at the window, turning his face into the waning light of sunset. It bathes him in deep red, as if he's been coated in blood. It's just my wounded eye playing tricks, but still the sight gives me chills. His laughter, his usual dismissal of my fears, frighten me most of all. Even now, the fish boy takes nothing seriously. He'll laugh his way into his grave. Something funny to you? You remember that duckling Giza brought home? He replies, catching us all off guard. She was 9 maybe, and took it from its mother. Tried to feed it soup, he cuts himself off, trying to smother another chuckle. You remember, don't you, Mare? Despite his smile, his eyes are hard and pressing, trying to make me understand. Killorn, I sigh. We don't have time for this. But he continues on undaunted, pacing. It wasn't long until the mother came. A few hours maybe, until she was circling around the bottom of the house, her other ducklings in tow. Made a real racket, all the quacking and squawking. Bree and Tramy tried to run it off, didn't they? I remember just as well as Killorn does. Watching from the porch while my brothers threw rocks at the mother bird. She stood firm, calling to her lost child. And the duckling replied, squirming in Giza's arms. Finally, you made Giza give the little thing back. You are not a duck, Giza, you said. You two don't belong together. And then you gave the duckling back to its mother, and watched them all scramble away. Ducks in a row, back to the river. I'm waiting to hear a point in all this. There is one, Cal murmurs, his voice reverberating deep in his chest. He sounds almost surprised. Killorn's eyes flicker to the prince, giving him the slightest nod of thanks. Nyx and Ada are not ducklings, and you are certainly not their mother. They can handle themselves. Then he grins crookedly, falling back to his old jokes. You, on the other hand, look a bit worse for the wear. Don't I know it? I try to smile for him, just a little, but something about smiling pulls the skin on my face, which in turn twists my neck and the new scars there. They ache when I speak, and smart terribly under any more strain. Another thing Maven has taken away. How happy it must make him, to think I can no longer smile without searing pain. Farley and Shade are with them, at least. The boys nod in unison, and I almost giggle at the sight. They are normally like opposites. Killorn is lean where Cal is burly. Killorn is golden-haired and green-eyed while Cal is dark with a gaze like living fire. But here, in the waning light, behind the film of blood clouding my gaze, they start to seem alike. Cranes too, Cal adds. I blink, perplexed. Cranes? He's here? He's with us? Not like he had anywhere else to go, Cal says. And you trust him? Killorn leans against the wall, stuffing his hands in his pockets. He saved Ada, and he's helped bring back others in the past few days. Why shouldn't we trust him? Because he's a thief? Like me. Like I was. Point taken. Even so, I can't forget the high cost of misplaced faith. But we can't be sure, can we? You're not sure of anyone, Killorn sighs, annoyed. He scuffs his shoe in the dirt, wanting to say more, knowing he shouldn't. He's out with Farley now. Not a bad scout, Cal adds in support. Of Killorn. I'm almost in shock. Are you two agreeing on something? What world am I waking up in? A true smile splits Cal's face, as well as Killorn's. He's not as bad as you make him out to be, Killorn says, nodding at the prince. Cal laughs. A soft noise, tainted by all that came before. Likewise. I prod at Cal's shoulder, just to make sure he's solid. I guess I'm not dreaming. Thank my colors, you're not, Cal murmurs, his smile gone again. He runs a hand along his jaw, scratching through a slim beard. He hasn't shaved since Archeon, since the night he watched his father die. Ada's more useful than the outlaws, if you can believe it. I can. A swirl of abilities flashes through my mind, each one more powerful than the last. What does she do? Nothing I've ever seen before, he admits. His bracelet crackles, throwing off sparks that soon turn into a twisting ball of flame. It idles in his hand a moment, never burning his sleeve, before he lazily tosses it to the small pit dug in the middle of the floor. The fire throws off heat and light, replacing the setting sun. She's smart, incredibly so. Remembers every word in every book in the governor's library. And just like that, my vision of another warrior is snuffed out. Helpful, I bite out. I'll be sure to ask her to tell us a story later on. Told you she wouldn't get it, Killorn says. But Cal presses on. She has perfect memory, perfect intelligence. Every moment of every day, every face she's ever seen, every word she's ever overheard she remembers. Every medical journal or history book or map she's ever read, she understands. The same goes for practical lessons, too. As much as I'd prefer a storm wielder, I can understand the value of a person like this. If only Julian was here. He'd spend day and night studying Ada, trying to understand such a strange ability. Practical lessons? You mean like training? Something like pride crosses Cal's face. I'm no instructor, but I'm doing what I can to teach her. She's already a pretty decent shot. And she finished the Black Run flight manual this morning. A gasp escapes my lips. She can fly the jet? Cal shrugs, lips curling into a smirk. She flew the others to Concorda, and should be back soon. But until then, you should rest. I've rested for 4 days. You rest, I fire back, reaching over to shake his shoulder. He doesn't budge under my admittedly weak shove. You both look like the Walking Dead. Someone had to make sure you kept breathing. Killorn's tone is light, and another might think him joking, but I know better. Whatever Maven did to you can't happen again. The memory of white-hot pain is still too near for me. I can't help but flinch at the thought of going through it once more. I agree. It sobers us all, the thought of what new power Maven holds. Even Killorn, always twitching or pacing, is still. He glares out the window, at the wall of oncoming night. Cal, you got any ideas in case she runs into that thing again? If I'm going to get a lecture, I might need some water, I say, suddenly aware of my parched throat. Killorn all but jumps from his place at the wall, eager to help. Leaving me alone with Cal, and the heat closing in. I think it was a sounder device. Modified, of course, Cal says. His eyes stray back to my neck, to the lightning bolt scars marching up and down my spine. With shocking familiarity, he traces them again, as if they hold some clue. The intelligent part of me wants to push him away, to stop the fireprints from examining my brands, but exhaustion and need overrule any other thoughts. His touch is soothing, physically and emotionally. It's proof that someone else is with me. I am not alone in the abyss anymore. We dabbled with sounders on the lakes a few years ago. They spit out radio waves and wreaked havoc with the Lakelander ships. Made it impossible for them to communicate with each other, but it did the same to us. Everyone had to sail blind. His fingers trail lower, following one gnarled branch of scar tissue across my shoulder blade. I suppose this one throws off electrical waves, or static, in great magnitude. Enough to incapacitate you, to make you blind, and turn your lightning against you. They built it so quickly. It's only been a few days since the bowl of bones, I murmur back. Anything louder than a whisper might shatter this fragile piece. Cal's hand stills, his palm flat against my bare skin. Maven turned against you long before the bowl of bones. I know that now. I know it with every bleeding breath. Something releases in me, breaking, bending my back so I can bury my face in my hands. Whatever wall I put up to keep the memories out is steadily crumbling into dust. But I can't let it bury me. I can't let the mistakes I've made bury me. When Cal's warmth wraps around me, his arms around my shoulders, his head tucked against my neck, I lean into him. I let him protect me, though we swore we wouldn't do this back in the cells of Tuck. We are nothing more than distractions for each other, and distractions get you killed. But my hands close over his, our fingers lacing, until our bones are woven together. The fire is dying, flames reduced to embers. But Cal is still here. He will never leave me. What did he say to you? He whispers. I draw back a little, so he can see. With a shaking hand, I pull on the collar of my shirt, showing him what Maven did. His eyes widen when they land on the brand. A ragged M burned into my skin. For a long time, he stares, and I fear his anger might set me on fire again. He said he was a man of his word, I tell him. The words are enough to draw his gaze away from my newest scar. That he would always find me and save me. I bark out an empty laugh. The only person Maven has to save me from is himself. With gentle hands, Cal pulls my shirt back into place, hiding his brother's mark. We knew that already. At least now we truly know why. Maven lies as easily as he breathes, and his mother holds his leash, but not his heart. Cal's eyes widen, imploring me to understand. He's hunting new bloods not to protect his throne but to hurt you. To find you. To make you come back to him. His fist clenches on his thigh. Maven wants you more than anything else on this earth, but... Would that Maven were here now, so I could rip out his horrible, haunting eyes. Well, he can't have me. I realize the consequences of this, and so does Cal. Not even if it stops the killing? Not for the new bloods? Tears bite my eyes. I won't go back. For anyone. I expect his judgment, but instead he smiles and ducks his head. Ashamed of his own reaction, as I am of mine. I thought we would lose you. His words are deliberately chosen, carefully made. So I lean forward, putting a hand on his fist. It's all the assurance he needs to press on. I thought I was going to lose you. So many times. But I'm still here, I say. He takes my neck in his hands like he doesn't believe me. I'm dimly reminded of Maven's grip, but fight the urge to flinch. I don't want Cal to pull away. I have been running for so long. Since before all this even started. Even back in the stilts, I was a runner. Avoiding my family, my fate, anything I didn't want to feel. And I am still racing now. From those who would kill me, and those who would love me. I want so badly to stop. I want to stand still without killing myself or someone else. But that is not possible. I must keep going, I must hurt myself to save myself, hurt others to save others. Hurt Killorn, hurt Cal, hurt Shade and Farley and Nix and everyone stupid enough to follow me. I'm making them runners too. So we fight him. Cal's lips move closer, hot with each word. His grip tightens, like any second someone is going to come and take me from him. That's what we set out to do, so we do it. We build an army. And we kill him. Him and his mother both. Killing a king will change nothing. Another will take his place. But it is a start. If we cannot outrun Maven, we must stop him cold. For the new bloods. For Cal. For me. I am a weapon made of flesh, a sword covered in skin. I was born to kill a king, to end a reign of terror before it can truly begin. Fire and lightning raised Maven up, and fire and lightning will bring him down. I won't let him hurt you again. His breath makes me shiver. A strange sensation, when surrounded with such blazing warmth. I believe you, I tell him, lying. Because I am weak, I turn in his arms. Because I am weak, I press my lips to his, searching for something to make me stop running, to make me forget. We are both weak, it seems. As his hands run over my skin, I feel a different sort of pain. Worse than Maven's machine, deeper than my nerves. It aches like a hollow, like an empty weight. I am a sword, born of lightning, of this fire, and of Maven's. One already betrayed me, and the other might leave at any moment. But I do not fear a broken heart. I do not fear pain. I cling to Cal, Tilorn, Shade, to saving all the new bloods I can, because I am afraid of waking up to emptiness, to a place where my friends and family are gone and I am nothing but a single bolt of lightning in the blackness of a lonely storm. If I am a sword made of glass, and I feel myself beginning to shatter. 18. The thing with heat is, no matter how cold you are, no matter how much you need warmth, it always, eventually, becomes too much. I remember many winters spent with the window cracked open, letting in the blistering cold to combat the fire burning in the family room below. Something about the icy air helped me sleep. And now deep gasps of an autumn breeze help me to calm down, help me forget Cal alone back in the safe house. I should not have done that, I think, pressing a hand to my fevered skin. He is not only a distraction I can't afford but a heartbreak waiting to happen. His allegiances are shaky at best. One day he will leave, or die, or betray me like so many others have. One day, he will hurt me. Overhead, the sun has completely set, painting the sky in darkening streaks of red and orange. Maybe. I can't trust the colors I see. I can't trust in much of anything anymore. The safe house is built into the crest of a hill, in the middle of a large clearing surrounded by forest. It overlooks a winding valley full of trees, lakes, and constant, swirling mist. I grew up in the woods, but this place is as alien to me as Archeon or the Hall of the Sun. There's nothing man-made as far as the eye can see, no echo of a logging village or farm town. Though I suppose there's a runway hidden nearby, if the jet can still be used. We must be deep into the Norton backcountry, north and inland from Harbor Bay. I don't know the region state well, but this looks like the Great Woods region, dominated by wilderness, rolling green mountains, and a frozen tundra border with the lakelands. It's sparsely populated, gently governed by the shivers of House Glyakan, and a marvelous place to hide. You finished with him? Killorn is little more than a shadow, leaning against the trunk of an oak with sky-splayed branches. There's a water jug forgotten by his feet. I don't need to see his face to know he's upset. I can hear it just fine. Don't be unkind. I'm used to ordering him around, but this sounds like a request. As I expected, he ignores me, and keeps rambling. I guess all rumors do have a grain of truth. Even the ones that little snit Maven spits out. Mare Barrow seduced the prince into killing the king. It's shocking to know he's half right. He takes a few prowling steps forward, reminding me very much of an Iral silk creeping in for a final blow. Because the prince is most certainly bewitched. If you keep talking, I'm going to turn you into a battery. You should get some new threats, he says, smiling sharply. He's gotten used to my big talk over the years, and I doubt I could scare him with anything, even my lightning. He's a powerful man, in every form of the word. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you're holding his reins. I can't help but scoff aloud, laughing in his face. Glad? You're jealous, plain and simple. You're not used to sharing. And you don't like being useless. Useless. The word stings. I can tell by the twitch in his neck. But it doesn't stop him from towering over me, his height blocking out the stars winking to life above us. The question is, are you under a spell too? Is he using you the same way you're using him? I'm not using anyone. A lie, and we both know it. And you don't know what you're talking about. You're right, he says quietly. Surprise almost knocks me off my feet. In more than 10 years of friendship, I have never heard those words from Killorn Warren. He's stubborn as a tree stump, too self-assured for his own good, a smarmy bastard most of the time, but now, on this hilltop, he is nothing he ever was. He seems small and dim, a glimmer of my old life steadily flickering into nothing. I clasp my hands together to keep from reaching out and touching him, to prove that Killorn still exists. I don't know what happened to you when you were Marina. I wasn't there to help you through that. I won't tell you that I understand, or that I'm sorry for you. That's not what you need. But it's exactly what I want, so I can be angry with him. So I don't have to listen to what he's about to say. Too bad Killorn knows me better than that. The best thing I can do is tell you the truth, or at least, what I think is the truth. Though his voice is steady, his shoulders rise and fall with deep, heaving breaths. He's scared. It'll be up to you to believe me or not. A twitch pulls at my lips, betraying a painful smile. I'm so used to being pushed and pulled, manipulated into thinking and doing by those closest to me. Even Killorn is guilty of that. But now he's giving me the freedom I've wanted for so long. A choice, small as it may be. He trusts that I have the sense to choose even if I don't. I'm listening. He starts to say something else, then stops himself. The words stick, refusing to come out. And for a second, his green eyes look strangely wet. What, Killorn? I sigh. What, he echoes, shaking his head. After a long second, something snaps in him. I know you don't feel the same way I do. About us. I'm seized by the urge to smash my head against a rock. Us. It feels stupid to talk about, a foolish waste of time and energy. But more than that, it's embarrassing and uncomfortable. My cheeks flame red. This is not a conversation I ever wanted to have with him. And that's fine, he presses on before I can stop him. You never saw me the way I see you, not even at home, before all this happened. I thought you might one day, but, he shrugs his shoulders. It's just not in you to love me. When I was Mayor Barrow of the Stilts, I thought the same way. I wondered what would happen if I survived conscription, and saw what that future held. A friendly marriage to the fish boy with green eyes, children we could love, a poor stilt home. It seemed like a dream back then, an impossibility. And it still is. It always will be. I do not love Killorn, not the way he wants me to. I never will. Killorn, I murmur, taking a step toward him. But he takes two back. Killorn, you're my best friend, you're like family. His smile bleeds sadness. And I will be, until the day I die. I do not deserve you, Killorn Warren. I'm sorry, I choke out, not knowing what else I can say. I don't even know what I'm apologizing for. It's not something you can control, Mare, he replies, still standing so far away. We can't choose who we love. I wish, more than anything, that we could. I feel cracked open. My skin still runs hot from Cal's embrace, remembering the feel of him only moments ago. But in the deepest part of me, in spite of every fiber of my being, I think beyond the clearing, to ice-colored eyes, an empty promise, and a kiss aboard a boat. You can love him all you want, I won't stop you. But for my sake, for your parents, for the rest of us, please don't let him control you. Again, I think of Maven. But Maven is far away, a shadow on the sharp edges of the world. He might be trying to kill me, but he can't control me, not anymore. Killorn can only mean the other royal brother, the fallen son of House Calor. Cal. My shield against the scars and the nightmares. But he's a warrior, not a politician or a criminal. He doesn't have the ability to manipulate anyone, least of all me. It's just not in his nature. He's silver, Mare. You don't know what he's capable of, or what he really wants. I doubt Cal does either. The exiled prince is even more adrift than I am, without any allegiance or allies beyond a temperamental lightning girl. He's not what you think he is, I say. No matter what color his blood may be. A sneer razors across his face, thin and sharp. You don't really believe that. I don't believe, I say sadly. I know. And it makes everything harder. Once, I thought blood was the world entire, the difference between dark and light, an irrevocable, impassable divide. It made the silvers powerful and cold and brutal, inhuman compared to my red brethren. They were nothing like us, unable to feel pain or remorse or kindness. But people like Cal, Julian, and even Lucas have shown me how wrong I was. They are just as human, just as full of fear and hope. They are not without their sins, but neither are we. Neither am I. If only they were the monsters Killorn believes them to be. If only things were that simple. Quietly, in the deepest part of my heart, I envy Killorn's narrow anger. I wish I could share in his ignorance. But I've seen and suffered too much for that. We're going to kill Maven. And his mother, I add with chilling assurance. Kill the ghost, kill the shadow. If they die, the new bloods will be safe. And Cal will be free to reclaim his throne. To make everything as it was. That won't happen. No one would let him back on the throne, red or silver. And from what I can tell, he doesn't want it. Really? I immediately hate the smirk twisting Killorn's lips. Whose idea was it? To kill Maven? When I don't answer, the smirk grows. That's what I thought. Thank you for your honesty, Killorn. My gratitude takes him aback, surprising him as much as he surprised me. We have both changed in the past few months, no longer the girl and boy from the stilts ready to tussle over any topic and every topic. They were children, and they are gone forever. I'll keep what you said in mind, of course. My lessons have never felt so close, helping me know how to dismiss Killorn without hurting him. As a princess would a servant. But Killorn is not so easily cast aside. His eyes narrow into dark green slits, seeing right through my mask of courtesy. He looks so disgusted I expect him to spit. One day soon you're going to get lost, he breathes. And I won't be there to lead you back. I turn my back on my oldest friend. His words sting, and I don't want to hear them, no matter how much sense he makes. His boots crunch over the hard earth as he stalks off, leaving me to stand and stare at the woods. In the distance, an air jet hums, returning to us. I fear being alone more than anything else. So why do I do this? Why do I push away the people I love? What is so very wrong with me? I don't know. And I don't know how to make it stop. Gathering an army is the easy part. The records from Harbor Bay lead us to new bloods in towns and villages across the Beacon region, from Cancorda to Taurus to the half-flooded ports of the Barn Islands. Because of Julian's list, we expand out, until every part of Norda is within our grasp. Even Delphi, the southernmost city in the kingdom, is just a few hours away by jet. Every population center, no matter how small, has a new garrison of silver officers meant to catch us and turn us over to the king. But they can't guard every target at all times, and Maven is not yet strong enough in his reign to kidnap hundreds overnight. We strike randomly, without pattern, and we usually catch them off balance. Sometimes we get lucky, and they don't even know we're there at all. Shade proves his use time and again, as do Ada and Nyx. Her abilities help us find our way around city walls, his help us go right through them. But it always comes down to me. I am always the one to confront each new blood, to explain what they are and what kind of danger they pose to the king. Then they are given a choice, and they always choose to live. They always choose us. We give safe passage to their families, directing the ones left behind to the various sanctuaries and bases operated by the Scarlet Guard. To command, as Farley says, her words more cryptic every time. A few are even sent to Tuck Island, to seek the safety of the colonel. He might hate new bloods, but Farley assures me he won't turn away true reds. The new bloods we find are afraid, some angry, but a few are surprised, usually the children. For the most part, they don't know what they are. But some do, and they are already haunted by the mutations of our blood. On the outskirts of the city of Haven, we meet Luther Carver. A young boy of 8 with wispy black hair, small for his age, the son of a carpenter. We find him in his father's workshop, excused from school to learn the trade. It takes very little convincing to get Mr. Carver to let us in, though he eyes Cal and even Nyx with suspicion. And the boy refuses to look me in the eye, his tiny fingers twitching with nerves. He trembles when I speak to him, and insists on calling me Lightning Girl. Your name is on this list because you are special, because you are different, I tell him. Do you know what I'm talking about? The boy shakes his head violently, his long bangs swiping to and fro. But his aptly named father stands like a guardian at his back. Solemnly, slowly, he nods his head. It's all right, Luther, it's nothing to be ashamed of. I reach across the table, past intricate designs that are certainly Carver's handiwork. But Luther's fingers ghost away from my touch and he pulls his hands into his lap, squirming out of my reach. It's nothing personal, Carver says, putting a soothing hand on his son's shoulder. Luther's not, he just doesn't want to cause you any harm. It comes and goes, it's getting worse, you see. But you're going to help him, aren't you? The poor man sounds pained, his voice cracking. My heart goes out to him, and I wonder what my father would be like in such a position. Faced by people who understand your child, who can help, but must take him away from you. You know why he is this way? It's a question I've asked myself many times, a question almost every new blood asks of me. But still I have no answer. I'm sorry but I don't, sir. We only know that our abilities come from a mutation, something in our blood that can't be explained. I think of Julian and his books, his research. He never got to teach me about the divide, the ancient moment when silver blood split from red, only that it happened and resulted in the world now. I suppose a new divide has begun, in blood like mine. He was studying me before his capture, trying to figure out the answer to this exact question. But he never got the chance. Cal shifts at my side, and when he rounds the table, I expect to see the intimidating mask he keeps so close. Instead, he smiles kindly, so wide it almost reaches his eyes. Then he bends, kneeling down so he can look Luther in the eye. The boy is transfixed by the sight, overwhelmed not just by the presence of a prince but by his undivided attention. "Your Highness," he squeaks, even trying to salute. At his back, his father is not so proper, and his brow furrows. Silver princes are not his favorite guests. Still, Cal's grin deepens, and his eyes remain on the boy. "Please, call me Cal," he says, and extends his hand. Again, Luther pulls away, but Cal doesn't seem to mind. In fact, I'll wager he expected it. Luther flushes, his cheeks pulsing a dark and lovely red. "Sorry." "Not at all," Cal replies. "In fact, I used to do the same thing when I was little. A bit younger than you, but then, I had very, very many teachers. I needed them, too," he adds, winking. In spite of his fear, the boy smiles a little. "But you just have your dad, don't you?" The boy swallows, his tiny throat bobbing. Then he nods. "I tried," Carver says, again gripping his son's shoulder. "We understand, sir," I tell him. "More than anyone." Luther nudges Cal with his shoe, his curiosity overcoming all else. "What could make you afraid?" Before our eyes, Cal's outstretched palm bursts into hot, roiling flame. But it is strangely beautiful, a slow burn of languid, dancing fire. Yellow and red, lazy in movement. If not for the heat, it would seem an artistry instead of a weapon. "I didn't know how to control it," Cal says, letting it play between his fingers. "I was afraid of burning people. My father, my friends, his voice almost sticks. My little brother. But I learned to make it do as I wished, to keep it from hurting the people I wanted to stay safe. So can you, Luther." While the boy stares, transfixed, his father is not so certain. But he is not the first parent we've faced, and I am prepared for his next question. "What you call new bloods? They can do this too? They can control what they are?" My own hands web with sparks, each one a twisting purple bolt of perfect light. They disappear into my skin, leaving no trace. "Yes, we can, Mr. Carver." With surprising speed, the man retrieves a pot from a shelf and sets it in front of his son. A plant, maybe a fern, sprouts from the dirt within. Any other would be confused, but Luther knows exactly what his father wants. "Go on, boy," he prods, his voice kind and gentle. "Show them what needs fixing." Before I can bristle at the turn of phrase, Luther holds out one trembling hand. His finger grazes the edge of the fern leaf, careful but sure. Nothing happens. "It's okay, Luther," Mr. Carver says. "You can let them see." The boy tries again, his brow furrowing in concentration. This time, he takes the fern by the stem, holding it in his small fist. And slowly, the fern curls beneath his touch, turning black, folding into itself, dying. As we watch, transfixed, Mr. Carver grabs something else from the back shelf and sets it in his son's lap. "Leather gloves. You take good care of him," he says. His teeth clench, shutting tight against the storm inside his heart. "You promise me that?" Like all true men, he doesn't flinch when I shake his hand. "I give you my word, Mr. Carver." Only when we're back at the safe house, which we're starting to call the Notch, do I allow myself a moment alone. To think, to tell myself the lie was well made. I cannot truly promise this boy, or the others like him, will survive what is to come. But I certainly hope he does, and I will do everything I can to make it so. Even if this boy's terrifying ability is death itself. The New Bloods' families aren't the only ones to flee. The measures have made life worse than ever before, driving many Reds into the forests and frontiers, seeking a place where they won't be worked to death or hanged for stepping out of line. Some come within a few miles of our camp, winding north toward a border already painted with autumn snow. Killorn and Farley want to help them, to give them food or medicine, but Cal and I overrule their pleas. No one can know about us, and the Reds marching on are no different, despite their fate. They will keep heading north, until they meet the Lakelander border. Some will be pressed into the legions holding the line. Others might be lucky enough to slip through, to succumb to cold and starvation in the tundra rather than a bullet in the trenches. My days blend into each other. Recruitment, training, repeat. All that changes is the weather, as winter grows closer. Now when I wake up, long before dawn, the ground is coated in thick frost. Cal has to heat the airjet himself, freeing wheels and gears coated in ice. Most days he comes with us, flying the jet to whatever new blood we've chosen. But sometimes he stays behind, electing to teach rather than fly. Ada replaces him on those days, and is just as good a pilot as he is, having learned with lightning speed and precision. And her knowledge of Norda, of everything from drainage systems to supply routes, is astounding. I can't begin to fathom how her brain can hold so much, and still have room for so much more. She is a wonder to me, just like every new blood we find. Almost everyone is different, with strange abilities beyond what any known silver can do, or what I could even imagine. Luther continues his careful attempts to control his ability, shriveling everything from flowers to saplings. Cal thinks he can use his power to heal himself, but we've yet to find out. Another new blood, an old woman who has everyone call her nanny, seems to be able to change her physical appearance. She gave us all quite a fright when she decided to waltz through the camp disguised as Queen Ilara. Despite her age, I hope to use her in recruitment soon enough. She proves herself as best she can in Cal's training, learning to fire a gun and use a knife with the rest. Of course, this all makes for a very noisy campsite, and would certainly draw notice, even deep in the Great Woods, if not for a woman named Farah, the first recruit after Ada and Nyx, who can manipulate sound itself. She absorbs the explosive blasts of gunfire, smothering each round of bullets so that not even an echo ripples across the valley. As the new bloods expand their abilities, learning to control them as I did, I begin to hope. Cal excels at teaching, especially with the children. They don't have the same prejudices as the older recruits, and take to following him around the camp even when their training lessons are over. This in turn ingratiates the older new bloods to the exiled prince's presence. It's hard to hate Cal when he has children milling around his ankles, begging for another lesson. Even Nyx has stopped glaring at him, though he still refuses to do anything more than grunt in Cal's direction. I'm not so gifted as the exile, and come to dread the morning and late afternoon sessions. I want to blame my unease on exhaustion. Half my days are spent recruiting, traveling to the next name on our list, but that's not it at all. I'm simply a poor instructor. I work closest with a woman named Ketha, whose abilities are more physical and alike to my own. She can't create electricity or any other element, but she can destroy. Like silver oblivions, she can explode an object, blowing it apart in a concussive cloud of smoke and fire. But while typical oblivions are restricted to things they can actually touch, Ketha has no such limitation. She waits patiently, eyeing the rock in my hand. I do my best not to shrink from her explosive gaze, knowing full well what it can do. In the short week since we found her, she's graduated from destroying clumps of paper, leaves, even branches, to solid stone. As with the other new bloods, all they need is a chance to reveal their true selves. The abilities respond in kind, like animals finally let out of their cages. While the others give her training a wide berth, leaving us to the far end of the notch clearing, I can do no such thing. Control, I say, and she nods. I wish I had more to offer her, but my guidance is woefully poor. I myself have only a month of ability training under my belt, much of it from Julian, who wasn't even a proper trainer to begin with. What's more, it's incredibly personal to me, and I find it difficult to explain exactly what I intend to Ketha. Control, she repeats. Her eyes narrow, deepening her focus. Strange, her mud-brown eyes are unremarkable despite the power they hold. Like me, Ketha comes from a river village, and could pass for my much older sister or aunt. Her tan skin and gray-tipped hair are firm reminders of our humble, unjust origins. According to her records, she was a schoolteacher. When I heave the rock skyward, tossing it as far up as I can, I'm reminded of Instructor Arvin in training. He made us hit targets with our abilities, honing our aim and focus. And in the bowl of bones, I became his target. He nearly killed me, and yet here I am, copying his methods. It feels wrong, but effective. The rock pulverizes into dust, as if a tiny bomb went off inside it. Ketha claps for herself, and I force myself to do the same. I wonder if she'll feel differently when her abilities are put to the test, against flesh instead of stone. I suppose I can have Killorn catch us a rabbit so we can find out. But he grows more distant with every passing day. He's taken it upon himself to feed the camp, and spends most of his time fishing or hunting. If I were not so preoccupied with my own duties, recruiting and training, I would try and snap him out of it. But I barely have time to sleep, let alone coax Killorn back into the fold. By the first snowfall, there are 20 new bloods living at the camp, varying from old maids to twitching young boys. Luckily, the safe house is bigger than I first thought, stretching back into the hill in a maze of chambers and tunnels. A few have shafted windows, but most are dark, and we end up having to steal lanterns as well as new bloods from every place we visit. By the time the first snow falls, the notch sleeps all 26 of us comfortably, with room for more. Food is plentiful, thanks to Killorn and Farah, who turns him into a silent, deadly hunter. Supplies come in with each wave of recruits, ranging from winter clothes to matches and even a bit of salt. Farley and Cranes use their criminal ties to get us what we need, but sometimes we resort to good old-fashioned thievery. In a month's time, we are a well-oiled, well-hidden machine. Maven has not found us, and we keep tabs on him as best we can. Signposts and newspapers make it easy. The king visits Delphi, King Maven and Lady Evangeline review soldiers at Fort Lancaster. Coronation tour continues through the King State. The headlines pinpoint his location, and we know what each of them means. Dead newbloods in Delphi, in Lancaster, in every place he visits. His so-called coronation tour is just another shroud of secrecy, hiding a parade of executions. Despite all our abilities and tricks, we are not fast enough to save everyone. For every new blood we discover and bring back to our camp, there are 2 more hanging from gallows, missing, or bleeding into gutters. A few bodies show the telltale signs of death by magnetron, skewered or strangled by iron rods. Telemus no doubt, though Evangeline might be there too, basking in the glow of a king. She'll be queen soon enough, and will certainly do best to keep Maven close. Once, that would infuriate me, but now I feel nothing but pity for the magnetron girl. Maven is not Cal, and he will kill her if it suits him. Just like the newbloods, dead to keep his lies alive, to keep us on the run. Dead, because Maven has miscalculated. He believes enough corpses will make me come back. But I will not. 19. After 3 days of finding nothing but dead newbloods, 3 days of failure, we travel to Templin. A quiet town on the road to Delphi, mostly residential, consisting of vast silver estates and cramped red row houses along the river. Masters and servants. Templin is tricky, it has no vast forest, tunnels, or crowded streets to hide in. Usually we'd use shade to slip inside the walls, but he's not with us today. He twisted his leg yesterday, aggravating a still healing muscle, and I made him stay behind. Cal is missing too, having elected to teach, leaving Ada to man the Black Run. She's still there, cozy in her pilot's seat, reading as she always does. I try to not be jumpy, to lead as Cal would, but I feel strangely bare without him and my brother. I've never been without both of them on a recruitment mission, and this is my proving ground. To show the others that I'm not only a weapon to be unleashed but someone willing to fight with them. Luckily, we have a staggering new advantage. A new blood named Herrick, saved from the quarry pits of Orient Praetus 2 weeks ago. This will be his first recruitment, and hopefully uneventful. The man is mousy and twitching, with the wiry muscles of a stonemason. Farley and I make sure to flank him in the cart, quietly watchful in case he decides to dart off. The others with us, Nick's across from me and Crane's driving the cart, are more preoccupied with the road ahead. Our cart falls in line with many others, merchants or laborers heading into the town center for work. Crane's hands tighten on the reins of our stolen cart horse, an old, spotty deer with a blind eye and a bad hoof. But he urges her forward, keeping pace with the rest, trying to blend in. The town boundaries loom before us, marked by an open gate flanked by intricate stone columns. A flag is strung between them, a familiar banner of a familiar house. Red and orange stripes, almost bleeding together in the early morning light. House Larolin, Oblivions, the governors of the Delphi region. I blink at it, remembering the bodies of 3 dead Oblivions, Larolins all killed in the shooting at the Hall of the Sun. The father, Bellicose, murdered by Farley and the Scarlet Guard. And his twin sons, barely more than babies, blown to bits by the explosion that followed. Their dead faces were plastered all over the kingdom, in every broadcast, another rallying flag of silver propaganda. The Scarlet Guard kills children. The Scarlet Guard must be destroyed. I glance at Farley, wondering if she knows what the flag means, but she focuses on the officers ahead. As does Herrick. His eyes narrow in concentration, and his trembling hands clench. Quietly, I touch his arm, encouraging him. "You can do this," I murmur. He offers me the smallest smile, and I straighten in assurance. I believe in his ability, he's been practicing whenever he can, but he must believe it himself. Nick's tenses, muscles bulging beneath his shirt. Farley is less obvious, but I know she's itching for the knife in her boot. I will not show the same fear, for Herrick's sake. Security officers man the gate, eyeballing every person who passes through. Searching their faces and through their wares, not bothering to check their identification cards. These silvers don't care for what's written on a piece of paper, their orders are to find me and mine, not a farmer straying too far from his village. Soon, our cart is next, and only the sweat on Herrick's upper lip indicates he's doing anything at all. Cranes halts the horse and the cart, stopping at the command of a security officer. He keeps his eyes down, respectful, beaten, as the officer stares at him. As expected, nothing sets him off. Cranes is not a new blood, nor a known associate of ours. Maven will not be hunting him. The officer turns to circle the cart, eyeing the inside. Not one of us dares to move, or even breathe. Herrick is not so skilled that he can mask sound, only sight. Once, the officer's eyes meet mine, and I wonder if Herrick has failed. But after a heart-stopping moment, he moves on, satisfied. He can't see us. Herrick is a new blood of an extraordinary kind. He can create illusions, mirages, make people see what isn't there. And he has hidden us all in plain sight, making us invisible in our empty cart. Are you transporting air, Red? The officer says with a hateful grin. Collecting shipment, bound for Inner Delphi, Cranes replies, saying exactly what Ada told him. She spent yesterday studying trade routes. 1 hour of reading and she's an expert on the imports and exports of Norta. Spun wool, sir. But the officer is already walking off, unconcerned. Move on, he says, waving a gloved hand. The cart lurches forward and Herrick's hand grips mine, squeezing tightly. I squeeze right back, imploring him to hold on, to keep fighting, to keep up his illusion until we're inside Templin and clear of the gate. 1 minute more, I whisper. You're almost there. We turn off the main road before entering the market, weaving through half-empty side streets lined with humble red shops and homes. The others search, knowing what we're looking for, while I keep my attentions on Herrick. Almost there, I say again, hoping I'm right. In a moment or two, his strength will fail, and our illusion will fall away, revealing us all to the street. The people here are red, but will certainly report a cart suddenly full of the country's most wanted fugitives. The left, Nick says gruffly, and Cranes obliges. He eases the cart toward a clapboard house with crimson curtains. Despite the sun shining overhead, a candle burns in the window. Red as the dawn. There's an alleyway next to the house, bordered by the Scarlet Guard house and 2 empty, abandoned homes. Where their occupants are, I don't know, but they probably fled the measures or were executed for trying. It's cover enough for me. Now, Herrick, I tell him. He responds with a massive sigh. The protection of his illusion is gone. Well done. We waste no time climbing out of the cart and sidling up to the guardhouse, using the overhang of the roof to hide as best we can. Farley takes the lead, and knocks 3 times on the side door. It opens quickly, showing nothing but darkness beyond. Farley enters without hesitation, and we follow. My eyes adjust quickly to the dark house, and I'm struck by the similarity to my home in the stilts. Simple, cluttered, only 2 rooms with knotty plank floors and grinding windows. The light bulbs overhead are dark, either broken or missing, sold off for food. Captain, a voice says. An older woman, her hair steel gray, appears by the window and snuffs out the candle. Her face is lined with age, her hands with scars. And around her wrist, a familiar tattoo. A single red band, just like the one old Will Whistle bore. As in Harbor Bay, Farley frowns and shakes the woman's hand. I'm not. But the woman waves her off. According to the colonel, but not command. They have other ideas where you're concerned. Command. She notes my interest and bows her head in greeting. Miss Barrow. I'm Ellie Whistle, ... I raise an eyebrow. Whistle? I say. Are you related to? Ellie cuts me off before I can finish. Most likely not. Whistle's a nickname mostly. Means I'm a smuggler. Whistles on the wind, all of us. Indeed. Well, Whistle and his old wagon were always full of smuggled or stolen goods, many of them things I brought myself. I'm Scarlet Guard too, she adds. I knew that, at least. Farley's been in contact with her people over the last few weeks, those not under the command of the colonel, who would help us and keep our movements quiet. Very good, I tell her. We're here for the Marcher family. 2 of them, to be precise. Tansy and Matrick Marcher, twins judging by their birthdays. They'll need to be removed from town, within the hour if possible. Ellie listens intently, all business. She shifts, and I catch a glimpse of the pistol at her hip. She glances at Farley, and when she nods her head, Ellie does the same. That I can do. Supplies as well, Farley puts in. We'll take food if you got it, but winter clothes will be best. Another nod. We'll certainly try, Ellie says. I'll have whatever we can give you ready as fast as possible. Might need an extra pair of hands, though. I've got it, Cranes offers. His bulk will certainly help speed the process. I can't believe Ellie's willingness, and neither can Farley. We exchange loaded glances as Ellie gets to work, opening cabinets and floorboards in succession, revealing hidden compartments all over the house. Thank you for your cooperation, Farley says over her shoulder, quietly suspicious. As am I, watching every move Ellie makes. She's old, but spry, and I wonder if we're truly alone in this house. Like I said, I take my orders from command. And they sent out the word. Help Captain Farley and the Lightning Girl, no matter the cost, she says, not bothering to look at us. My eyebrows rise, shocked and pleasantly surprised. You're going to have to fill me in on this, I mutter to Farley. Again, I'm struck by how organized and deep-rooted the Scarlet Guard seems to be. Later, she replies. The Marcher family? While Ellie gives her directions, I move to stand with Herrick and Nix. Though this is Herrick's first recruitment, Nix thinks this is old hat, and rightfully so. I've lost count of how many times he's accompanied me into hostile territory, and for that I'm so grateful. Ready, boys? I ask, flexing my fingers. Nix does his best to look gruff and nonchalant, a veteran of our missions, but I don't miss the flash of fear in Herrick's eyes. This won't be as hard as coming in. Less people to hide, and the officers aren't bothering to look this time. You've got this. Thanks, Mare. He straightens, puffing out his chest, smiling for my benefit. I smile back, even though his voice trembles when he says my name. Most of them don't know what to call me. Mare, Miss Barrow, the Lightning Girl, some even say my lady. The nickname stings, but not so much as the last. No matter what I do, no matter how much I try to be one of them, they see me as something apart. Either a leader or a leper, but always an outsider. Always separated. Out in the alley, Cranes begins loading the cart, not bothering to watch us blink out of existence with the grace of a silver shadow. But unlike them, Herrick cannot only bend light, creating brightness and darkness, he can conjure anything he wishes. A tree, a horse, another person entirely. Now that we're on the street, he masks us as obscure reds with dirty faces and hoods. We are unremarkable, even to each other. He tells me this is easier than making us disappear, and a better alternative in the crowd. People won't wonder at bumping into thin air. Farley leads, following Ellie's directions. We have to cross the market square, past the eyes of many security officers, but no one gives us pause. My hair blows in the slight wind, sending a curtain of white blonde across my eyes. I almost laugh. Blonde hair on me. The Marcher house is small, with a hastily built second floor that looks liable to collapse on top of us. But it has a lovely back garden, overgrown with tangles of vines and bare trees. In the summer, it must look wonderful. We pick through it, doing our best to keep the dead leaves from crunching. We're invisible now, Herrick mutters. When I look in his direction, I realize he's gone. I smile, though no one can see it. Someone reaches the back door before me and knocks. No answer, not even a rustle inside. They could be out for the day, working. Next to me, Farley curses under her breath. Do we wait? She breathes. I can't see her, but I see the puffs of breath clouding where her face should be. Herrick's not a machine, I say, speaking for him. We wait inside. I head for the door, bumping her shoulder, and sink to a knee before the lock. A simple one. I could pick it in my sleep, and it takes no time now. Within seconds, I'm greeted by a familiar, satisfying click. The door swings back on shrieking hinges and I freeze, waiting for what might be inside. Like Ellie's house, the inside is dark and seemingly abandoned. Still, I give it another moment, listening hard. Nothing moves inside, and I feel no tremors of electricity. Either the Marchers are out of rations, or they don't even have electricity at all. Satisfied, I beckon over my shoulder, but nothing happens. They can't see you, idiot. Head in, I whisper, and I feel Farley at my back. Once the door is safely shut again, we burst back into sight. I smile at Herrick, again grateful for his ability and strength, but the smell stops me cold. The air is stale in here, undisturbed, and slightly sour. With a hasty swipe of my hand, I brush half an inch of dust from the kitchen table. Maybe they ran. Lots of people have, Nix offers quickly. Something draws my focus, the tiniest whisper. Not a voice, but a spark. Barely there, so soft I almost missed it. Coming from a basket by the fireplace, covered in a dirty red rag. I drift toward it, drawn by the small beacon. I don't like this. We need to regroup at Ellie's. Herrick, pull yourself together and get ready for another illusion, Farley barks as quietly as she can. My knees scrape the hearthstones as I kneel over the basket. The smell is stronger here. And so is the spark. I should not do this. I know I won't like what I find. I know it, but I can't stop myself from pulling back the rag. The fabric is sticky and I tug, revealing what lies beneath. After a numb second, I realize what I'm looking at. I fall backward, scrambling, gasping, almost screaming. Tears fall faster than I ever thought they could. Farley is the first to my side, her arms surrounding me, holding me steady. What is it? Mare, what? She stops short, choking on the words. She sees what I see. And so do the others. Nix almost vomits and I'm surprised Herrick doesn't faint. In the basket is a baby, no more than a few days old. Dead. And not from abandonment or neglect. The rag is dyed in its blood. The message is disgustingly clear. The marchers are dead too. One tiny fist, clawed with the stiffness of death, holds the tiniest device. An alarm. Herrick, I hiss through my tears. Hide us. His mouth falls open, confused, and I grab his leg in desperation. Hide us. He disappears before my eyes, and not a moment too soon. Officers appear in the windows, bursting through each door, guns raised, all shouting. You're surrounded, Lightning Girl. Submit to arrest. They roar in succession, as if repeating themselves makes any difference. Quietly, I ease myself under the kitchen table. I only hope the others have the sense to do the same. No fewer than 12 officers crowd inside, stomping back and forth. For break-off, heading upstairs, and one pair of boots halts by the baby. The officer's free hand twitches and I know he must be staring at the tiny corpse. After a long moment, he vomits into the fireplace. Easy, Myros, one of the others says, pulling him away. Poor thing, he adds, moving past the baby. Anything upstairs? Nothing. Another replies, coming back down. Alarm must have malfunctioned. You're sure? The governor will skin us if we're wrong. Do you see anyone here, sir? I almost gasp when the officer drops to a crouch right in front of me. His eyes sweep back and forth beneath the table, searching. I feel a slight pressure on my leg, one of the others. I dare not respond with a nudge of my own, and hold my breath. No, I don't, the officer finally says, standing again. False alarm. Back to your posts. They leave as quickly as they burst in, but I dare not breathe until their footsteps are long gone. Then I gasp, shaking, as Herrick drops the illusion, and we all blink back into sight. Well done. Farley exhales, patting Herrick on the shoulder. Like me, he can barely speak, and has to be helped to his feet. I could have taken M, Nix grumbles, rolling out from beneath the stairs. He crosses to the door with short strides, one hand already on the knob. All the same, I don't fancy being here if they come back. Mare? Farley's touch on my arm is gentle, especially for her. I realize I'm standing over the baby, staring. There were no babies on Julian's list, no children below the age of 3. This was not a new blood, not according to our records or any maven might possess. The child was murdered simply because she was here. For nothing. With determination, I remove my jacket. I will not leave her like this, with only her own blood for a blanket. Mare, don't. They'll know we were here. Let them know, dot. I pull it across her, and I fight, with everything I have, the urge to lie down beside her and never get back up again. My fingers brush her tiny, cold fist. There is something beneath it. A note. Quietly, quickly, I slip it into my pocket before anyone else can see. When we finally get back to Ada and the jet, I dare to read it. It's dated for yesterday. Yesterday. We were so close. October 22nd. A crude envelope, I know. But necessary. You must know what you are doing, what you are forcing me to do to these people. Every body is a message to you, and to my brother. Surrender to me, and it will stop. Surrender, and they will live. I am a man of my word. Until we meet again. Maven. We arrive back at the notch at nightfall. I cannot eat, I cannot speak, I cannot sleep. The others discuss what happened in Templin, but no one dares ask me. My brother tries, but I walk way, deeper into the burrows of our hideaway. I cower in my cramped hole of a bedroom, convincing myself I need to be alone for now. On other nights, I hate this solitary room, being separated from the others. Now I hate it even more, but I can't bring myself to join them. Instead, I wait for everyone to be asleep before I let myself wander. I take a blanket, but it does nothing for the cold, inside and out. I tell myself it's the autumn chill that sends me to his room, and not the empty feeling in my stomach. Not the frozen abyss that grows with every failure. Not the note in my pocket, burning a hole right through me. Fire dances on the floor, confined to a neat dip ringed by stones. Even in the strange shadows, I can tell he's awake. His eyes look alive with flame, but not angry. Not even confused. With one hand, he pulls back the blankets of his sleeper, and slides to make room for me. It's cold in here, I say. I think he knows what I really mean. Farley told me, he murmurs when I settle in. He puts an arm across my waist, gentle and warm, meaning nothing but comfort. The other presses against my back, his palm flat to my scars. I am here, it says. I want to tell him about Maven's offer. But what good would it do? He would only refuse like I have, and have to suffer the shame of that refusal with me. It will only cause him pain, Maven's true goal. And in this, I will not let Maven win. He's already conquered me. He will not conquer Cal. Somehow, I fall asleep. I do not dream. 20. From that day on, his bedchamber becomes ours. It is a wordless agreement, giving both of us something to hold on to. We're too tired to do much more than sleep, though I'm sure Killorn suspects otherwise. He stops talking to me, and ignores Cal altogether. Part of me wants to join the others in the larger sleeping rooms, where the children whisper into the night and Nanny shushes them all. It helps them bond. But I would only frighten them, so I stay with Cal, the one person who doesn't really fear me. He doesn't keep me awake on purpose, but every night I feel him stir. His nightmares are worse than mine, and I know exactly what he's dreaming of. The moment he severed his father's head from his shoulders. I pretend to sleep through it, knowing he doesn't want to be seen in such a state. But I feel his tears on my cheek. Sometimes I think they burn me, but I don't wake up with any new scars. At least not the kind that can be seen. Even though we spend every night together, Cal and I don't talk much. There isn't much to say beyond our duties. I don't tell him about the first note, or the next ones. Though Maven is far away, he still manages to sit between us. I can see him in Cal's eyes, a toad squatting in his brother's head, trying to poison him from the inside out. He's doing the same thing to me, both in the notes and in my memories. I don't know why, but I can't destroy either of them, and I tell no one of their existence. I should burn them, but I don't. I find another letter in Corvium, during another recruitment. We knew Maven was on his way to the area, visiting the last major city before the Ashlands of the Choke. We thought we could beat him there. Instead, we found the king already gone. October 31st. I expected you at my coronation. It seemed like the kind of thing your Scarlet Guard would love to try to ruin, even though it was quite small. We're still supposed to be mourning father, and a grand affair would seem disrespectful. Especially with Cal still out there, running around with you and your rabble. A precious few still owe allegiance to him, according to Mother, but don't worry. They are being dealt with. No silver succession crisis will come and take my brother from your leash. If you could, wish him a happy birthday for me. And assure him it will be his last. But yours is coming, isn't it? I don't doubt we'll spend it together. Until we meet again. Maven. His voice speaks every word, using the ink like knives. For a moment, my stomach churns, threatening to spill my dinner all over the dirt floor. The nausea passes long enough for me to slip out of the sleeper, out of Cal's embrace, to my box of supplies in the corner. Like at home, I keep my trinkets hidden, and 2 more of Maven's notes are crumpled at the bottom. Each one bears the same ending. Until we meet again. I feel something like hands around my throat, threatening to squeeze the life from me. Each word tightens the grip, as if ink alone can strangle me. For a second, I fear I might not breathe again. Not because Maven still insists on tormenting me. No, the reason is much worse. Because I miss him. I miss the boy I thought he was. The brand he gave me burns with the memory. I wonder if he can feel it too. Cal stirs in the sleeper behind me, not from a nightmare, but because it's time to wake. Hastily, I shove the notes away, and leave the room before he can open his eyes. I don't want to see his pity, not yet. That will be too much to bear. Happy birthday, Cal, I whisper to the empty tunnel hall. I've forgotten a coat, and the cold of November pricks my skin as I step out of the safe house. The clearing is dark before the dawn, so that I can barely see the eaves of the forest. Ada sits over the low coals of a campfire, perched on a log in a shivering bundle of wool blankets and scarves. She always takes last watch, preferring to wake earlier than the rest of us. Her accelerated brain lets her read the books I bring her and keep an eye on the woods at the same time. Most mornings, she's gained a new skill by the time the rest of us are up and about. Last week alone, she learned Tyrax, the language of a strange nation to the southeast, as well as basic surgery. But today, she holds no stolen book, and she is not alone. Ketha stands over the fire, arms crossed. Her lips move quickly, but I can't hear what she's saying. And Killorn huddles close to Ada, his feet almost entirely in the coals. As I creep closer, I can see his brow bent in intense focus. Stick in hand, he traces lines in the dirt. Letters. Crude, hastily drawn, forming rudimentary words like boat, gun, and home. The last word is longer than the rest. Killorn. The sight almost brings new tears to my eyes. But they are happy tears, an unfamiliar thing to me. The empty hole inside me seems to shrink, if only a little. Tricky, but you're getting it, Ketha says, the corner of her mouth lifting in a half smile. A teacher indeed. Killorn notices me before I can get much closer, snapping his writing twig with a resounding crack. Without so much as a nod, he gets up from the log and swings his hunting pack over his shoulder. His knife glints at his hip, cold and sharp as the icicles fawning the trees in the woods. "Kilorn?" Ketha asks, then her eyes fall on me, and my presence answers her question. "Oh. It's time to hunt anyways," Ada replies, reaching a hand toward Kilorn's fading form. Despite the warm color of her skin, the tips of her fingers have flushed blue with the cold. But he evades her grasp and she touches nothing but frosty air. I don't do anything to stop him. Instead, I lean back on my heels, giving him the space he so desperately desires. He draws up the hood of his new coat, obscuring his face as he stalks toward the tree line. Good brown leather and fleece lining, perfect for keeping him warm and hidden. I stole it a week ago in Haven. I didn't think Kilorn would accept such a gift from me, but even he knows the value of warmth. My company this afternoon doesn't bother just him. Ketha glances at me sidelong, almost blushing. He asked to learn, she says, almost apologetic. Then she pushes past me, heading back to the warmth and relative comfort of the notch. Ada watches her go, her golden eyes bright but sad. She pats the log next to her, gesturing for me to sit. When I do, she tosses one of her blankets across my lap and tucks it around me. "There you are, miss." She was a maid in Harbor Bay, and despite her newfound freedom, old habits haven't worn off yet. She still calls me miss, though I've asked her to stop many times. I think they need some kind of distraction. It's a good one. No other teachers ever made it this far with Kilorn. I'll make sure to thank her later. If she doesn't run away again. We all need a little distraction, Ada. She sighs in agreement. Her lips, full and dark, purse into a bitter, knowing smile. I don't miss her eyes flicker back to the notch, where half my heart sleeps. And then to the forest, where the rest wanders. He has cranes with him, and Farah will join them both soon enough. No bears, either, she adds, squinting at the dark horizon. In daylight, if the mist holds off, we should be able to see the distant mountains. They've gone quiet for the season by now. Sleeping through the winter. Bears. At home in the stilts, we barely had deer, let alone the fabled monsters of the backcountry. The lumberyards, logging teams, and river traffic were enough to drive away any animal bigger than a raccoon, but the Great Woods region teems with wildlife. Great antlered stags, curious foxes, and the occasional howl of a wolf all haunt the hills and valleys. I've yet to see one of the lumbering bears, but Kilorn and the other hunters spotted one weeks ago. Only Farah's muffling abilities and Kilorn's good sense to keep downwind kept them safe from its jaws. Where did you learn so much about bears? I ask, if only to fill the air with idle conversation. Ada knows exactly what I'm doing, but humors me anyways. Governor Rambos likes to hunt, she replies with a shrug. He had an estate outside the city, and his sons filled it with strange beasts for him to kill. Bears, especially. Beautiful creatures, with black fur and keen eyes. They were peaceful enough, if left alone, or attended to by our game warden. Little Roar, the governor's daughter, wanted a cub for her own, but the bears were killed before any could breed. I remember Roar Rambos. A strongarm who looked like a mouse but could pulverize stone with her own two hands. She competed in Queen's trials so long ago, when I was a maid just like Ada. I don't suppose what the governor did could actually be called hunting, Ada continues. Sadness poisons her voice. He put them in a pit, where he could fight the animals and break their necks. His sons did it too, for their training. Bears sound like ferocious, fearsome beasts, but Ada's manner tells me otherwise. Her glazed eyes can only mean she's seen the pit herself, and remembers every second of it. That's awful, Dot. You killed one of his sons, you know. Riker was his name. He was one of your chosen executioners. I never wanted to know his name. I never asked about the ones I killed in the Bowl of Bones, and no one ever told me. Riker Rambos, electrocuted on the sand of the arena, reduced to nothing more than his blackened flesh. Beg pardon, miss. I did not mean to upset you. Her calm mask has returned, and with it, the perfect manners of a woman raised as a servant. With her ability, I can only imagine how terrible it must have been, seeing but not speaking, never able to prove her worth or reveal her true self. But it's even worse to think that, unlike me, she can't hide behind the shield of an imperfect mind. She knows and feels so much that it threatens to pull her down. Like me, she must keep running. I'm only upset when you call me that. Miss, I mean. I have it, I'm afraid. She shifts, reaching for something inside her blankets. I hear the distinct sound of crinkling paper, and expect to see another news bulletin detailing Maven's coronation tour. Instead, Ada reveals a very official-looking document, albeit a crumpled one with singed edges. It bears the red sword of the Nortan army. Shade took this off that officer in Corvium. The one I fried. I traced the burned paper, feeling the rough, black material threatening to disintegrate. Strange, this survived where its holder could not. Preparations, I mutter, deciphering the order. For relief legions. She nods. 10 legions, to replace the 9 holding the choke trenches. Storm Legion, Hammer Legion, Sword Legion, Shield Legion, their names and numbers are listed plainly. 5,000 red soldiers in each, with another 500 silver officers. They're converging on Corvium before traveling together into the choke, to relieve the soldiers on the lines. A terrible thing, but not something that interests me. Good that we've already checked Corvium is all I can think to say. At least we avoided a few thousand silver officers passing through. But Ada puts a gentle hand on my arm, her long, able fingers cold even through my sleeve. 10 to replace 9. Why? A push? Again, I don't understand why this is my problem. Maven might want to make a show of it, demonstrate what a warrior he is, to make everyone forget Cal. Not likely. Trench assaults warrant at least 15 legions, 5 to guard, 10 to march. Her eyes flicker back and forth, as if she can see a battle in her mind's eye. I can't help but raise my eyebrows. As far as I know, we don't have any tactics guides lying around. The prince is well versed in warfare, she explains. He's a good teacher. Have you shown Cal this? Her hesitation is the only answer I need. I believe it's a kill order, she murmurs, lowering her eyes. 9 legions to take up their posts, and the 10th to die. But this is crazy, even for Maven. That doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone waste 5,000 good soldiers? Their official name is the Dagger Legion. She points to the corresponding word on the paper. Like the others, it contains 5,000 reds, and is heading straight for the trenches. But Governor Rambo's called them something else. The Little Legion. The Little? My brain catches up. Suddenly I'm back on the island of Tuck, in the medical ward, with the colonel breathing down my neck. He was planning to trade Cal, to use him to save the 5,000 children now marching into an early grave. The new conscripts. The kids. 15 to 17 years old. The dagger is the first of the child legions the king has deemed combat ready. She doesn't bother to hide her scoff. Barely 2 months of training, if that. I remember what I was like at 15. Even though I was still a thief, I was small and silly, more concerned with bothering my sister than with my future. I thought I still had a chance of escaping conscription. Rifles and ash-blown trenches had not yet begun to haunt my dreams. They'll be slaughtered. Ada settles back into her blankets, her face grim. I believe that's the idea. I know what she wants, what many would want if they knew about Maven's orders for the child army. The kids about to be sent into the choke are a consequence of the measures, a way to punish the kingdom for the Scarlet Guard's insurrection. It feels as if I've sentenced them to death myself, and I don't doubt many would agree. Soon there will be an ocean of blood on my hands, and I have no way of stopping it. Innocent blood, like the babies in Templin. We can't do anything for them. I drop my gaze, not wanting to see the disappointment in Ada's eyes. We can't fight whole legions. Mare. Can you think of a way to help them? I cut her off, my voice harsh with anger. It cows her into defeated silence. Then how could I? Of course. You're right. Mississippi. The proper title stings, as she meant it to. I leave you to your watch, I mumble, standing up from the log, march orders still in hand. Slowly, I fold it up and tuck it away, deep into a pocket. Every body is a message to you. Surrender to me, and it will stop. We fly for Petaris in a few hours. Ada already knows our recruitment plans for the day, but telling her again gives me something to do. Cal's piloting, so give Shade a list of whatever supplies we might need. Be mindful, she replies. The king is in Delphi again, only an hour's flight away. The thought prickles my scars. 1 hour separating me from Maven's torturous manipulations. From his terror machine that turned my own power against me. Delphi? Again? Cal walks to us from the mouth of the notch house, his hair mussed by sleep. But his eyes have never looked so awake. Why again? I saw a bulletin in Corvium that stated he was visiting with Governor Larilyn, Ada says, confused by Cal's sudden focus. To share his condolences in person. For Bellicose and his sons. I met Bellicose only once, minutes before his death, but he was kind. He did not deserve the ending I helped give him. Neither did his kin. But Cal narrows his eyes against the rising sun. He sees something we don't, something even Ada's lists and facts cannot understand. Maven wouldn't waste time on such a thing, even to keep up appearances. The Larolans are nothing to him, and he's already killed the new bloods of Delphi. He wouldn't go back without a good reason. And that is? I ask. His mouth opens, as if he expects the right answer to fall out. Nothing happens, and finally he shakes his head. I'm not sure. Because this is not a military maneuver. This is something else, something Cal doesn't understand. He has a talent for war, not intrigue. That is Maven in his mother's domain, and we're hopelessly outgunned on their playing field. The best we can do is challenge them on our own terms, with might, not minds. But we need more might. And fast. Pataris, I say aloud, sounding final. And tell Nanny she's coming. The old woman has been requesting to help since she came here, and Cal thinks she's ready to do it. Herrick, on the other hand, has not joined us on another recruitment. Not since Templin. I don't blame him. I don't need Cal to point out where the Rift region starts. As we pass from the King State, entering into the Prince State, the divide is shockingly clear from our high altitude. The airjet soars over a series of rift valleys, each one bordered by a marching line of mountains. They look almost man-made, forming long gashes like the scrape of fingernails across Earth. But these are too big, even for silvers. This land was made by something more powerful and destructive, thousands of years ago. Autumn bleeds over the land, painting the forest below in varying shades of fire. We're much farther south than the Notch, but I see pockets of snow on the peaks, hiding from the rising sun. Like Greatwoods, the Rift is another wilderness, though its wealth lies in steel and iron, not lumber. Its capital, Pataris, is the only city in the region, and an industrial nerve center. It sits on a river fork, connecting the steel refineries to the warfront, as well as the southern coal towns to the rest of the kingdom. Though the Rift is officially governed by the Windweavers of House Laris, it is the ancestral home of House Samos. As the owners of the iron mines and steel factories, they truly control Pataris and the Rift. If we're lucky, Evangeline might be skulking around, and I'll get to repay her for all her evils. The nearest Rift Valley to Pataris is more than 15 miles away, but offers good cover to land. This is the bumpiest of all the ruined runways, and I wonder if we've overstepped. But Cal keeps the black run in hand, getting us down safely, if shaken. Nanny claps her hands, delighted by the flight, her wrinkled face lit by a wide smile. Is it always this much fun? She asks, peering at us. Across from her, Shade pulls a grimace. He still hasn't gotten used to flying, and does his best not to lose his breakfast in her lap. We're looking for 4 new bloods. My voice echoes down the craft, silencing the snapping of buckles and restraints. Shade's feeling better, so he's here again, sitting next to Farley. Then there's Nanny and the new blood Gareth Beaumont. This will be his 3rd recruitment in 4 days, since Cal decided the former horsemaster would be a welcome addition to our daily missions. Once he worked for Lady Era Irel herself, maintaining her vast stable of horses at the family estate on the capital river. At court, everyone called her the Panther for her gleaming black hair and cat-like agility. Gareth is less complimentary. He's more likely to call her the Silk Bitch. Luckily, his work for House Irel kept him fit and limber, and his abilities are nothing to scoff at either. When I first questioned him, asking if he could do anything special, I ended up on the ceiling. Gareth manipulated the forces of gravity holding me to the earth. If we had been standing in the open, I probably would have ended up in the clouds. But I leave that to Gareth. Besides jettisoning people into the air, he can use his ability to fly. Gareth will drop Nanny into the city, and she'll enter the security center disguised as Lord General Laris. I glance to her, only to find myself staring at a slight older man rather than the woman I've come to know. He nods back at me and flexes his fingers, as if he's never used them before. But I know better. It's Nanny beneath that skin, pretending to be the silver commander of the air fleet. She'll get us a printout of the 4 new bloods living in Pataris and the rest in the Rift region. We'll follow on foot, and Shade will pull us all out. As usual, Farley is the first out of her seat. Good luck with that one, Nan, she says, jabbing a finger at Gareth. If you like this, you're going to love what he does. I don't like that smile, little miss, Nanny says in Laris's voice. Though I've seen her transform before, I'm still not used to the strange sight. Gareth laughs next to Nanny, helping her from her seat. Farley flew with me last. Made a real mess of my boots when we touched down. I did no such thing, Farley replies, but she stalks down the length of the jet quickly. Probably to hide her flushing face. Shade follows her as he always does, trying to smother his laughter with his hand. She's been ill lately and has done her best to hide it, to everyone's amusement. Cal and I are the last left on the plane, though I have no cause to wait for him. He goes through the usual motions, twisting knobs and flipping switches that turn off different parts of the jet in rapid succession. I feel each one sink into electrical death, until the low hum of full batteries is all that remains. The silence pounds in time with my beating heart, and suddenly I can't get off the jet fast enough. Something frightens me about being alone with Cal, at least in daylight. But when night falls, there's no one I'd rather see. You should talk to Killorn. His voice stops me mid-step, frozen halfway down the back ramp. I don't want to talk to him. Heat rises with every moment, as he gets closer and closer to me. Funny, you're usually such a good liar. I spin to find myself staring at his chest. The flight suit, pristine when he put it on more than a month ago, now shows distinct signs of wear. Even though he does his best to steer clear of our battles, battle has touched him still. I know Killorn better than you, and nothing I say will snap him out of his little tantrum. Do you know he asks to come with us? His eyes are dark, heavy-lidded. He looks like he does in the moments before he falls asleep. He asks me every night. My time at the Notch has made me blunt and easy to read. I don't doubt Cal sees the confusion I feel, or the low currents of jealousy. He speaks to you? He won't talk to me because of you, so why on earth would he? Suddenly his fingers are under my chin, tilting my head so I can't look away. It's not me he's mad at. He's not angry because and then it's his turn to trail off. He respects you enough to make your own choices. He told me as much. But you don't believe him. My silence is answer enough. I know why you think you can't trust anyone by my colors, I know. But you can't go through this alone. And don't say you have me, because we both know you don't believe that either. The pain in his voice nearly flattens me. His fingers shake, shivering against me. Slowly, I pull my face out of his grasp. I wasn't going to. A half lie. I feel no claim over Cal, and won't let myself trust him, but I can't distance myself from him either. Every time I try, I find myself wandering back. He isn't a child, Mare. You don't have to protect him anymore. To think, all this time, Killorn has been angry because I want to keep him alive. I almost laugh at the idea. How dare I do such a thing? How dare I want to keep him safe? Then bring him along next time. Let him stumble into a grave. I know he hears the tremor in my voice, but politely pretends to ignore it. And since when do you care about him? I barely hear his answer as I walk away. I'm not saying this for his sake. Down on the runway, the others are waiting. Farley busies herself strapping Nanny to Garrett's chest, using a jerry-rigged harness from one of the jet seats, but Shade is staring at his feet. He heard every word, judging by the stern set of his features. He glares at me as we pass, but says nothing. I'll be in for another scolding later, but for now, our focus turns toward Pataris and hopefully another successful recruitment. Arms in, head down, Garrett says, instructing Nanny. Before our eyes, she morphs from the bulky Lord General into her much smaller, thinner self. She tightens the straps accordingly. Lighter this way, she explains with a tiny giggle. After long days of serious talk and restless nights, the sight makes me laugh outright. I can't help it, and have to cover my mouth with my hand. Gareth awkwardly pats the top of her head. You never cease to amaze, Nan. Feel free to shut your eyes. She shakes her head. Had shut eyes my whole life, she says. Never again. When I was a child, dreaming of flying like a bird, I never imagined anything like this. Garrett's legs don't bend, his muscles don't tense. He doesn't push off the ground. Instead, his palms flatten, parallel to the runway, and he simply starts to lift. I know the gravity around him is loosening, a thread being untied. He rises with Nanny strapped close, faster and faster, until he's merely a speck in the sky. And then the thread tightens, pulling the little dot along the earth, up and down in smooth, rolling arcs. Loose, then tight, until they disappear over the nearest ridge. From down here, it almost looks peaceful, but I doubt I'll ever find out firsthand. The jet is flight enough for me. Farley is the first to look away from the horizon and return to the task at hand. She gestures to the rising hill above us, crested with red and gold trees. Shall we? I march ahead in reply, setting a good pace to get us up and over the ridge. According to our now vast collection of maps, the mining village of Rosen should be on the other side. Or at least, what once was Rosen. A coal fire destroyed the place years ago, forcing reds and silvers alike to abandon the valuable, if volatile, mines. According to Ada's readings, it was abandoned overnight, and most likely has a wealth of supplies for us. For now, I intend to pass through, if only to see what we can raid on the way back. The ashen smell hits me first. It clings to the west side of the slope, strengthening with every step we take down the ridge. Farley, Shade, and I are quick to cover our noses with our scarves, but Cal isn't bothered by the heavy perfume of smoke. Well, he wouldn't be. Instead, he sniffs at it, tentative. Still burning, he whispers, eyeing the trees. Unlike the other side of the ridge, the oaks and elms here look dead. Their leaves are few, their trunks gray, and not even weeds grow between their gnarled roots. Somewhere deep. If Cal wasn't with us, I would be afraid of the lingering coal fire. But even the red heat of the mines is no match for him. The prince could wave off an explosion if he wanted, and so we continue on, pleasantly silent in the dying wood. Mine shafts dot the hillside, each one hastily boarded up. One breathes smoke, a dull trail of gray clouds lifting into the hazy sky. Farley fights the urge to investigate, but is quick to climb low branches or rocks. She scouts the area with quiet intensity, always on guard. And always within a few feet of Shade, who never takes his eyes off her. I'm quietly reminded of Julian and Sarah, two dancers moving to music no one else can hear. Rosen is the grayest place I've ever seen. Ash coats the entire village like snow, floating on the air in flurries, hugging the buildings in waist-high drifts. It even blots out the sun, surrounding the village in a permanent cloud of haze. I'm reminded of the techie slums of Greytown, but that foul place still pulsed like a sluggish, blackened heart. This village is long dead, killed by an accident, a spark deep in the mines. Only the main street, a shoddy cross of a few brick storefronts and plank homes, is still standing. The rest has collapsed or burned. I wonder if there's bone dust swirling in the ash we breathe. No electricity. I can't feel anything, not even a light bulb. A cord of tension releases in my chest. Rosen is long gone, and offers us no harm. Check the windows. They follow my example, wiping the glass storefronts with already dirty sleeves. I squint into the smallest of the still-standing buildings, barely a closet squashed between a smashed security outpost and the half-collapsed schoolhouse. When my eyes adjust to the dim light, I realize I'm looking at rows and rows of books. Cluttered onto shelves, thrown into haphazard piles, spilled across the grimy floor. I grin against the glass, dreaming of how many treasures I can bring back for Ada. A smash splinters through my nerves. I whirl to the sound, only to see Farley standing by a storefront window. She holds a piece of wood, and there's glass at her feet. They were trapped, she explains, gesturing into the shop. After a moment, a flock of crows explodes from the broken window. They disappear into the ashen sky, but their cries echo long after they're gone. They sound like children in pain. My colors, Cal swears under his breath, shaking his head in her direction. She only shrugs, smirking. Did I scare you, Your Highness? He opens his mouth to answer, the corners of his mouth pulled in a smile, but someone cuts him off. A voice I don't recognize, coming from a person I've never seen. Not yet, Diana Farley. The man seems to materialize out of the ash. His skin, hair, and clothes are just as gray as the dead village. But his eyes are a luminous, horrifying blood red. Though you will. You all will. Cal calls on his fire, I on my lighting, and Farley raises her gun in the direction of the gray man. None of these things seem to frighten him. Instead, he takes a step forward, and his crimson gaze finds me. Mare Barrow, he sighs, as if my name brings him great pain. His eyes water. I feel like I already know you. None of us move, transfixed by the sight of him. I tell myself it's his eyes, or his long gray hair. His appearance is peculiar, even to us. But that's not what keeps me rooted to the spot. Something else has put me on edge, an instinct I don't understand. Though this man looks bent with age, unable to throw a punch let alone brawl with Cal, I can't help but fear him. Who are you? My quavering voice echoes over the empty village. The gray man tips his head, staring at each of us in turn. With every passing second, his face falls, until I think he might start crying. The new bloods of Pataris are dead. The king waits for you there. Before Cal can open his mouth, to ask what we're all thinking, the gray man holds up a hand. I know because I have seen it, Tiberius. Just like I saw you coming. What do you mean, saw? Farley growls, taking quick steps toward him. Her gun is still tight in her hand, ready to be used. Tell us. Such a temper, Diana, he chides, sidestepping her with surprisingly quick feet. She blinks, perplexed, and lunges, trying to grab him. Again, he dodges. Farley, stop. I surprise even myself with the order. She sneers at me but obeys, circling around so that she's behind the strange man. What's your name, sir? His smile is just as gray as his hair. That is of no consequence. My name isn't on your list. I come from beyond your kingdom's borders. Before I get a chance to ask him how he knows about Julian's list, Farley charges with all her speed, sprinting at the man's back. Though she makes no sound, though he can't see her, he easily steps out of her path. She falls into the ash face first, cursing, but wastes no time getting to her feet. Now she has her gun aimed at his heart. You going to dodge this? She snarls, letting a bullet click into place. I won't have to, he replies with a wry smile. Will I, Miss Barrow? Of course. Farley, leave him be. He's another new blood. You're and I, Cal breathes, taking a few shuffling steps through the ashen street. You can see the future. The man scoffs, waving a hand. And I sees only what they look for. Their sight is narrower than a blade of grass. Again, he fixes us with his sad, scarlet stare. But I see everything. 21. Only when we enter the burned-out husk of the Rosen Tavern does the grey man speak again, introducing himself as we take seats around a charred table. His name is shockingly simple. John. And his presence is the most unsettling thing I've ever felt. Every time he looks at me, with eyes the color of blood, I get the sense that he can see right through my skin, to the twisted thing I used to call a heart. But I keep my thoughts to myself, if only to allow Farley more room to air her grievances. She alternates between grumbling and shouting, arguing that we can't trust this strange man who appeared out of the ash. Once or twice, Shade has to calm her down, putting his hands on her arms to still her. John sits through it all with a tight smile, staring down her oppositions, only speaking when she finally shuts her mouth. The four of you are well known to me, so there's no need for introductions, he says, holding up a hand in Shade's direction. My brother makes a strangled kind of noise, drawing back a little. I found you because I knew where you would be. It was nothing to coordinate my journey with yours, John adds, turning his gaze on Cal. His face whitens in a flush, but John doesn't bother to watch. Instead, he looks to me, and his smile softens a bit. He'll be a good addition, albeit a creepy one. I have no intention of joining you at the Notch, Miss Barrow. Then it's my turn to swallow my tongue. Before I can recover enough to ask, he answers for me again, and it feels like a cold stab to the belly. No, I cannot read your thoughts, but I do see what is to come. For instance, what you say next. I figure I'd save us some time. Efficient, Farley grinds out. She's the only one of us not transfixed by this man. Why don't you just tell us what you came to say and be done with it? Better yet, just tell us what's going to happen. Your instincts serve you well, Diana, he replies, bowing his gray head. Your friends, the Shifter and the Flyer, will return soon. They met resistance at the Patara Security Center, and will need medical attention. Nothing Diana cannot accomplish on your jet. Shade moves to stand from his chair, but John waves him back down. Easy, you have some time yet. The king has no intention to pursue. Why not? Farley raises an eyebrow. The crimson eyes meet mine, waiting for me to answer. Gareth can fly, something no known silver can do. Maven won't want anyone to see that, even his sworn soldiers. Cal nods next to me, knowing his brother as much or as little as I do. He told the kingdom New Bloods didn't exist, and he intends to keep it that way. One of his many mistakes, John muses, his voice dreamy and far away. He probably is, looking into a future none of us can comprehend. But you'll find that out soon enough. I expect Farley to be the one to snarl at more riddles, but Shade beats her to it. He leans forward on his hands, so that he towers over John. Did you come here to show off? Or just to waste our time? I can't help but wonder the same thing. The gray man doesn't flinch, even in the face of my brother's restrained anger. Indeed I did, Shade. A few more miles and Maven's eyes would see you coming. Or would you have liked to walk into his trap? I confess, I can see action, but not thought, and perhaps you wanted to be imprisoned and executed? He looks around at us, his tone shockingly cheerful. One side of his mouth lifts, curving his lips into a half smile. Pataris would have ended in death, and even worse fates. Worse fates. Under the table, Cal's hand closes over my own, as if he feels the tremble of dread coiling in my stomach. Without thought, I open my palm to him, letting his fingers find mine. What worse fates were planned for us, I don't even want to ask. Thank you, John. My voice is thick with fear. For saving us. You saved nothing, Cal says quickly, and his grip tightens. Any decision could have changed what you saw. A misstep in the woods, the beating of a bird's wings. I know how people like you see, and how wrong your predictions can become. John's smile deepens, until it splits his face. That rankles Cal more than anything else, even more than his birth name. I see farther and clearer than any of the silver eyes you've ever met. But it will be your choice to hear what I must say. Although, you do come to believe me, he adds, almost winking. Sometime around your discovery of the jail. Julian Jacos is a friend, is he not? Now both our hands are shaking. He is, I murmur, eyes wide and hopeful. He's still alive, isn't he? Again, John's eyes gloss over. He mutters to himself, words inaudible, and nods occasionally. On the table, his fingers twitch, moving back and forth like a rake through tilled earth. Pushing and pulling, but at what? Yes, he is alive. But he is scheduled for execution, as is, he pauses, thinking. Sarah Skonos. The next moments pass strangely, with John answering all our questions before we can get them past our lips. Maven plans to announce their executions, to set another trap for you and yours. They are being held at Koros prison. It's not abandoned, Tiberius, but rebuilt for silver imprisonment. Silent stone in the walls, diamond glass reinforcements, and military guards. No, that's not all for Julian and Sarah. There are other dissenters within the cells, imprisoned for questioning the new king or crossing his mother. House Larelin has been particularly difficult, as well as House Irel. And the New Blood prisoners are proving to be just as dangerous as the Silvers. New Bloods? Explodes from me, cutting off John as he continues, rapid fire. The ones you never found, the ones you assumed to be dead. They were taken to observe, to examine, but Lord Jacos refused to study them. Even after persuasion. Bile rises in my mouth. Persuasion can only mean torture. There are worse things than pain, Miss Barrow, John says softly. The New Bloods are now at the mercy of Queen Ilara. She intends on using them with precision. His eyes stray to Cal and they share a glance filled with painful understanding. They will be weapons against their own, controlled by the Queen and her kin, if given enough time. And that is a very, very dark road. You must not allow this to happen. His cracked and dirty nails dig into the table, carving deep grooves into the blackened wood. You must not. What happens if we free Julian and the others? I lean forward in my chair. Can you see that? If he's lying, I can't tell. No. I see only the current path, and however far it leads. For example, I see you now, surviving the Pataris trap, only to die 4 days on. You wait too long to assault Koros. Oh wait, it's changed now that I've told you. Another strange, sad smile. This is nonsense, Cal growls, untangling his hand from mine. He stands up from the table, slow and deliberate as rolling thunder. People go crazy listening to predictions like yours, ruined by knowledge of an uncertain future. We have no proof but your word, Farley chimes in. For once, she finds herself in agreement with Cal, and it surprises them both. She kicks back her chair, actions fast and violent. And a few party tricks. Party tricks. Predicting what we're going to say, reading Farley's attacks before she makes them, those are no such thing. But it's easier to believe John is an impossibility. It's why everyone believed Maven's lies about me, about New Bloods. They saw my power with their own eyes, and chose to trust what they could understand, rather than what was true. I'll make them pay for their foolishness, but I won't make their mistake. Something about John rattles me, an instinct tells me have faith, not in the man, but at least in his visions. What he says is true, though his reason for telling us might be less than honorable. His maddening smile flags, twisting into a scowl that betrays a quick temper. I see the crown dripping blood. A storm without thunder. Shadow twisting on a bed of flames. Cal's hand twitches at his side. I see lakes flooding their shores, swallowing men whole. I see a man with one red eye, his coat blue, his gun smoking. Farley beats a fist against the table. Enough. I believe him. The words taste strange. I can't trust my own friends, but here I am, allying myself with a cursed stranger. Cal looks at me like I've grown a second head, his eyes screaming out a question he doesn't dare ask aloud. I can only shrug, and avoid the searing weight of John's red eyes. They rove over me, examining every inch of the Lightning Girl. For the first time in ages, I wish for silk and silver armor, to look like the leader I pretend to be. Instead, I shiver in my threadbare sweater, trying to hide the scars and bones beneath. I'm glad he cannot see my brand, but something tells me he knows about it anyway. Buck up, Mare Barrow. With a great swell of strength, I lift my chin and shift in my chair, effectively turning my back on the others. John smiles in the ashen light. Where is Koros prison? Mare. You can drop me off on the way, I shoot back at Cal, not bothering to watch the verbal blowland. I'm not leaving them to become Ilara's puppets. And I won't abandon Julian, not again. The lines on John's face deepen, speaking of many painful decades. He's younger than I thought, hiding youth beneath the wrinkles and the gray hair. How much has he seen, to make him this way? Everything, I realize. Every horrible or wonderful thing that could ever happen. Death, life, and everything in between. You're exactly who I thought you would be, he murmurs, covering my hands with his own. Veins web beneath his skin, blue and purple and full of red blood. The sight of them brings me such comfort. I'm grateful to have met you. I offer up a thin but obliging smile, the best I can do. Where is the prison? They won't let you go alone. John glances over my shoulder. But we both know that, don't we? A warm blush rises to my cheeks and I have to nod. John mirrors the action before his gaze shifts, landing on the table. The dreamy look returns and he pulls his hands away. He stands up on wavering feet, still watching something we cannot see. Then he sniffs and pulls up his collar, gesturing for us to do the same. Rain, he warns, seconds before a downpour slams into the roof above us. Pity we must walk. I feel like a drowned rat by the time we reach the jet, having hiked straight through mud and torrential rain. John keeps us at a steady pace, even slowing us once or twice, to line things up, as he said. A few seconds after the jet comes into view, I realize what he meant. Gareth tumbles out of the sky, a slowing meteor of wet clothes and blood. He touches down fine, and the bundle in his arms, a baby by the looks of it, springs into midair, transforming before our eyes. Nanny's feet hit the ground hard and she stumbles, dropping to one aged knee. Shade jumps to her side, holding her steady, while Farley pulls Gareth's arm over her shoulder. He gladly puts his weight on her, leaning to compensate for a useless leg dripping blood. Ambush in Pataris, he growls, both in anger and pain. Nanny got away clean, but they surrounded me. Had to upend a city block before I could break off. Even though John assured us there would be no pursuit, I can't help but watch the darkening sky. Every twist of cloud looks like another airjet, but I hear and feel nothing except the distant shivers of thunder. They're not coming, Miss Barrow, John says over the rain. His mad smile has returned. Gareth glances at him, confused, but nods along. I don't think anyone followed, he says, trailing into a growl of pain. Farley adjusts her grip on Gareth, taking on almost his entire weight. Even though she helps him toward the jet, her focus is on John. Was the little beast there? Gareth nods. Sentinels were, so the king couldn't have been far, but... She curses, but I don't know who she's angrier at. Maven for ambushing our friends, or John for being right. Leg looks worse than it is, John calls over the rain. He points at Gareth as Farley helps him up the ramp and onto the jet. Then his finger waves to Nanny, still crouched against shade. She's bone-tired and cold. Blankets should do. I'm not some old coot to be wrapped up and shut away, Nanny snarls from the ground. She gets to her feet as quickly as she can, burning a glare at John. Let me walk, Shade, or I'll scold you into oblivion. Your call, Nanny, Shade mumbles, fighting a smirk as she struts by him. He gives her enough room to move, but is never more than an arm's length away. Nanny proudly stalks into the jet, her head held high and back ramrod straight. You did that on purpose, Cal growls as he shoulders past John. He doesn't bother to look back, even when John barks a laugh at his retreating form. And it worked, he says, low enough so that only I can hear. Trust the vision, not the man. A good lesson to learn. Cal's got a thing against mind games, I warn, raising one pointed hand. A spark of lightning runs down my finger. The threat is plain as day. And so do I. I don't play games. John shrugs, tapping the side of his head. Even when I was boy. This made it a bit hard to find competition, you see. That's not. I know what you meant, Miss Barrow. His placid smile, once unsettling, has become frustrating. I spin on my heel, making for the jet, but after a few quick steps, I realize John isn't following. He stares into the rain, but his eyes are wide and bright. A vision has not taken hold. He's just standing still, enjoying the feel of cold, clean water washing the ash from his skin. This is where I leave you. The pulse of the jet spooling to life echoes in my rib cage, but it feels distant, unimportant. I can only stare at John. In the dimming light of the rainstorm, he looks like he's fading away. Gray as the ash, gray as the rain, fleeting as both. I thought you were going to help us with the prison? Desperation floods my voice, and I let it. John doesn't seem to mind, so I try another tactic. Maven's hunting for you too. He's killing all of us, and he'll kill you when he gets the chance. That makes him laugh so hard he doubles. You think I don't know the moment I die? I do, Miss Barrow, and it will not be at the king's hands. My teeth gnash together in irritation. How can he leave? All the others chose to fight. Why won't he? You know I can make you come with us. In the gray downpour, my lightning seems to spark twice as brightly. Purple-white, hissing in the rain, it twists between my fingers and sends shivers of pleasure up my spine. Again, John smiles. I know you can, and I know you won't. But take heart, Miss Barrow. We will meet again. He tips his head, thinking. Yes, we will. I'm only doing what I promised. I'm giving him a choice. Still, it takes all I have not to drag him onto the jet. We need you, John. But he's already begun to back away. Every step makes him harder to see. Trust me when I say you don't. I leave with you these instructions: fly to the outskirts of Syracuse, to Little Sword Lake. Protect what you find there, or your imprisoned friends are as good as dead. Syracuse, Little Sword Lake. I repeat the words until they commit to memory. Not tomorrow, not tonight, but now. You must fly now. The roar of the jet expands, until the air itself vibrates with strain. What are we looking for? I shout over the din, putting up one hand to shield my face from the spinning rain. It stings, but I squint through it, if only to see the last silhouette of the gray man. You'll know. Comes out of the rain. And tell Diana, when she doubts. Tell her the answer to her question is yes. What question? But he ticks a finger, almost scolding. Attend to your own fate, Mare Barrow. And that is? To rise. And rise alone. It echoes like the howl of a wolf. I see you as you could become, no longer the lightning, but the storm. The storm that will swallow the world entire. For a split second, it looks like his eyes are glowing. Red against gray, burning through me, to look into every future. His lips curve into that maddening smile, letting his teeth gleam in the silver light. And then he's gone. When I stomp aboard the jet alone, Cal has the good sense to let me simmer in my anger. Only despair drowns out my rage. Rise alone. Alone. I dig my nails into my palm, trying to chase the sadness with pain. Fates can change. Farley is not so tactful as Cal. She looks up from bandaging Gareth's leg, her fingers sticky with scarlet blood, and sneers. Good, we didn't need the old loon anyways. That old loon could have won this war outright. Shade cuffs her lightly on the shoulder, earning a dark glare. Think of what he can do with his ability. From the pilot's seat, Cal glowers. He's done enough. He watches me take the chair next to him, seething all the while. You really want to storm a secret prison built for people like us? Would you rather let Julian die? No answer but for a low hiss. That's what I thought. All right, then, he sighs, easing the jet into a crawl. The wheels bump beneath us, rolling over uneven road. We have to regroup, get a plan together. Anyone who wants to come is welcome, but no kids. No kids, I agree. My mind flashes to Luther and the other new blood children back at the notch. Too young to fight, but not young enough to be spared from Maven's hunt. They won't like being left behind, but I know how Cal cares for them. He won't allow any of them to see the wrong side of a gun. Whatever you're talking about, I'm in. Gareth looks at us around Farley, his teeth gritted against the pain in his leg. Though I'd like to know what it is I'm signing up for. Scoffing, Nanny swats at him one bony hand. Just because you're shot in the leg doesn't mean you can stop paying attention. It's a prison break. Too right, Nan, Farley agrees. And a goose chase if you ask me. Going on the word of a madman. That stills even Nanny's jokes. She fixes me with a stare only a grandmother could summon. Is that true, Mare? Madman's a bit harsh, Shade mutters, but he doesn't deny what they're all thinking. I'm the only one who believes John, and they trust me enough to follow that faith. He was right about Pataris, and everything else he said. Why would he lie about the jail? Rise and rise alone. He didn't lie. My shout silences them all, until there's only the rumble of jet engines. They rise to a familiar dull roar that shudders through the craft, and soon the pavement beneath us falls away. Rain spatters against the windows, making it impossible to see, but Cal's too good to let us drop. After a few moments, we burst through the gunmetal clouds and into bright midday sun. It's like throwing off an iron weight. Take us to Little Sword Lake, I murmur. John said we would find something there, something that will help. I expect more arguments, but no one dares cross me. It's not wise to annoy a lightning girl when you're flying in a metal tube. Thunder rolls beneath us, in the clouds below, a harbinger of the lightning churning in the rainstorm. Great bolts strike the land, and I feel each one as an extension of myself. Fluid but sharp as glass, burning through everything in their way. The little sword is not far, on the northern edge of the storm, and it reflects the steadily clearing sky like a mirror. Cal circles once, high enough and deep enough in the clouds to hide our presence, before he spots a runway half buried in the forested hills around the lake. When we touch down, I all but leap from my seat, though I have no idea what I'm looking for. Shade is close behind me as I sprint down the jet ramp, eager to get to the lake. It's a mile north, if memory serves, and I let my inner compass take hold. But I barely make it to the tree line before a familiar sound stops me cold. The click of a gun. 22. She's holding the pistol wrong. Even I know that. It's too big for her, made of shimmering black metal, with a barrel nearly a foot long. Better suited to a trained soldier rather than a shivering, slight teenage girl. A soldier, I realize with cold clarity. A silver. It's the same kind of gun a sentinel shot me with, so long ago in the cells deep beneath the Hall of the Sun. The bullet felt like a blow from a hammer and went straight through my spine. I would have died if not for Julian and a blood healer under his control. In spite of my ability, I raise my hands, palms open in surrender. I'm the lightning girl, but I'm not bulletproof. But she takes this as a threat instead of submission, and tenses, her finger itching too close to the trigger. Don't move, she hisses, daring to take another step toward me. Her skin, the dark, rich color of blackwood bark, offers her perfect camouflage in the forest. And yet, I see the red bloom beneath, and the tiny scarlet veins webbing the whites of each eye. I gasp to myself. She's red. Don't bleeding think about it. I won't, I tell her, tipping my head. But I can't speak for him. Her brows furrow in confusion. She doesn't have time to be afraid. Shade appears behind her, solidifying out of thin air, and wraps her up in an expert military hold. The gun falls from her grasp, and I snatch it before it can hit the rocky ground. She fights, snarling, but with Shade's arms firmly locked behind her head, she can't do much more than sink to her knees. He follows, keeping her firmly in hand, his mouth set in a grim line. A scrawny girl is no match for him. The gun feels foreign in my hand. It's not my chosen form of weapon, I've never even shot one before. I almost laugh at that. To come so far without even firing a gun. Get your silver hands off me. She growls, struggling against Shade's grip. She's not strong, but slippery, with long, lean muscles. Keeping her still is like holding on to an eel. I won't go back, I won't. You'll have to kill me. Sparks crackle in my empty hand, while the other still clutches the gun. The sight of my lightning freezes her immediately. Only her eyes move, widening in fear. Her tongue darts out, wetting dry and cracked lips. Knew I recognized you. Cal's heat outruns his body, enveloping me in a pocket of warmth moments before he skids to my side. His fingertips burn blue with fear, but his flames recede at the sight of the girl. I got you a present, I mutter, pressing the gun into his hand. He glares at it, seeing exactly what I saw. How did you get this? He asks, dropping to a crouch so he can look her in the eye. His manner, cold and firm, takes me back to the last time I watched him interrogate someone. The memory of Farley's screams and frozen blood still turns my stomach. When she doesn't answer, he tightens, a coil of hard muscle. This gun? How? I took it. She rages back, squirming. Her joints crack with the action. I wince with her, and lock eyes with my brother. Let her be, Shade. I think we can handle this fine. He nods, glad to let go of the wriggling teenager, and releases her. She pitches forward, but catches herself before eating dirt. She skirts away from Cal's attempt to help. Don't touch me, Lordy. She looks liable to bite, her teeth bared and gleaming. Lordy? He mutters under his breath, now just as confused as the girl. Above her, Shade narrows his eyes in realization. Lordy. High Lords, Silvers. It's slum slang, he explains for our benefit. What town are you from? He asks her, his tone much kinder than Cal's. It takes her off guard, and she glances at him, her black eyes darting in fear. But she keeps looking back at me, transfixed by the thin spindles of sparks between my fingers. Newtown, she finally replies. They took me from Newtown. Now it's my turn to bend, so I can look at her fully. She seems like my opposite, long and lean where I am short, her braided hair a gleaming oil black while mine fades from brown to splinters of gray. She's younger than me, I can see it in her face. Maybe 15 or 16, but her eyes speak of weariness beyond her short years. Her fingers are long and crooked, probably broken by machinery too many times to count. If she's from the Newtown slum, she's a techie, doomed to work the factories and assembly lines of a city born in smoke. There are tattoos on her neck, but nothing so superfluous as Cranes's anchor. Numbers, I realize. NTARSM 188907. Big and blocky, 2 inches high, wrapping halfway around her throat. Not pretty, is it, Lightning Girl? She sneers, noting my gaze. Disdain drips from her words like venom from fangs. But you don't like to bother with ugly things. Her tone grates, and I'm tempted to show her exactly how ugly I can be. Instead, I hearken back to my court training and do what so many did to me. I smirk in her face, laughing quietly. I hold the cards here, and she needs to know it. Her expression sours, annoyed by my reaction. You took this from a silver? Cal presses on, gesturing to the gun. His disbelief is plain for all to hear. Who helped you? No one helped. You should know that firsthand, she throws back. Had to do it all myself. Guard Egri didn't see me coming. What? Only my lessons with Lady Blonos keep me from gasping outright. A soldier of House Egri. The House of Eyes. Any one of them can see the immediate future, like lesser versions of John. It's almost impossible for a silver to attack them without them knowing, let alone a red girl. Impossible. She only shrugs. Thought silvers were supposed to be tough, but she was nothing. And fighting was better than waiting around in my cell. For whatever they had planned. Cell. I fall back on my heels, leveled by understanding. You escaped from Koro's prison. Her eyes fly to mine, and her lower lip quivers. It's the only indication of the fear coursing beneath her enraged exterior. Cal's hand finds my elbow, steadying me. What's your name? He asks, his tone taking on a gentler edge. He treats her like a spooked animal, and that provokes her like nothing else. She stands quickly, fists clenched, making the veins stand out in arms scarred by years of factory work. Her eyes narrow, and for a moment, I think she might bolt. Instead, she digs her feet into the dirt and straightens her spine with pride. My name is Cameron Cole, and if you don't mind, I'm going to be on my way. She's taller than me, as graceful and elegant as any lady of court. My head barely reaches her chin when I draw myself up to my full height, but the flicker of fear is still in her. She knows exactly who and what I am. Cameron Cole, I repeat. Julian's list floods my thoughts, her name and information with it. And then, the records from Harbor Bay, more detailed than Julian's findings. I feel quite like Ada when I spit back what I remember, my words quick and sure. Born January 3, 305, in Newtown. Occupation, apprentice mechanic, indentured by assembly and repair, small manufacturing sector. Address, Unit 48, Block 12, Residence Sector, Newtown. Blood type, not applicable. Gene mutation, strain unknown. Her mouth falls open, letting loose a tiny gasp. Does that sound right? She can barely nod her head in agreement. Her whisper is even weaker. Yes. Shade whistles under his breath. Damn, John, he murmurs, shaking his head. I nod at him, agreeing. What he sent us to find wasn't in it at all, but a who. You're a new blood, Cameron. Just like Shade and me. Red-blooded, with silver abilities. That's why they locked you up in Koros, and that's why you were able to escape. Whatever ability you have set you free, so you could find us. I take a step toward her, meaning to embrace my new blood sister, but she darts away from my touch. I didn't escape to find you, she spits. I smile as best I can for her, trying to put her at ease. After so many recruits, the words come out easy. I know exactly what to say, and exactly how she'll respond. It's always the same. You don't have to come, of course, but you'll die alone. King Maven will find you again. Another step back, shocking me. She sneers, shaking her head. The only place I'm going is the choke, and not you or your lightning can stop me. The choke? I exclaim, perplexed. Next to me, Cal tries his best to be civil. His best isn't very good. Idiocy, he snaps. The choke has more silvers than you know, each one instructed to arrest or kill you on sight. If you're lucky, they'll take you back to prison. The side of her mouth twitches. The choke has my twin brother and 5,000 others like him marching right into a grave. They'd have me too if it weren't for whatever it is that put me in prison. You might be all right with abandoning your own, but I'm not. Her breath comes hard and harsh. I almost see the scales tipping back and forth in her head, weighing her options. She's easy to read, wearing her thoughts and emotions plainly in every twitch of her face. I don't flinch when she runs, sprinting into the trees. We don't follow, and I feel Shade and Cal watching me, waiting for what to do next. I told myself I would give everyone a choice. I let John go, even though we needed him. But something tells me we need Cameron even more, and that the young girl can't be trusted, not with a decision this monumental. She doesn't know how important she is, no matter her ability. She got out of Koros somehow, and she's going to get us back in. Grab her, I whisper. It feels wrong. Shade disappears with a grim nod. Deep in the woods, Cameron screams. I had to trade seats with Farley, letting her take my pilot's chair so I can sit across from Cameron and keep an eye on her. She's firmly strapped in, with her hands bound in a spare safety belt. That, paired with our current altitude, should be enough to keep her from bolting again. But I'm not willing to take such a chance. For all I know, she can fly or survive a fall from an airjet. As much as I want to use the journey back to the notch to catch up on much-needed sleep, I keep my eyes open, meeting her glare with as much fire as I can muster. She chose wrong, I tell myself every time the guilt creeps up. We need her, and she's worth too much to lose. Nanny babbles at her side, regaling her with tales of the notch as well as her own life story. I half expect her to pull out the weathered photographs of her grandchildren, as she always does, but Cameron stands firm where none of us could. Even the kindly old woman cannot get through to the scowling girl, who stays silent and staring at her feet. What's your ability, dear? Superhuman rudeness? She finally scoffs, fed up with being ignored. That gets Cameron to at least turn her head, wrenching her eyes off the floor. She opens her mouth to sneer back, but instead of an old woman, she finds herself staring at her own face. Stop the line. She curses, letting loose more of her slum slang. Her eyes widen and her bound hands squirm, trying to get free. Is anyone else seeing this? I chuckle darkly to myself, not bothering to hide my smirk. Leave it to Nanny to scare the girl into speaking. Nanny can shift her appearance, I tell her. Gareth manipulates gravity. He waves from his makeshift stretcher fixed to the side of the plane. And you already know about the rest. I'm useless, Farley chirps from her seat. A blade flicks back and forth in her hands, betraying exactly how wrong she is. Cameron snorts, her eyes following the knife as it flashes. Just like me. There isn't a shred of pity in her voice, only fact. Not true. I pat Julian's journal at my side. You got past an I, in case you've forgotten. Well, that's all I've ever done, or will ever do. The straps around her arms twist, but hold firm. You grabbed a nobody, lighting girl. You don't want to waste your time on me. Coming from anyone else, it might sound sad, but Cameron is smarter than that. She thinks I don't see what she's doing. But no matter what she says, no matter how useless she tries to make herself seem, I won't believe it. Her name is on the list, and that's no mistake. Maybe she doesn't know what she is yet, but we will certainly find out. I'm not blind either. Even while I hold her challenging stare, letting her think she has me fooled, I'm aware of her deeper game. Her able fingers, trained on a factory floor, work at her bindings with slow but sure efficiency. If I don't keep an eye on her, it won't be long until she twists out of her restraints. You know Koros better than any of us. As I speak, Nanny morphs back to her usual self. That's enough for me. You got a mind reader here then? 'Cause that's the only way you're getting a bleeding word out of me. I half expect her to spit at my feet. Despite my best efforts, I find myself losing my patience. You're either useless or you're resistant. Pick one. She raises an eyebrow, surprised by my tone. If you're going to lie, you might as well do it properly. The corner of her mouth twitches, betraying a wicked grin. Forgot you know all about that. I hate children. Don't act so high and mighty, she presses on, throwing words like daggers. Besides her voice, the drone of the jet fills the air. The others are listening intently, Cal most of all. I expect to feel heat rise at any moment. You're no lordy lady now, no matter how many of us you try to order around. Betting a princeling doesn't make you queen of the heap. Lights flicker over her head, the only indication of my anger. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Cal tighten his grip on the jet controls. Like me, he's doing his best to keep calm and reasonable. But this bitch insists on making it so difficult. Why couldn't John send us a map instead? Cameron, you're going to tell us how you escaped that prison. Lady Blonos would be proud of my composure. You're going to tell us what it looks like, where the cells are, where the guards are, where they keep the silvers, the new bloods, and everything else you'll remember, down to the last bleeding nail. Is that clear, Dot? She flicks one of her many braids over her shoulder. It's the only thing she can move without straining against her many belts and straps. What's in it for me, then? Innocence. I heave a breath. You keep running your mouth and you leave all those prisoners to their fate. John's words float back to me, a haunting echo of a warning. To die, or face worse. I'm saving you from the guilt of that. A guilt I know too well. There's a slow pressure at my shoulder, shade. Leaning into me, letting me know he's there. A brother in blood and arms, another to share in victory and blame. But instead of agreeing, as any rational person should, Cameron looks even angrier than before. Her face darkens, a thundercloud of emotion. Can't believe you've got the stones to say that. You, who abandoned so many after you sentenced them to the trenches. Cal's had enough. He slams a fist onto the arm of his chair. It echoes bluntly. That wasn't her order. But it was your fault. You and your stupid band of ratty red rags. She tosses a glare at Farley, cutting off any retort she might throw. Gambling with our families, our lives, while you ran and hid in the woods. And now you think you're some kind of hero, flying around saving everyone you think is special, who's worth the Lightning Girl's precious time. I bet you walk right through the slums and the poor villages. I bet you don't even see what you've done to us. The blood rises with her anger, coloring her cheeks in a dark, lurid flush. I can't do much more than stare. New bloods, silver bloods, red bloods, it's all the same, all over again. Some who are special, some who are better than the rest, and the ones who still have nothing at all. Sickness rolls in my belly, a foreboding wave of dread. What do you mean? Division. Favoring one over the other. You're on the hunt for people like you, to protect them, to train them, to make them fight your war. Not because they want to, but because you need them. What about those kids going to fight? You don't care about them at all. You trade them all for another walking, whining spark plug. The lights flicker again, faster than before. I feel every revolution of the jet engines, despite their blinding speed. The sensation is maddening. I'm trying to save people from Maven. He's going to turn new bloods into weapons, which will end in more death, more blood. You're doing exactly what they did. She points her bound hands at Cal. They shake with anger. I know the feeling, and try to hide the tremors of rage in my own fingers. Mare. Cal's warning falls on deaf ears, drowned out by my thundering pulse. Cameron spits venom. She's enjoying this. An age ago, when the Silvers were new. When they were few, hunted by the people who thought they were too different. My hands grip the edge of my seat, digging into something solid. Control. Now the jet whines in my ear, a screech to split bone. We bounce in the air, and Gareth yelps, clutching at his leg. Cameron, stop. Farley shouts, her hands flying to her belts. They unsnap in rapid succession. If you don't shut yourself up, I will. But Cameron only has eyes, and anger, for me. Look where that road led, she growls, leaning as far as her straps will allow. Before I know it, I'm on my feet, my balance unsteady as the jet sways. I can barely hear her over the metallic shrieks bouncing around my skull. Her hands are out of her bindings, unfastening her belts with striking precision. She jumps up to stand, snarling into my face. 100 years from now a new blood king will sit the throne you built him on the skulls of children. Something tears inside me. It's the barrier between human and animal, between sense and madness. Suddenly I've forgotten the jet, the altitude, and everyone else relying on my weakening control. I can think only of educating this brat, of showing exactly who and what we're trying to save. When my fist collides with her jaw, I expect to see sparks spread over her skin, dragging her down to the floor. There's nothing but my bruised knuckles. She stares, just as surprised as me. All around us, the flickering lights return to normal and the jet levels out. The whine in my head abruptly cuts off, as if a blanket of silence has fallen over my senses. It hits like a punch in the gut, dropping me to one knee. Shade has my arm in a second, clutching with brotherly concern. Are you okay? What's wrong? In the cockpit, Cal glances between me and his control panel, his head whipping back and forth. Stabilized, he mutters, though I'm anything but. Mare. Not me. A cold sweat breaks across my brow, and I fight the sudden urge to be sick. My breath comes in short pants, like the air is being pressed from my lungs. Something is smothering me. Her. She takes a step back, too shocked to lie. Her mouth falls open in fear. I didn't do anything. I didn't, I bleeding swear it. You didn't mean to, Cameron. That might surprise her most of all. Just calm yourself, just stop, I can't breathe, I really can't breathe. My grip tightens on Shade, nails digging in. Panic spikes through my nerves, alone without my lightning. He takes my full weight on his bad shoulder, ignoring the slight twinge of pain. At least Shade is smart enough to know what I'm trying to say. You're silencing her, Cameron. You're shutting her abilities down, you're shutting her down. I can't, how? Her dark eyes are full of terror. My vision spots, but I see Cal blunder past. Cameron flinches away from him, as any person in their right mind would, but Cal knows what to do. He's coached the children, and me, through similar episodes of superhuman chaos. Let go, he says, firm and steady. No coddling, but no anger. Breathe, in through the nose, out through the mouth. Let go of what you're holding. Please let go. Please let go. My breath comes in gasps, each one shallower than the last. Let her go, Cameron. It's as if a boulder has been placed on my chest and is pressing me to death, squeezing out any semblance of myself. Let her go. I'm trying. Easy. I'm trying. Her voice is softer, more controlled. I'm trying. Cal nods, his motion smooth as rolling waves. That's it. That's it. Another gasp, but this time the air sears into my lungs. I can breathe again. My senses are dull, but returning. They increase with every strengthening beat of my heart. That's it, Cal says again, looking over his shoulder. His eyes find mine, and a thread of tension releases between us. That's it. I don't hold his gaze long. I have to look at Cameron, at her fear. She squeezes her eyes shut and furrows her brow in concentration. A single tear escapes, trailing down her cheek, and her hands massage the tattoo at her neck. She is only 15. She doesn't deserve this. She shouldn't have to be so afraid of herself. I'm all right, I force out, and her eyes snap open. Before she slams shut the walls to her heart, relief flashes across her face. It doesn't last long. This doesn't change how I feel, Barrow. If I could stand, I would. But my muscles still tremble with weakness. You want to do this to someone else? To your brother when you find him? There it is. The bargain we must make. She knows it too. You get us into Koros, and we'll make sure you know how to use your ability. We'll make you the deadliest person in the world. I fear I will regret those words. 23. My voice echoes strangely in the wide entrance chamber of the safe house. The storm from the rift has caught up with us, and a heavy mix of snow and freezing rain howls on the other side of the dirt wall. Cold comes with it, but Cal does his best to chase it away. The inhabitants of the notch huddle together, trying to warm themselves over the campfire he kindled on the floor. Every eye catches the firelight, becoming too many red and orange jewels. They flicker with every twist of flame, always staring at me. 15 pairs in all. In addition to Cameron, Cal, Farley, and my brother, the adults of the notch have come to hear what I have to say. Sitting next to Ada are Ketha, Herrick, and Nix. Fletcher, a skin healer immune to pain, extends his pale hands too close to the fire. Gareth pulls him back before his skin can burn. There's also Darmian, invulnerable as Nix, and Laurie from the rocky islands of Kentasport. Even Killorn graces us with his presence, sitting firmly between his hunting partners, Cranes and Farah. Thankfully there are no children present. They will have no part in this, and continue on in whatever safety I can give. Nanny keeps them in their room, amusing them with her transformations, while anyone over 16 listens to me explain everything we learned on the way to Pataris. They sit in rapt attention, faces pulled in shock or fear or determination. John said 4 days would be too long. So we must do it in 3. 3 days to storm a prison, 3 days to plan. I had more than a month of hard training with the Silvers, and years before that on the streets of the stilts. Cal is a soldier from birth, Shade spent more than a year in the army, and Farley is a captain in her own right, though she has no abilities of her own. But the others? As I look on the collected strength of the notch, my resolve wavers. If only we had more time. Ada, Gareth, and Nix are our best chances, having abilities best suited to a raid, not to mention the most time training at the notch. The others are powerful. Ketha can obliterate an object with the blink of an eye, but woefully inexperienced. They've been here for a few days or weeks at most, coming from gutters and forgotten villages where they were nothing and no one. Sending them to fight will be like putting a child behind the wheel of a transport. They'll be a danger to everyone, especially themselves. Everyone knows it's foolish, an impossibility, but no one says so. Even Cameron has the good sense to keep her mouth shut. She glares into the fire, refusing to look up. I can't watch her for long. She makes me too angry, and too sad. She's exactly what I was trying to avoid. Farley finds her voice first. Even if that John character spoke true about his abilities, there's no proof what he told us isn't a lie. She leans forward, cutting a sharp silhouette against the pit of fire. He could be an agent of Maven's. He said Ilara was going to start controlling Newbloods. What if she was controlling him? Using him to lure us? He said Maven would set a trap. Maybe this is it. With a sinking feeling, I see a few nod along with her. Cranes, Farah, and Fletcher. I expect Killorn to side with his hunting crew, but he keeps still and silent. Like Cameron, he won't look at me. Warmth breaks against me on all sides. From the fire ahead, and Cal behind, leaning against the dirt wall. He radiates like a furnace, but is quiet as the grave. He knows better than to speak. Many here tolerate him only because of me, or the children, or both. I cannot rely on him to win soldiers. I must do that myself. I believe him. The words feel so foreign in my mouth, but they are stone solid. These people insist on treating me like a leader, so I will act like one. And I'll convince them to follow. I'm going to Koro's trap or not. The new bloods there face two fates, to die, or be used by the puppeteer everyone calls the queen. Both are unacceptable. Murmurs of agreement roll through the ones I'm trying to win over. Gareth leads them, bobbing his head in a show of loyalty. He saw John with his own eyes, and needs no more convincing than I do. I won't make anyone go. Like before, you all have a choice in this. Cameron shakes her head slightly, but says nothing. Shade keeps close to her, always within arm's reach, in case she decides to do something else stupid. It will not be easy, but it is not impossible. If I say it enough, I might start to believe it myself. How's that? Cranes pipes up. If I heard you right, that prison was built to keep people like you shut up. It's not just bars and locked doors you'll have to get through. There'll be eyes at every gate, a fleet of silver officers, an armory, cameras, silent stone, and that's only if you're lucky, Lightning Girl. Next to him, Fletcher swallows thickly. He might not be able to feel pain, but the pale, fleshy man can certainly feel fear. And what if you're not? Ask her. I tip my head toward Cameron. She escaped. Gasps ripple through the crowd as if they were the surface of a pond. Now I'm not the one they're staring at, and it feels good to relax a little. In contrast, Cameron tightens, her long limbs seeming to fold inward, shielding her from their many eyes. Even Killorn looks up, but not at Cameron. His gaze trails past her, finding me as I lean back against the wall. And all my relief washes away, replaced by a twist of some emotion I can't place. Not fear, not anger. No, this is something else. Longing. In the shifting firelight, with the storm outside, I can pretend we're a boy and girl huddled beneath a stilt house, seeking refuge from autumn's howl. Would that someone could control the span of time, and bring me back to those days? I would hold on to them jealously, instead of whining about the cold and hunger. Now I'm just as cold, just as hungry, but no blanket can warm me, no food can sate me. Nothing will ever be the same. It's my own fault. And Killorn followed me into this nightmare. Does she speak? Crane sneers when he gets tired of waiting for Cameron to open her mouth. Farley chuckles. Too much for my taste. Go on, Cole, tell us everything you remember. I expect Cameron to snap again, maybe even bite Farley on the nose, but an audience calms her temper. She sees my trick, but that doesn't stop it from working. There are too many hopeful eyes, too many willing to step in harm's way. She can't ignore them now. It's past Delphi, she sighs. Her eyes cloud with painful memory. Somewhere near the wash, so close you can almost smell the radiation. The wash forms the southern border of Norta, a natural divide from Piedmont and the silver princes that reign there. Like Nersey, the wash is a land of ruin, too far gone for silvers to reclaim. Not even the Scarlet Guard dares walk there, where radiation is not a deception, and the smoke of 1,000 years still lingers. They kept us isolated, Cameron continues. One to each cell, and many didn't have enough strength to do anything other than lie on their cots. Something about that place made the others sick. Silent stone. I answer her unasked question, because I remember the same feeling all too well. Twice I've been in such a cell, and twice it leached my strength away. Not much light, not much food. She shifts on her seat, eyes narrowed against the flames. Couldn't talk much either. Guards didn't like us speaking, and they were always on patrol. Sometimes sentinels came and took people away. Some were too weak to walk and had to be dragged along. I don't think the block was full, though. I saw lots of empty cells in there. Her breath catches. More every bleeding day. Describe it, the structure, Farley says. She nudges Herrick and I understand her line of thinking. We were in our own block, the new bloods taken out of the Beacon region. It was a big square, with 4 flights of cells lining the walls. There were catwalks connecting the different levels, all tangled, and the magnetrons pulled them back at night. Same with the cells, if they had to open them. Magnetrons all over, she curses, and I don't blame her for her anger. There were no men like Lucas Samos in the prison, no kind magnetrons like the one who died for me in Archeon. No windows, but there was a skylight in the ceiling. Small, but enough to let us see the sun for a few minutes. Like this? Herrick asks, and rubs his hands together. Before our eyes, one of his illusions appears above the campfire, an image turning slowly. A box made of faint green lines. As my eyes adjust to what I'm seeing, I realize it's a rough, three-dimensional outline of Cameron's prison block. She stares at it, eyes flickering over every inch of the illusion. "Whiter," she murmurs, and Herrick's fingers jump. The illusion responds. 2 more catwalks. 4 gates on the top level, 1 in each wall. Herrick does as he's told, manipulating the image until she's satisfied. He almost smiles. This is easy for him, a simple game, like drawing. We stare at the rough picture in silence, each one of us trying to puzzle out a way in. "A pit," Farah moans, dropping her head in her hands. Indeed, the prison block looks just like a square, sharp hole. Ada is less gloomy, and more interested in dissecting as much of the prison as she can. "Where do the gates lead?" With a sigh, Cameron's shoulders slump. "More blocks." "How many total?" "I don't know. I got through 3 in a line before I was out." The illusion changes, adding blocks onto the sides of Cameron's. The sight feels like a punch in the gut. So many cells, so many gates. So many places for us to stumble and fall. But Cameron escaped. Cameron, who has no training and no idea how much she can do. "You said there were silvers in the prison." Cal speaks for the first time since we began the meeting, and his mood is dark indeed. He won't step into the circle of firelight. For a moment, he looks the shadow Maven always claimed to be. "Where?" A barking, angry laugh, harsh as stone against steel, escapes from Nyx. He jabs an accusing finger in the air, stabbing. "Why? You want to let your friends out of their cages? Send them back to their mansions and tea parties? Bah, let them rot." He waves a veined hand in Cal's direction, and his laughter turns cold as the autumn storm. "You should leave this one behind, Mare. Better yet, send him away. He's got no mind to protect anything but his own." My mouth moves faster than my brain, but this time, they're in agreement. "Every single one of you knows that's a lie. Cal has bled for us all, and protected each of us, not to mention trained most of you. If he's asking about the other silvers and Koros, he has a reason, and it is not to free them." "Actually." I spin, eyes wide, and surprise echoes over the room. "You do want to free them? Think about it. They're locked up because they defied Maven, or Elara, or both. My brother came to the throne under strange circumstances, and many, many, will not believe the lie his mother tells. Some are smart enough to lie low, to bide their time, but others are not. Their court schemes end in a cell. And of course, there are those like my uncle Julian, who taught Mare what she was. He aided the Scarlet Guard, saved Killorn and Farley from execution, and his blood is blinding silver. He's in that prison too, with others who believe in an equality beyond the colors of blood. They're not our enemies, not right now," he replies. He uncrosses his arms, gesturing madly, trying to make us understand what the soldier in him sees. "If we set them all loose on Koros, it'll be chaos. They'll attack the guards and do everything they can to get out. It's a better distraction than any of us can give." Even Nyx deflates, cowed by the quick and decisive suggestion. Though he hates Cal, blaming him for the death of his daughters, he can't deny this is a good plan. Perhaps the best we might come up with. Besides, Cal adds, retreating back into the shadow. This time, his words are meant only for me. "Julian and Sarah will be with the Silvers, not the New Bloods." Oh. In my haste, I'd actually forgotten, somehow, that their blood was not the same color as mine. That they are silver too. Cal presses on, trying to explain. "Remember what they are, and how they feel. They are not the only ones who see the ruin in this world. Not the only ones." Logic tells me he must be right. After all, in my own limited time with Silvers, I met Julian, Cal, Sarah, and Lucas, for Silvers who were not so cruel as I believed them to be. There must be more. Like the New Bloods of Norda, Maven is eliminating them, throwing both dissenters and political opponents into jail to waste away and be forgotten. Cameron worries at her lip, teeth flashing. "The silver blocks are the same as ours, staggered in like a patchwork. 1 silver, 1 new blood, silver, new blood, and so on." "Checkered," Cal mutters, nodding along. "Keep them separated from each other. Easier to control, easier to fight." "And your escape?" "They walked us once a week, to keep us from dying. Some guard laughed about it, said the cells would kill us if they didn't let us out a bit. The rest could hardly shuffle along, let alone fight, but not me. The cells didn't make me sick." "Because they don't affect you," Ada says, her voice controlled and even and gently correct. She sounds so much like Julian it makes me jump. For a blistering second, I'm back in his classroom full of books, and I'm the one being examined. Your silencing abilities are so strong that the normal measures don't work. A cancelling effect, I think. One form of silence against another. Cameron just shrugs, uninterested. Sure. So you slipped away on the walk, Cal mutters, more to himself than anyone else. He's thinking this through, putting himself in Cameron's position, imagining the prison as she escaped, so he can figure out a way to break in. The eyes couldn't see what you planned to do, so they couldn't stop you. They guarded the gates, yes? She bobs her head in agreement. One watched every cell block. Took his gun, put my head down, and ran. Cranes lets out a low whistle, impressed by her boldness. But Cal is not so blinded, and pushes further. What about the gates themselves? Only a magnetron can open them. At that, Cameron cracks a brittle smile. Seems Silvers are no longer stupid enough to leave command of every cell and gate to a handful of metal manipulators. There's a key switch, to open the doors in case you don't have a magnetron around, or to shut them with stone sliders, if one decides not to play nice. This is my doing, I realize. I used Lucas against the cells in the Hall of the Sun. Maven is taking steps to make sure another can't do the same. Cal cuts a glance at me, thinking exactly the same thing. And you have the key? She shakes her head, gesturing instead to her neck. The tattoo there is black, darker even than her skin. It marks her as a techie, a slave to the factories and smoke. I'm a mechanic. She waggles her crooked fingers. Switches got gears and wires. Only an idiot needs a key to get those working right. Cameron might be a pain, but she's certainly useful. Even I have to admit that. I was conscripted, even though we had jobs in Newtown, she continues, dropping her tone. The prison, Cameron, I tell her. We have to focus. Everyone works there, and it used to be we couldn't join the army, even if we wanted. She speaks over me, her voice stronger and louder. To compete would devolve into a shouting match. The measures changed that. There was a lottery. 1 in 20, for everyone between 15 and 17. My brother and I were both chosen. Long odds, right? Less than a 3% chance, Ada whispers. They separated us, me to the Beacon Legion out of Fort Patriot, and Mare to the Dagger Legion. That's what they did with anyone who made trouble, who even looked at an officer wrong. The Dagger Legion is a death sentence, you know. 5,000 kids who had the spine to fight, and they're going to end up in a mass grave. My teeth grate together. The memory of the military orders burns sharp and bright in my mind. It's a death march after they leave Corvium, a slaughter. Right through the trenches and into the heart of the choke. They sent Mare there because he tried to hug our mother one last time. My tenuous hold on command strains. I see it in every face, as my new bloods digest Cameron's words. Ada is worst of all. She stares at me, never blinking. It's not a harsh look, but a blank one. She's doing her best to keep judgment from clouding her eyes, but it's not working. The fire rages in the center of the floor, turning the whites of her eyes gold and red and glaring. There are new bloods in that prison, and Silvers too. Cameron knows she has them in her hand, and tightens her grip. But there are 5,000 children, 5,000 red boys and girls, about to disappear forever. Do you let them die? Do you follow her? She tosses her head in my direction, and her pet prince? Cal's fingers twitch too close to mine and I pull away. Not here. They all know we share a bedchamber, and who knows what else they assume. But I will not give Cameron any more ammunition than what she already has. She says you have a choice, but she doesn't know the meaning of the word. I was taken here, just like the Legionnaire took me, like the Sentinels took me a few days later. The Lightning Girl does not give people choices. She expects me to fight the accusation, but I hold my tongue. It feels like defeat, and she knows it well. Behind her eyes, the gears have already begun to turn. She hurt me before, and she can do it again. So why does she stay? She could silence us and march out of here. Why stay? Mare saves people. Killorn's voice sounds different, older. The longing ache in my chest returns. Mare saved every one of you from prison or death. She risked herself every time she walked into your cities. She's not perfect, but she's not a monster, not by any measure. Trust me, he adds, still refusing to look at me. I have seen monsters. And so will you, if we leave new bloods to the mercy of the Queen. Then she'll make you kill each other, until there's nothing left of what you are, and no one alive to remember what you were. Mercy, I almost scoff. Ilara has none. I don't expect Killorn's words to have much weight, but I'm dead wrong. The rest look on him with respect and attention. It's not the same way they look at me. No, their eyes are always tinged with fear. I'm a general to them, a leader, but Killorn is their brother. They love him like they never could Cal or even me. They listen. And just like that, Cameron's victory is snatched away. We'll turn that prison into dust, Nyx rumbles, putting a hand on Killorn's shoulder. His grip is too tight, but Killorn doesn't flinch. I'll go. And me. And me. Me too. The voices echo in my head. More than I could have hoped for volunteer. There's Gareth, Nyx, Ada, the explosive Ketha, the other invulnerable Recordarmian, Lori with her superior senses, and, of course, Nanny has already pledged to come along. The silent ones, Cranes, Farah, Fletcher, and the illusionist Herrick, fidget in their seats. Good. I step forward again, fixing them all with the strongest look I can muster. We'll need the rest of you here, to keep the kids from burning the forest down. And to protect them, if something happens. Something. Another raid, an all-out attack, what could become a slaughter of the ones I've tried so hard to save? But staying behind is less dangerous than going to Koros, and they exhale sighs of quiet relief. Cameron watches them relax, her face twisted in envy. She would stay with them if she could, but then who would train her? Who would teach her how to control her abilities and use them? Not Cal, and certainly not me. She doesn't like the price, but she'll pay it. I try to look at the other volunteers in turn, hoping to see determination or focus. Instead, I find fear, doubt, and, worst of all, regret. Already, before we've even begun. What I would give now for Farley's wasted Scarlet Guard, or even the Colonel's Lakeland soldiers. At least they have some shred of belief in their cause, if not themselves. I must believe enough for all of us. I must put up my mask again, and be the lightning girl they need. Mare can wait. Dimly, I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to be Mare again. I'll need you to walk me through this again, Cal says, gesturing between Cameron and the spinning illusion of Koros prison. The rest of you, eat well and train as best as you can. When the storm lets up, I want to see you all back in the yard. The others snap to attention, unable to disobey. As I learn to speak like a princess, Cal has always known how to speak like a general. He commands. It's what he's good at, it's what he was meant for. And now that he has a mission, a set objective beyond recruiting and hiding, all else fades away. Even me. Like the others, I leave him to his muttered plans. His bronze eyes glow against the faint light of the illusion, as if it has bewitched him. Herrick stays behind, dutifully keeping his illusion alive. I don't follow the new bloods deeper into the notch, to the tunnels and holes where they can practice without hurting each other. Instead, I face the storm and step outside, letting a cold blast of freezing rain hit me head-on. Cal's warmth is quickly snuffed out, abandoned behind me. I am the lightning girl. The clouds are dark above, swirling with the weight of rain and snow. A nymph would find them easy to manipulate, as would a silver storm. When I was Marina, I lied and said my mother was a storm of House Null. She could influence the weather as I can control electricity. And in the Bowl of Bones, I called bolts of lightning out of the sky, shattering the purple shield above me, protecting Cal and me from Maven's soldiers as they closed in. It weakened me, but I am stronger now. I must be stronger now. My eyes narrow against the rain, ignoring the sting of each freezing drop. It soaks through my thick winter coat, chilling my fingers and toes. But they do not numb. I feel everything I must, from the pulsing web beneath my skin to the thing beyond the clouds, beating slowly like a black heart. It intensifies the more I focus on it, and it seems to bleed. Fingers of static spin from the maelstrom I cannot see, until they tangle into the low rain clouds. The hairs on the back of my neck rise as another storm takes shape, crackling with energy. A lightning storm. I clench a fist, tightening my grip on what I've created, hoping it resounds. The first clap of thunder is soft, barely a rumble. A weak bolt follows, touching down in the valley, briefly visible through the mist of snow and rain. The next one is stronger, veining purple and white. I gasp at the sight, both in pride and exhaustion. Every blast of lightning feels brilliant inside me, but drains as much power as it holds. You've got no aim. Killorn leans against the opening to the notch, careful to keep as dry as he can beneath a lip of roof. Away from the fire he looks harder and thinner than ever, though he eats as well as he did in the stilts. Long hunts and constant anger have taken their toll. Guess it's for the best, if you insist on practicing with that so close to home, he adds, pointing at the valley. In the distance, a tall pine smokes. But if you plan on improving, do us all a favor and take a hike. Are you talking to me now? I huff, trying to hide how out of breath I am. I squint, glaring at the smoking tree. A weak bolt slices down 100 yards away, well past where I'm aiming. A year ago, Killorn would have laughed at my efforts and teased me until I fought back. But his mind has matured like his body. His childish ways are disappearing. Once I hated them. Now I mourn them. He draws up the hood of his sweater, hiding his poorly cut hair. He refused to let Farley shear him into her buzzed style, so Nix tried his hand, leaving Killorn with an uneven curtain of tawny locks. Are you letting me go to Koros? He finally asks. You volunteered. The grin that splits his face is as white as the snow falling around us. I wish he didn't want this so badly. I wish he would listen, and stay behind. But Cal says Killorn will trust me to make my own decisions. So I must let him make his own. Thank you for speaking up for me in there, I continue, meaning every word. He tips his head, shoving his hair out of his eyes. He picks at the earthen wall behind him and forces an uninterested shrug. You think you would have learned how to convince people after all those silver lessons. But then, you are pretty stupid. Our laughter melts together, a sound I recognize from days gone by. In that moment, we're different from who we are now, but the same as we've always been. We haven't talked in weeks, and I didn't realize how much I missed him. For a moment, I debate blurting out everything, but fight the painful urge. It hurts to hold back, to not tell him about Maven's notes, or the dead faces I see every night, or how Cal's nightmares keep him awake. I want to tell him everything. He knows Mare as no one else does, as I know the fisher boy Killorn. But those people are gone. Those people must be gone. They cannot survive in a world like this. I need to be someone else, someone who doesn't rely on anything but her own strength. He makes it too easy to slip back into Mare, and forget the person I need to be. Silence lingers, soft as the clouds of our breath in the cold air. If you die, I'll kill you. He smiles sadly. Likewise. 24. Strangely, I get more sleep in the next 3 days than I have in weeks. Tough drilling in the yard paired with long planning sessions run us all ragged. Our recruitment trips stop entirely. I do not miss them. Every single mission was a gasp of either relief or horror, and they were both a ruin on me. Too many bodies on the gallows, too many children choosing to leave their mothers, too many torn away from the life they knew. For better or worse, I did it to them all. But now that the jet is grounded, and my time spent poring over maps and floor plans, I feel another kind of shame. I've abandoned the ones still out there, just like Cameron said I abandoned the children of the Little Legion. How many more babies and children will die? But I am only one person, one little girl who can no longer smile. I hide her from the rest, behind my mask of lightning. But she remains, frantic, wide-eyed, afraid. I push her away in every waking moment, but still she haunts me. She never leaves. Everyone sleeps hard, even Cal, who makes sure everyone gets as much rest as they can after training. While Killorn is talking again, allowing himself back into the fold, Cal pulls away more and more as the hours tick by. It's like he has no room left in his head for conversation. Koros has already entrapped him. He wakes before I do, to jot down more ideas, more lists, scribbling over every scrap of paper we can scrounge together. Ada is his greatest asset, and she memorizes everything so intently I fear her eyes might burn holes in the maps. Cameron is never far away. Despite Cal's orders, she looks more exhausted by the minute. Dark circles round her eyes, and she leans or sits whenever she can. But she doesn't complain, at least in front of the others. Today, our last day before the raid, she's in a particularly foul mood. She takes it out on her training targets. Namely, Lori and me. Enough, Lori hisses through gritted teeth. She falls to a knee, waving her hand in Cameron's direction. The teenager clenches a fist but lets go, her ability falling away, pulling back the stifling curtain of silence. You're supposed to knock out my sense, not me, Lori adds, fighting back to her feet. Though she's from frigid Kentasport, a craggy, half-forgotten harbor town already assaulted by snow and sea storms, she pulls her coat closer around her. Cameron's silence doesn't only take away your bloodborne weapons, it shuts you down entirely. Your pulse slows, your eyes darken, and your temperature drops. It unsettles something in your bones. Sorry. Cameron has taken to speaking in as few words as possible. A welcome change from her blustering speeches. No good at this. Lori snaps back in kind. Well, you better get good, and fast. We leave tonight, Cole, and you're not just coming to play tour guide. It's not like me to end fights. Instigate them, yes, watch them, definitely, but stop them? Still, we have no time for arguing. Lori, enough. Cameron, once more. Marina's court voice does me well here, and both stop to listen. Block her sense. Make her normal. Control what she is. A muscle twitches in Cameron's cheek, but she doesn't voice her opposition. For all her complaining, she knows this is something she must do. If not for us, then for herself. Learning to control her ability is the best thing she can do, and it is our bargain. I train her, she takes us to Koros. Lori is not so agreeable. You're next, Barrow, she grumbles to me. Her far north accent is sharp and unforgiving, just like Lori and the harsh place she came from. Cole, if you make me sick again, I'll gut you in your sleep. Somehow, that gets a crinkle of a smile out of Cameron. You can try, she replies, stretching out her long, crooked fingers. Let me know when you feel it. I watch, waiting for some sign. But like Cameron, Lori's abilities are a bit harder to see. Her so-called sensibility means everything she hears, sees, touches, smells, tastes is incredibly heightened. She can see as far as a hawk, hear twigs snapping a mile away, even track like a hound. If only she liked to hunt. But Lori is more inclined to guard the camp, watching the woods with her superior sight and hearing. Easy, I coach. Cameron's brow creases in concentration, and I understand. It's one thing to let loose, to drop the walls of the dam inside and simply let everything spill out. That's easier than keeping hold, reining yourself in, being steady and firm and controlled. It's yours, Cameron. You own it. It answers to you. Something flickers in her eyes. Not her usual anger. Pride. I understand that too. For girls like us, who had nothing, expected nothing, it's intoxicating to know there is something of our own, something no one else can claim or take away. To my left, Lori blinks, squinting. It's going, she says. I can barely hear across the camp. Still far. Her ability remains. A bit more, Cameron. Cameron does as I tell her, throwing out her other hand. Her fingers twitch in time with what must be her pulse, shaping what she feels into what she wants it to be. Now. She bites out and Lori tips her head. What? She calls, squinting harder. She can barely see or hear. This is your constant. Without thinking, I reach over, putting my palms against Cameron's shoulders. This is what you aim for. Soon it'll be as easy as flipping a switch, too familiar to forget. It'll be instant. Soon. She says, turning her head. We fly tonight. Without thought, I force her to look back at Lori, my fingers pushing her jaw. Forget about that. See how long you can hold without hurting her. Full blind. Lori shouts, her voice too loud. Full deaf, too, I think. Whatever you're doing, it's working, I tell Cameron. You don't need to say what it is, but just know, this is your trigger. Months ago, Julian told me the same thing, to find the trigger that released my sparks in the spiral garden. I know now that letting go is what gives me strength, and it seems Cameron has found whatever enables hers. Remember how this feels. Despite the cold, a bead of sweat rolls down Cameron's neck and disappears into her collar. She grits her teeth, jaw clenching to keep back a grunt of frustration. It will get easier, I continue, dropping my hands back to her shoulders. Her muscles feel tense beneath my fingers, wiry and taut like cords drawn too tight. While her ability wreaks havoc on Lori's senses, it weakens Cameron as well. If only we had more time. One more week, or even one more day. At least Cameron doesn't have to hold back once we get to Koros. Inside the prison, I want her to inflict as much pain as she can. With her temper and her history in the cells, silencing guards shouldn't be too difficult, and she'll carve us a clear path through rock and flesh. But what happens when the wrong person gets in her way? A new blood she doesn't recognize? Cal? Me? Her ability might be the most powerful I've ever seen or felt, and I certainly don't want to be her victim again. Just the thought makes my skin crawl. Deep in my bones, my sparks respond, bursting into my nerves. I have to push them back, using my own lessons to keep the lightning quiet and far away. Even though it obeys, fading into the dull hum I barely notice anymore, the sparks curl with power. Despite my constant worry and stress, my ability seems to have grown. It is stronger than before, healthy and alive. At least some part of me is, I think. Because beneath the lightning, another element lingers. The cold never leaves. It never ends, and it feels worse than any burden. The cold is hollow, and it eats at my insides. It spreads like rot, like sickness, and one day I fear it will leave me empty, a shell of the lightning girl, the breathing corpse of Mare Barrow. In her blindness, Lori's eyes roll, searching vainly through Cameron's blanket of darkness. Starting to feel it again, she says loudly. The hiss of her words betrays her pain. Though she's tough as the salty rock she was raised on, even Lori can't keep quiet against Cameron's weapons. Getting worse. Release. After a moment too long for my liking, Cameron's arms drop, and her body relaxes. She seems to shrink, and Lori falls to a knee again. Her hands massage her temples and she blinks rapidly, letting her senses return. "Ow," she mutters, angling a smirk at Cameron. But the techie girl has no smile in return. She turns sharply on her heel, braids swaying with the motion, until she faces me fully. Or, I should say, she faces the top of my head. I see anger in her, the familiar kind. It will serve her well tonight. Yes? I'm done for the day, she snaps, teeth blinding white. I can't help but fold my arms, drawing my spine up as straight as I can. I feel very much like Lady Blonos when I glare at her. "You're done in 2 hours, Cameron, and you should wish it was more. We need every second we can get." "I said, I am done," she repeats. For a girl of 15, she can be disarmingly stern. The muscles of her long neck gleam with sweat, and her breath comes hard. But she fights the urge to pant, trying to face me on even terms. Trying to seem like an equal. I'm tired, I'm hungry, and I'm about to be marched to a battle I don't want to fight again. And I'll be damned if I die with an empty stomach. Behind her, Lori watches us with wide, unblinking eyes. I know what Cal would do. Insubordination, he calls this, and it cannot be tolerated. I should push Cameron harder, make her run a lap around the clearing, maybe see if she can bring down a bird with the pressure of her ability. Cal would make it clear she is not in charge. Cal knows soldiers, but this girl is not one of his troops. She will not bend to my will, or his. She's spent too long obeying the whistles of a shift change, the schedules handed down through generations of enslaved factory workers. She has tasted freedom, and will not submit to any order she doesn't want to follow. And though she protests every moment of her time here, she stays. Even with her ability, she stays. I will not thank her for that, but I will let her eat. Quietly, I step aside. 30 minutes rest, then come back. Her eyes spark with anger, and the familiar sight almost makes me smile. I can't help but admire the girl. One day, we might even be friends. She doesn't agree, but she doesn't argue either, and stalks away from our corner of the clearing. The others in the yard watch her go, their eyes following her as she defies the lightning girl, but I don't care a bit for what they might think. I'm not their captain, I'm not their queen. I'm not better or worse than any of them, and it's time they started to see me as I am. Another new blood, another fighter, and nothing more. Killorn's got some rabbit, Lori says, if only to break the silence. She sniffs at the air and licks her lips in a manner that would make Lady Blonos screech. Juicy ones too. Go on, then, I mutter, waving my hand to the cook fire on the other side of the clearing. She doesn't need to be told twice. Cal's in a mood, by the way, she adds as she flounces past. Or at least, he keeps cursing and kicking things. One glance tells me Cal is not outside. For a second, I'm surprised, then I remember. Lori hears almost everything, if she stops to listen. I'll see to him, I tell her, and set a quick pace. She tries to follow, then thinks better of it, and lets me rush on ahead. I don't bother to hide my concern. Cal is not quick to anger, and planning calms him, makes him happy even. So whatever has him in a twist has me worried too, far more than I should be on the eve of our raid. The notch is all but empty, with everyone outside training. Even the children have gone to watch their elders learn to brawl, shoot, and control their abilities. I'm glad they're not underfoot, pulling at my hands, pestering me with silly questions about their hero, the exiled prince. I don't have the patience for children like Cal does. As I round a corner, I almost run headfirst into my brother, coming from the direction of the bedchambers. Farley follows him, smirking to herself, but it disappears the second she spots me. Oh. Mare, she mutters in greeting. She doesn't stop and marches past. Shade tries to do the same, but I put out an arm to stop him cold. Can I help you with something? He asks. His lips twitch, fighting a losing battle against a wretched, playful grin. I try to look cross with him, if only to keep up appearances. You're supposed to be training. Worried I'm not getting enough exercise? I assure you, Mare, he says, winking, we are. It makes sense. Farley and Shade have been inseparable for a long while. Still, I gasp aloud, and swat his arm. Shade Barrow. Oh, come on, everyone knows. Not my fault you didn't figure it out. You could have told me, I sputter, grasping for something to scold him over. He only shrugs, still grinning. Like you tell me all about Cal, dot. That's different, I want to say. We're not sneaking off in the middle of the day, or even doing much of anything at night. But Shade holds up a hand, stopping me. If it's all the same to you, I really don't want to know, he says. And if you'll excuse me, I think I have some training to do, as you so kindly pointed out. He retreats, palms outward, like a man surrendering a battle. I let him go, dismissing him with a wave while I fight a smile of my own. A tiny blossom of happiness sparks in my chest, a foreign feeling in so many days of despair. I protect it as I would a candle flame, trying to keep it alive and alight. But the sight of Cal quickly snuffs it out. He's in our room, seated on an upturned crate, with a familiar paper spread across his knees. It's the back of one of the Colonel's maps, now covered in painstakingly drawn lines. A map of Koro's prison, or at least as much of it as Cameron could remember. I expect to see the edges of the paper smoking, but he keeps his fire contained to the charred dip in the floor. It casts a dancing red light that must be hard to read by, but Cal squints through it. In the corner of the room, my pack lies undisturbed, full of Maven's haunting notes. Slowly, I pull up another crate, and sink down beside him. He doesn't seem to notice, but I know he must. Nothing escapes his soldier's sense. When my shoulder bumps his, he doesn't raise his eyes from the map, but his hand slips to my leg, drawing me into his warmth. He doesn't loosen his grip, and I don't push him away. I never truly can. What's wrong now? I ask, laying my head on his shoulder. So I can see the map better, I tell myself. Besides Maven, his mother, the fact that I hate Rabbit, and the layout of this hellhole of a prison? Nothing at all, thanks for asking. I want to laugh, but I can barely muster a smile. It's not like him to joke, not at times like this. I leave poor taste like that to Killorn. Cameron's doing better, if that helps any. Really? His voice reverberates in his chest, thrumming into me. Is that why you're here and not training her anymore? She needs to eat, Cal. She's not a block of silent stone. He hisses, still glaring at the outline of Koro's. Don't remind me. It's in the cells alone, Cal, not the rest of the prison, I remind him. Hopefully he hears me, and pulls himself together long enough to get out of this strange mood. We'll be fine as long as no one locks us in. Let Killorn know. To my chagrin, he chuckles at his own joke, sounding very much like a schoolboy instead of the soldier we need. What's more, he tightens his grip on my knee. Not enough to hurt, but enough to make his thoughts clear. Cal? I push at his hand, swiping it away like a spider. What's the matter with you? Finally, he snaps his head up and looks at me. He's still smiling, but there isn't a shred of laughter in his eyes. Something dark draws across them, turning him into someone I don't recognize at all. Even in the bowl of bones, before his own brother sentenced him to death, Cal did not look like this. He was afraid, distraught, a wretch instead of a prince, but he was still Cal. I could trust that frightened person. But this? This laughing boy with wandering hands and hopeless eyes? Who is he? Do you want a list? He replies, grinning wider, and something in me snaps. I hit him hard, one balled fist to his shoulder. He's huge, but he doesn't fight the momentum of my blow, and lets it knock him backward, catching me off guard. I fall with him, and we land on the earthen floor. His head thumps back, a hollow noise, and he grumbles in pain. When he tries to get up, I push, holding him firmly beneath me. You're not getting up until you pull yourself together. To my surprise, he only shrugs. He even winks. Not much of an incentive. Ugh. Once, the noble ladies of Norda would have fainted if Prince Tiberius winked at them. It only turns my stomach, and I punch him again, this time in the gut. At least he has the good sense to keep his mouth shut, and his eyes blissfully wink-free. Now tell me what your problem is. What began as a smile twists into a frown, and he lays his head back. His brow furrows. He contemplates the ceiling. Better than acting like a fool. Cal, there are 11 people coming with us to Koro's. 11. His jaw clenches. He knows what I'm getting at. 11 who will die if we don't pull this off, and countless more in Koro's if we leave them alone. I'm scared too. My voice quivers more than I want it to. I don't want to let them down, or get them hurt. Again, his hand finds my leg. But his touch is not urgent, not pressing. It's simply a reminder. I am here. But most of all, my breath catches, hanging on a sharp edge of truth. I'm afraid for me. I'm afraid of the sounder, of feeling like that again. I'm afraid of what Ilara will do if she gets to me. I know I'm more valuable than most, because of what I've done and what I can do. My name and face have as much power as my lightning, and that makes me important. It makes me a better prize. It makes me alone. And I hate thinking this way, but I still do. What began as Cal's breakdown has become mine. One dark night I spilled my secrets to him, on a road thick with summer heat. I was the girl who tried to steal his money then. Now, winter looms, and I'm the girl who stole his life. The worst of my confessions lingers, rattling my brain like a bird in a cage. It knocks against my teeth, begging to be free. I miss him, I whisper, unable to hold Cal's gaze. I miss who I thought he was. The hand on my leg balls into a fist, and heat spreads from it. Anger. Cal's easy to read, and it's a welcome respite after so long in a den of lying wolves. I miss him too. My eyes snap back to his, startled beyond belief. I don't know what will make it easier to forget him. To think that he wasn't always this way, that his mother poisoned him. Or that he was simply born a monster. No one is born a monster. But I wish some people were. It would make it easier to hate them, to kill them, to forget their dead faces. Even Maven. Without thinking, I lay down, my heart against his. They beat in time, mirroring our joined memories of a boy with a quick tongue and blue eyes. Clever, forgotten, compassionate. We will never see that boy again. We have to let him go, I murmur against his neck. Even if it means killing him. If he's at Koro's. I can do it, Cal. If you can't. He's quiet for what feels like an eternity, but can't be more than a minute. Still, I almost fall asleep. His warmth is more inviting than the finest bed in any palace. If he's at Koro's, I'm going to lose control, he finally says. I'm going to go after him with everything I have, him and Alara both. She'll use my anger, and she'll turn it on you. She'll make me kill you, like she made me. My fingers find his lips, stopping him from saying the words. They cause him so much pain. In that instant, I glimpse a man with no drive but vengeance, and no heart but the one I broke for him. Another monster, waiting to take true form. I won't let that happen, I tell him, pushing away our deepest fears. He doesn't believe me. I see it in the darkness of his eyes. The emptiness, the one I saw in Ocean Hill, threatens to return. We are not going to die, Cal. We've come too far for that. His laugh is hollow, aching. He pushes my hands away gently, but never lets go of my wrist. Do you know how many people I love are dead? I know he feels the thrum of my pulse, and I'm too close to mask the pain I feel for him. He almost sneers at my pity. All gone. All murdered. By her. Queen Alara. She kills them, and then she erases them. Another would assume he's thinking about his father, or even the brother he thought Maven was. But I know better. Corian, I murmur, speaking the name of his mother. Julian's sister. The singer queen. Cal doesn't remember her, but he can certainly mourn her. That's why Ocean Hill was my favorite. It was hers. Father gave it to her. I blink, trying to remember past the nightmare that was the Harbor Bay Palace. Trying to remember what it looked like while we were fighting for our lives. Dimly, slowly, I remember the colors that dominated the insides. Gold. Yellow. Like old paper, like Julian's robes. The color of House Jocko's. It's why he looked so sad, why he couldn't burn the banners. Her banners. I don't know what it's like to be an orphan. I've always had a mother and father. It's a blessing I never understood until they were taken away from me. It feels wrong to miss them in this moment, knowing they are safe while Cal's parents are dead and gone. And now, more than ever, I hate the cold inside me, and my selfish fear at being left alone. Of the two of us, Cal is lonelier than I'll ever be. But we cannot stay in our thoughts and memories. We cannot linger in this moment. Tell me about the prison, I press on, forcing a new topic. I will pull Cal out of this slump even if it kills me. The strength of his sigh heaves his whole body, but he's grateful for the distraction. It's a pit. A fortress protected by ingenious design. The gates are on the top level, with the cells beneath, and magnetron catwalks connecting everything. A flick of the wrist will drop us 40 feet, and put us at the bottom of a barrel. They'll massacre us and anyone we let out. What about the silver prisoners? You don't think they'll put up much of a fight? Not after weeks in silent cells. They'll be an obstacle, but not much. And it'll make their escape slow. You're going to let them escape? His silence is answer enough. They might turn on us down there, or come after us later. I'm no politician, but I think a prison break will give my brother more than a few headaches, especially if the runaway prisoners happen to be his political enemies. I shake my head. You don't like it? I don't trust it. There's a surprise, he says dryly. One of his fingers loops at my neck, tracing the scars his brother's device gave me. Brute force is not going to win this for you, Mare. No matter how many new bloods you collect. Silvers still outnumber you, and they still have the advantage. The soldier advocating for a different kind of fight. How ironic. I hope you know what you're doing. He shrugs beneath me. Political intricacies aren't exactly my strong suit, he says. But I'll give it a shot. Even if it means civil war? Months ago, Cal told me what rebellion would be. A war on both sides, in each color of blood. Red against red, silver against silver, and everything in between. He told me he would not risk his father's legacy for a war like that, even if the war was just. Silence falls again, and Cal refuses to answer. I suppose he doesn't know where he stands anymore. Not a rebel, not a prince, not sure of anything except the fire in his bones. We might be outnumbered, but that doesn't stack the odds against us, I say. Stronger than both. That's what Julian wrote to me, when he discovered what I was. Julian, who I may, to my great surprise, very well see again. New bloods have abilities no silver can plan for, not even you. What are you getting at? You're going into this like you're leading your troops, with abilities you understand and have trained with. And I'd like to see what happens when a guard tries to shoot Nyx or a magnetron drops Gareth. It takes Cal a second to realize what I'm saying. Nyx is invulnerable, stronger than a stone skin. And Gareth, who can manipulate gravity, will not be falling anywhere anytime soon. We don't have an army, but we certainly have soldiers, and abilities the silver guards don't know how to fight. When it dawns on him, Cal grips the sides of my face, pulling me upward. He plants a firm, fiery kiss that is far too short for my liking. You're a genius, he mutters, and springs to his feet. Get back to Cameron, get everyone ready. He grabs the map in one hand, almost mad with intensity. The same crooked smile returns, but this time I don't hate it. This might actually work. 25. The notch flickers behind me, and I watch in awe as my home of the last few months disappears with a single sweep of Herrick's hand. The hill remains, as does the clearing, but any sign of our camp wipes away like sand from a flat stone. We can't even hear the children who were standing there a moment ago, waving goodbye, their voices echoing in the night. Farah muffles them all and, together with Herrick, drops a curtain of protection around the youngest newbloods. No one has ever come close to finding us, but the added defense gives me more comfort than I care to admit. Most of the others let out victorious whoops, as if the act of disguising the notch alone is cause for celebration. To my annoyance, Killorn leads the cheer, whistling hard. But I don't scold him, not now when we're finally back on speaking terms. Instead, I offer a forced smile, my teeth gritted painfully together. It keeps back the words I wish I could say, save your energy. Shade is just as quiet as I am, and falls in next to me. He doesn't look back at the now empty clearing, and keeps his eyes forward, to the dark, cold woods and the task ahead of us. His limp is almost entirely gone and he sets a quick pace that I eagerly follow, drawing the rest along with us. The hike to the airjet is not long. I try to take in every second of it. The cold night air bites at my exposed face, but the sky is blissfully clear. No snow, no storms, yet. For a storm is certainly coming, whether by my hand or someone else's. And I have no idea who will survive to see the dawn. Shade murmurs something I don't hear, putting one hand on my shoulder. Two of his fingers are crooked, still healing from when we recruited Nanny in Concorda. A strong arm managed to get a grip on Shade, and crushed the first fingers on his left hand before he could jump away. Farley patched him up, of course, but the sight still makes me cringe. It reminds me of Giza, another Barrow broken to pay for my deeds. This is worth the cost, he says again, his voice louder than before. We're doing the right thing. I know that. As afraid as I am for myself and those closest to me, I know that Koros is the right choice. Even without John's assurance, I believe in our path. How could we not? Newbloods cannot be left to Alara's whispering, to be killed or made into hollow, soulless shells to follow her orders. This is what we must do to stop a more horrible world than the one we live in now. Still, Shade's assurance is a warm blanket of comfort. Thank you, I mutter back, putting a hand over his. He smiles in reply, a crescent of white to reflect the waning moon. In the darkness, he looks so much like our father. Without age, without the wheelchair, without the burdens of a life come undone. But they share the same intelligence, the same slanting suspicion that kept them both alive on the warfront, and now keeps Shade alive on a very different battlefield. He pats me on the cheek, a familiar gesture that makes me feel like a child, but I don't dislike it. It's a reminder of the blood we share. Not in mutation, but birth. Something deeper and stronger than any ability. On my right, Cal marches on, and I pretend not to feel his gaze. I know he's thinking about his own brother and his own bonds of blood now torn apart. And behind him is Killorn, clutching his hunting rifle, scanning the woods for any and all shadows. For all their differences, the two boys share a startling connection. They are both orphans, both abandoned, with no one but me to anchor them. Time passes too quickly for my taste. It seems like we're on the black run and soaring through the air in moments. Every second moves faster than the last as we hurtle toward the dark cliff before us all. This is worth the cost, I tell myself, repeating Shade's words over and over. I must keep calm, for the jet. I must not look afraid, for the others. But my heart thrums in my chest, so loud I fear everyone can hear it. To combat the harried beat, I press myself against the flight helmet in my lap, curling my arms around the smooth, cool shape. I stare at the polished metal, examining my reflection. The girl I see is both familiar and foreign: Mare, Marina, the Lightning Girl, the Red Queen, and no one at all. She does not look afraid. She looks carved of stone, with severe features, hair braided tight to her head, and a tangle of scars on her neck. She is not 17, but ageless, silver but not, red but not, human but not. A banner of the Scarlet Guard, a face on a wanted poster, a prince's downfall, a thief, a killer. A doll who can take any form but her own. The extra flight suits from the jet stores are black and silver, providing us with a ragtag kind of uniform that will also serve as our disguises. The others fuss over their suits, making adjustments where they must to fit into them. As always, Killorn fiddles with his collar, trying to loosen the stiff fabric a little. Nix's barely zips over his belly, and looks liable to rip open at any moment. In contrast, Nanny is practically swimming in hers but doesn't bother to roll her sleeves or pant legs like I have to. She'll take a different form when the jet lands, a form that turns my stomach and makes my heart race with too many emotions to count. Luckily, the Black Run was built for transport, and holds all 11 of us with room to spare. I expect the extra weight to slow us down, but judging by the control panel, we're cruising along at the same speed as always. Maybe even a little faster. Cal pushes the craft as best as he can, keeping us out of the moonlight and safely hidden in the autumn clouds rolling along the Norten coast. He glares out the window, eyes flitting between the clouds and the many blinking instruments before him. I still don't understand what any of them mean, despite my many weeks sitting next to him in the cockpit. I was a poor student in the stilts and that has not changed. I simply don't have a mind like he does. I know only shortcuts, how to cheat, how to lie, how to steal, and I know how to see what people hide. And right now, Cal is certainly hiding something. I would be afraid of anyone else's secrets, but I know what Cal keeps close cannot hurt me. He's trying to bury his own weakness, his own fear. He was raised to believe in strength and power and nothing else. To falter was the ultimate mistake. I told him before that I was afraid too, but a few whispered words are not enough to break years of belief. Just like me, Cal puts up a mask, and he won't even let me see behind it. It's for the best, the practical side of me thinks. The other part, the one that cares too much for the exiled prince, worries terribly. I know the physical danger of this mission, but the emotional never crossed my mind until this afternoon. What will Cal become in Koros? Will he leave the same way he went in? Will he leave at all? Farley checks our cache of weapons for the 12th time. Shade tries to help and she bats him away, but there's little force behind the action. Once, I catch a smirk pass between them, and she finally allows him to count out bullets from a packet marked Corvium. Another stolen shipment, Crane's doing most likely. Together with Farley's contacts, he managed to smuggle us more guns, blades, and various other weapons than I could have imagined possible. Everyone will be armed, with their ability and whatever else they choose. I myself want nothing but my lightning, but the others are more eager, claiming daggers or pistols or, in Nix's case, the brutal, collapsible spear he's favored these past few weeks. He hugs it close, running his fingers along the sharpened steel with abandon. Another would have cut himself open by now, but Nix's flesh is tougher than most. The other invulnerable new blood, Darmian, follows his lead and lays a thick, cleaver-like blade across his knobbly knees. The edge gleams, begging to cut through bone. As I watch, Cameron shakily takes a small knife, careful to keep it sheathed. She spent the last 3 days honing her ability, not her knife work, and the dagger is a last resort, one I hope she doesn't have to utilize. She catches my eye, her expression pained, and for a moment I fear she might snap at me or, worse, see through my mask. Instead, she nods in grim acknowledgement. I nod back, extending the invisible hand of friendship between us. But her gaze hardens and she looks away sharply. Her meaning is clear. We are allies but not friends. Not long now, Cal says, nudging me on the arm so that I turn around. Too soon, my mind screams, though I know we're right on schedule. This will work. My voice shakes, and thankfully he's the only one to hear it. He doesn't poke at my weakness, letting it fester. This will work. Even weaker this time. Who has the advantage? He asks. The words shock, sting, and soothe in succession. Instructor Arvin asked the same thing in training, when he paired his students against each other in battles for blood and pride. He asked it again in the Bowl of Bones, before a Rambo strongarm skewered him like a fat, foul pig. I hated the man, but that doesn't mean I didn't learn anything from him. We have Surprise, we have Cameron, we have Shade and Gareth and Nanny and 5 other newbloods no Silver could possibly plan for. We have Cal, a military genius. And we have Cause. We have the Red Dawn at our backs, begging to rise. We have the advantage. Cal's grin is just as forced as mine, but it warms me anyway. That's my girl. Again, his words bring forth roiling, conflicting emotion. A click and a hiss of static from the radio wipe all thoughts of Cal from my mind. I turn my gaze on Nanny, who nods in reply. Before my eyes, her body changes, transforming from an old woman into a boy with ice blue eyes, black hair, and no soul. Maven. Her clothes shift with her appearance, replacing the flight suit with a pristine, black dress uniform, complete with a row of gleaming medals and a blood-red cape. A crown nestles in the black curls, and I have to fight the urge to toss it from the jet. The others watch in rapt attention, amazed by the sight of the false king, but I feel only hatred, and the smallest twinge of regret. Nanny's kindness bleeds through the disguise, turning Maven's lips into a soft smile I recognize far too well. For a single, painful moment, I'm looking at the boy I thought he was, and not the monster he turned out to be. Good, I force out, my voice thick with emotion. Only Killorn seems to notice, and wrenches his gaze away from Nanny. I barely shake my head at him, telling him not to worry. We have more important things to dwell on. Koro's air, this is Fleet Prime, Cal says into the radio. On other flights, he did his best to sound bored, uninterested in the mandatory call-ins to different bases, but now he's all business. After all, we're pretending to be the King's own transport, what is known as Fleet Prime, a craft above all scrutiny. And Cal knows firsthand what this particular call-in is supposed to sound like. The throne approaches. No complicated call sign, no requesting permission to land. Nothing but stern authority, and any operator on the other end would be hard-pressed to deny him. As expected, the responding voice stammers. RRR received, Fleet Prime, a man says. His deep, rasping voice does nothing to hide his unease. Your pardon, but we were not expecting His Royal Highness until tomorrow afternoon? Tomorrow. The 4th day, when John said we would die, and he was right. Maven would bring an army of guards with him, from sentinels to deadly warriors like Telemus and Evangeline. We would be no match for them. I wave a hand behind me, gesturing, but Nanny's already there. Her closeness in Maven's form makes my skin prickle. The king follows no schedule but his own, she says into the radio, her cheeks flushed silver. Her tone isn't sharp enough, but the voice is unmistakable. And I will not explain myself to a glorified doorman. A crash on the other end of the radio can only be the operator falling out of his seat. Yes, of course, Your Highness. Behind us, someone snorts into his sleeve. Probably Killorn. Cal offers Nanny a nod, before taking the radio mouthpiece back. I see the same pain in him, the one I feel too deeply. We will be landing in 10 minutes. Prepare Koros for the king's arrival. I'll see to it personal. But Cal switches off the radio before the operator can finish, and allows himself a single, relieved smile. Again, the others cheer, celebrating a non-existent victory. Yes, the obstacle is hurdled, but many more will follow. All of them are below us, on the gray-green fields that edge the wash wastelands, hiding the prison that might be our doom. A tinge of daylight bleeds on the eastern horizon, but the sky above is still a deep, drowning blue when the Black Run lands on the smooth Koros runway. This is not a military base crowded with jet squadrons and hangars, but it's still a silver facility, and a palpable air of danger hangs over everything. I slide the flight helmet over my head, hiding my face. Cal and the others follow suit, donning their own helmets and slapping the face shields into place. To an outsider, we must look frightening. All in black, masked, accompanying the young, ruthless king to his prison. Hopefully the guards will look right past us, more concerned with the king's presence than his companions. I can't sit any longer, and get out of my chair as fast as I can. The safety belts dangle in my wake, jingling together. I do what I must, what I wish I didn't have to, and take Nanny by the arm. She even feels like Maven. Look through people, I tell her, my voice muffled by the helmet. Smile without kindness. No small talk, no court talk. Act as if you have a million secrets, and you're the only one important enough to know them all. She nods, taking this all in stride. After all, Cal and I have both instructed her on how to pass as Maven. This is merely a reminder, a last glance at the book before the test. I'm not a fool, she replies coldly, and I almost punch her in the jaw. She is not Maven rings in my head, louder than a bell. I think you've got it, Killorn says as he stands. He grabs my arm, pulling me slightly away. Mare nearly killed you. Everyone ready? Farley shouts from the rear of the jet. Her hand hovers next to the ramp release, eager to press it. Form up. Cal barks, sounding a bit too much like a drill sergeant. But we respond, falling into the ordered lines he taught us, with Nanny at the head. He takes her side, falling into the role of her most lethal bodyguard. Let's make some bad decisions, Farley says. I can almost hear her smiling as she pushes the release. I hiss, then gears turn, wires pulse, and the back of the jet yawns open to greet the last morning some of us will ever see. A dozen soldiers wait a respectable distance from the black run, their formation tight and practiced. At the sight of the new blood masquerading as their king, they snap into stiff, perfect salutes. One hand to the heart, one knee to the ground. The world looks darker behind the shield of my flight helmet, but it doesn't hide the clouded gray of their military uniforms, or the squat, unassuming compound behind them. No bronze gates, no diamond glass walls, there aren't even windows. Just a single, flat brick of concrete stretching out into the abandoned fields of this wasteland. Koro's prison. I allow myself one glance back at the craft and the runway stretching into the distance where shadows and radiation dance. I can just see a pair of airjets idling in the gloom, their metal bellies full and round. Prison planes, used to transport the captured. And if all goes to plan, they'll see action again soon. We approach Koro's in silence, trying to march in step. Cal flanks Nanny, one fist permanently clenched at his side, while I trail just behind, with Cameron on my left and Shade on the right. Farley and Killorn keep to the center of the formation, never letting go of their guns. The air itself seems electrified, coursing with danger. It is not death I fear, not anymore. I've faced dying too many times to be afraid of it. But the prison itself, the thought of being captured, forced into chains, turned into the Queen's mindless puppet that I cannot bear. I would rather die 100 times than face such a fate. So would any of us. Your Highness, one of the soldiers says, daring to look up at the person he believes to be king. The badge on his breast, 3 crossed swords in red metal, mark him as a captain. The bars on his shoulders, bright red and blue, can only be his house colors. House Irel. Welcome to Koro's prison. As instructed, Nanny looks straight through him, waving one pale hand in dismissal. That should be enough to convince anyone of her supposed identity. But as the soldiers stand, the captain's eyes flick over us, noting our own uniforms and the lack of sentinels accompanying the royal sovereign. He hesitates on Cal, one razored glance focusing on his helmet. He says nothing, however, and his soldiers fall into formation next to us, their footsteps echoing with ours. Haven, Wasanos, Provos, Macanthos, Egri, I note the familiar colors on a few uniforms. The last, House Egri, the House of Eyes, is our first target. I tug on Cameron's sleeve, nodding gently toward the bearded blonde man with darting eyes and white and black stripes on his shoulder. She inclines her head, and her fists ball at her sides in quiet concentration. The raid has begun. The captain takes Nanny's other side, stepping in front of me so smoothly I barely notice. A silk. He has the same tan skin, gleaming black hair, and angled features of Sonia Irel and her grandmother, the sleekly dangerous panther. I can only hope the captain is not so talented at intrigue as she is, or else this is going to be much more difficult than expected. Your specifications are nearly completed, Your Highness, he says. There's a prickling air to his words. Every cell block is individually sealed, as instructed, and the next shipment of silent stone arrives tomorrow with the new unit of guards. Good, Nanny replies, sounding uninterested. Her pace quickens a little, and the captain adjusts in kind, keeping up with her. Cal does the same, and we follow. It looks like a chase. While the security center of Harbor Bay was a beautiful structure, a vision of carved stone and sparkling glass, Koro's is as gray and hopeless as the waste around it. Only the entrance, a single, black iron door set flush against the wall, breaks the monotony of the prison. No hinges, no lock or handle, the door looks like an abyss, like a gaping mouth. But I feel electricity, bleeding around the edges, originating from a small square panel set next to it. The key switch. Just like Cameron said. The key itself dangles from a black chain at Irel's neck, but he doesn't pull it loose. There are cameras too, beady little eyes trained on the door. They don't bother me in the slightest. I care more about the silk captain and his soldiers, who have us surrounded, and keep us marching forward. I'm afraid I don't know you, pilot, or the rest of you for that matter, the captain prods, leaning so he can see past Nanny and fix Cal with a flint-eyed stare. Would you identify yourself? I clench my fist to keep my fingers from shaking. Cal does no such thing, and barely turns his head, reluctant to even acknowledge the prison captain. Pilot suits me fine, Captain Irel. Irel bristles, as expected. The Koros facility is under my command and my protection, pilot. If you think I'm going to let you inside without. Without what, Captain? Every word out of Nanny's mouth cuts like a knife, slicing through the deepest parts of me. The captain stops cold and flushes Silver, swallowing an ill-advised retort. Last I checked, Koros belongs to Norta. And who does Norta belong to? I am only doing my job, Your Highness, he sputters, but the battle is already lost. He puts a hand to his heart again, saluting. The Queen charged me with defense of this prison, and I only wish to obey her commands, as well as yours. Nanny nods. Then I command you to open the door. He bows his head, giving way. One of his soldiers, an older woman with a severe, silver braid and square jaw, steps forward, laying one hand on the iron door. I don't need the black and silver stripes on her shoulder to know she's of House Samos. The iron shifts beneath her magnetron touch, splintering into jagged pieces that retract with sharp efficiency. A blast of cold air hits us head-on, smelling faintly of damp and something sour. Blood. But the entrance hall beyond is made of stark, blinding white tiles, each one without a hint of stain. Nanny is the first to step inside, and we follow. Next to me, Cameron trembles, and I nudge her softly. I would hold her hand if I could. I can only imagine how terrible this must be. I would tear myself apart before returning to Archeon. And yet, she returns to her own prison for me. The entrance is strangely empty. No pictures of Maven, no banners. This place has no one to impress, and needs no decoration. There are only whirring cameras. Captain Irol's soldiers quickly retake their posts, flanking each of the 4 doors around us. The one behind, the black, shuts with the ear-splitting screech of metal sliding against metal. The doors to the left and right are painted silver, and gleam in the harsh prison light. The one ahead, the one we must pass through, is a sickening blood red. But Irol stops short, gesturing to one of the silver doors. I assume you'd like to see Her Highness, the Queen? I am very glad for our helmets, or else the captain would see horror on every single face. Ilara is here. My stomach flips at the thought of facing her, and I'm almost sick inside my helmet. Even Nanny pales and her voice sticks, despite her best efforts. I feel Killorn at my back, inches from me. He is silent, but I hear his meaning all the same. Run. 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 But running is not something I can do anymore. Her Highness is here? Cal bites out. For a second, I'm afraid he's forgotten himself. Still? He adds, the afterthought of a lie. But suspicion flares in the captain all the same. I see it like an explosion in his eyes. Blessed Nanny laughs aloud, her forced chuckle cold and detached. Mother has always done as she likes, you know this, she says to Cal, scolding him. But I am here on other business, Captain. No need to bother her. The captain offers up an obliging smile. It pulls at his face like a sneer, twisting his fine features into something ugly. Very well, sir. Killorn taps my arm, his touch urgent. He sees what I see. The captain no longer believes us. Turning, I take Cameron by the elbow, and squeeze. Her next signal. Under my touch, her muscles tighten. She's pouring everything she has into blocking Igri's ability, to keep him from seeing what's coming. Confusion crosses his face, but he shakes it off, trying to focus on us. He doesn't understand what's happening to him. And what have you come here to do? Irol presses on, still wearing his pointed, demon grin. He takes one languid step toward us. It will be his last. Remove your helmets, if you please. No, I tell him. With an easy breath, I take hold of the cameras pointed down at all of us. As Irol opens his mouth to shout, I exhale, and the cameras explode into a twist of sparks like fireworks. The lights go next, flashing on and off, plunging us into pitch black and striking brightness in succession. We are prepared for this. The soldiers of Koros are not. Flame races along the tile, casting strange, dancing light across the white. It bars every door, jumping up to the ceiling, effectively locking the soldiers in with us and the flickering darkness. The Osanos soldier, a nymph, hastily leaches moisture from the air, but not enough to combat Cal's crackling fire. A stone skin rushes at me, his flesh turning to rock before my eyes, but he hits the wall known as Nyx Marston. Darmian joins in, and the 2 invulnerable new bloods set to taking the soldier apart. The others fare just as well. Ketha obliterates the Provost Telki, planting an explosion in his heart that rips him from the inside out. The Haven soldier does her best to combat my darkness, using her ability to collapse the shadows, pooling them into a black mist that suddenly erupts with blinding, brilliant light. Even our helmets do nothing to stop the glare, and I have to shut my eyes. When I open them, the Haven is on the ground, with a deep gash in her neck. She coughs silver blood onto the tile, and my brother stands over her, knife in hand. Behind him, Igri drops to his knees, clutching his head and screaming. I can't see. He weeps, tearing at his own eyes. Blood joins his painful tears. I can't see anything. What's happening? What is this? What are you? He shouts to no one. Cameron is the first to pull off her helmet. She has never killed a man before, not even in her escape. I see it all over her face, in the horror twisting through her. But she doesn't let go. Out of bravery or malice, I can't say. Her silence takes hold, until the man on the ground stops crying, stops clawing, stops breathing. He dies with his eyes wide open, staring at nothing, blind and deaf in his last moments. It must feel like being buried alive. It's over in a minute or so. 12 silver soldiers dead on the tile, some burned, some electrocuted, some shot, some with their heads bashed in. Ketha's kills are the messiest. An entire wall is splattered with her handiwork, and she pants noisily, trying not to look at what she's done. Her explosive ability is gruesome at best. Only Laurie is wounded, having taken on the magnetron with Gareth. She got a shard of metal in the arm, but nothing too bad. Farley is the first to her side, and pulls out the makeshift blade, letting it clatter to the floor. Laurie doesn't so much as grunt in pain. We forgot bandages, Farley mutters, putting one hand over the bleeding cut. You forgot bandages, Ada replies, pulling a small swatch of white fabric from inside her suit. She expertly ties it around Laurie's arm. It stains in an instant. Killorn chuckles to himself, the only one to enjoy a joke at a time like this. To my relief, he looks perfectly all right, focusing on reloading his gun. The barrel smokes, and there are at least 2 bodies riddled with his bullets. Anyone else would think him unaffected, but I know better. Despite the laughter, Killorn finds no joy in this bloody work. Neither does Cal. He bends over the dead Captain Irel, gingerly taking the black key from his neck. I won't kill them, he told me once, before we stormed the security center of Harbor Bay. He broke his own promise, and it's wounded him more deeply than any battle. Nanny, he mutters, unable to look away from Irel. With shaking fingers, he closes the captain's eyes forever. Behind him, Nanny focuses on Irel's face, staring at him. It only takes a moment before her features match his own, and I breathe a small sigh of relief. Even a fake Maven is nearly too much for me to bear. A hiss of static crackles at Irel's belt. His radio, the command center attempting contact. Captain Irel. Captain, what's going on down there? We lost visual. Just a malfunction, Nanny replies with Irel's voice. Might spread, might not. Received, Captain. Cameron tears her eyes away from the dead Igri. She lays a hand on the red door. This way, she says, almost inaudible over the drip of blood and the sighs of the dying. I feel the prison's command center like a nerve, pulsing, controlling all the cameras in the facility. It pulls at me, dragging me through the sharp turns of its hallways. The corridors are white tile, just like the entrance, but not so clean. If I look closely, I can see blood between the tiles, turned brown by time. Someone tried to wash away whatever happened, but they weren't thorough enough. Red blood is so hard to clean up. I see the Queen in this, in whatever nightmare she's concocted deep in the bowels of Koros. She's here somewhere, continuing her frightening work. She might even be coming for us now, alerted to a disturbance. I hope she is. I hope she turns the corner right now, so I can kill her. But instead of Queen Alara, we round the bend to find another door with a large D on it and no lock. Cameron runs to it, her knife in hand, and gets to work prying at the switch panel. It comes loose in a second, and her fingers plunge into the wiring. We have to go through here to get to command, she says, jerking her head at the door. There are 2 magnetron guards inside. Be ready. Cal quietly clears his throat, dangling the key in front of her. Oh, she grumbles, flushing, and takes it from his hand. With a scowl, she jams it into the corresponding slot on the switch. Tell me when. Gareth, Cal begins, but he's already stepped forward, bracing himself against the metal door. Nanny takes his side, still disguised as Captain Irel. They both know what they must do. The others are not so sure. Ketha looks on the edge of tears, her hands twitching up and down her arms, as if she's afraid she's lost a limb. Farley reaches out, only to be batted away. My heart sinks when I realize I don't know how to comfort Ketha. Does she need a hug or a slap? Watch our backs, I bark at her, electing what I hope is the happy medium. She shivers, glaring at me. Her braid has come undone, and she tugs at the strands of dark hair. Slowly, she nods, turning on the spot to watch the empty corridor behind us. Her sniffles echo off the tile. No more, she murmurs. But she holds her ground. Darmian and Nyx take her side, more in a show of solidarity than strength. At least they'll make a very good wall when the guards realize what's happening up here. Which should be soon. Cal knows the urgency as well as I do. Now, he says, and flattens himself against the wall with the rest of us. The key turns. I feel the electricity jump in the switch and flood the door's mechanism. It flies open, screeching back into the wall to reveal a cavernous cell block. In stark contrast to the white tile corridors, the cells are gray, cold, and dirty. Water drips somewhere, and the air is sickly damp. 4 levels of cells reach down into the gloom, one stacked on top of the other, with no landings or stairs connecting the sets. 4 cameras, one in each corner of the ceiling, watch over all. I shut them off with ease. The only light is a harsh, flickering yellow, though the small skylight above has gone blue, betraying the rising sun. Standing beneath it, on a single catwalk made of gleaming, reflective metal, are 2 magnetrons in gray uniforms. Both of them spin at the sound of approach. What are you? The first says, taking a single step toward us. He has Samos colors on his uniform. He freezes at the sight of Nanny, standing at Gareth's shoulder. Captain Irel, sir. With a wave of his hand, the Samos magnetron officer raises flat sheets of metal from the block floor, constructing a new section of catwalk before our eyes. It connects to his, allowing Gareth and Nanny to walk forward. Fresh blood? The other officer chuckles, nodding at Gareth with a sly grin. What legion are you out of? Nanny cuts in before Gareth can answer. Open the cells. It's time for a walk. To our chagrin, the officers exchanged confused glances. We just walked them yesterday, they're not due for. Orders are orders, and I have mine, Nanny replies. She raises Irel's key, dangling it in open threat. Open the cells, dot. So it's true? The king's back again? Samos asks, shaking his head. No wonder everyone's in an uproar back at command. Got to look sharp for the crown, I guess, especially with his mother still skulking around. She's a strange one, the queen, the other says, scratching his chin. Don't know what she does in the well, don't want to know either. The cells, Nanny repeats, her voice hard. All right, sir, the first magnetron grumbles. He elbows the other and they turn together, facing the dozens of cells rising from floor to ceiling. Many are empty, but some hold shadows languishing under the crush of silent stone. New blood prisoners, about to be let loose. More catwalk clangs into place, the sound like a giant hammer beating a wall of aluminum. They line the cells, creating walkways around the perimeter of the block, while more sheets twist and fold into steps to connect the levels. For a moment, I'm seized by a sense of wonder. I've only seen magnetrons in battle, using their abilities to kill and destroy. Never to create. It's not hard to imagine them designing airjets and luxurious transports, curving jagged iron into smooth arcs of razor-thin beauty. Or even the metal dresses Evangeline was so fond of. Even now, I admit they were magnificent, though the girl wearing them was a monster. But when the bars of every cell yawn open, causing the people inside to stir, I forget all my wonder and amazement. These magnetrons are jailers, killers, forcing innocent people to suffer and die behind bars for whatever feeble reason Maven gives them. They are following orders, yes, but choosing to follow them all the same. Come on, out you go. On your feet, time to take the dogs for a walk. The magnetron officers move in rapid succession, trotting to the first set of cells. They bodily drag newbloods from their cots, tossing the ones who can't get up fast enough out onto the catwalk. A little girl lands dangerously close to the edge, almost falling. She looks so much like Giza I take a step forward, and Killorn has to yank me back. Not yet, he growls in my ear. Not yet. My hands clench, itching to let loose on the 2 officers as they get closer and closer to the door. They haven't seen us yet, but they certainly will. Cal is the first to remove his helmet. Samos stops short, as if shot. He blinks once, not believing his eyes. Before he can react, his feet leave the ground, and he hurtles toward the ceiling. The other follows suit as his tenuous hold on gravity releases. Gareth bounces them both, smacking them against the concrete ceiling with sickening, final crunches of bone. We flood into the cell block, moving as one, as fast as we can. I reach the fallen girl first, hauling her to her feet. She wheezes, her small body shivering. But the pressure of silent stone has fallen away, and some color returns to her pale, clammy cheeks. I remove my own mask. The lightning girl, she murmurs, touching my face. It breaks my heart. Part of me wants to pick her up and run, to take her away from all this. But our task is far from over, and I cannot leave. Even for the little girl. So I put her down on shaky legs and pull my hand gently from her grasp. Follow us as best you can. Fight as best you can. I shout to the block. I make sure to lean over the edge of the catwalk so everyone can hear and see me. Far below, the few prisoners still alive in the low cells have already begun to climb up the metal steps. We are leaving this prison tonight, together and alive. By now, I should know better than to lie. But a lie is what they need to carry on, and if my deceit saves even one of them, it is worth the cost to my soul. 26. Blind cameras can protect us for only so long, and that time has apparently run out. It starts with explosions back in the corridor. I hear Ketha screaming with every blast, frightened by what she's done and what she continues to do to flesh and bone. Each ragged cry shocks through the cell block, stilling the already slow new bloods. Keep moving. Farley barks. Her manic energy is gone, replaced by stern authority. Follow Ada, follow Ada. She herds them like sheep, bodily pulling many of them up the stairs. Shade is more helpful, jumping the oldest and sickest up from the lowest levels, though it disorients most of them. Killorn keeps them from stumbling off the catwalk, his long limbs coming in handy. Ada waves her arms, directing the new bloods to the door next to her. It has a big, black C on it. With me, she shouts. Her eyes flicker over everything and everyone, counting. I have to push many of them toward her, though they're inexplicably drawn to me. At least the little girl gets the message. She toddles over to Ada and clings to her leg, trying to hide from the noise. Everything echoes horribly in the block, transformed into beast-like howls by the concrete walls and metal plating. Gunshots ring out next, followed by Nix's unmistakable laughter. But he won't be laughing long if this assault keeps up. Now comes the part one dread the most, the part one fought hardest against. But Cal was clear, we must split up. Cover more ground, free more prisoners, and, most important, get them out safely. So I move through the throng of new bloods, fighting the tide, with Cameron next to me. She tosses the key over her shoulder, and Killorn catches it deftly. He watches us go, not daring to blink. This might be the last time he ever sees me, and we both know it. Cal follows behind me. I feel his warmth from yards away. He burns the catwalk behind us, letting it melt, cutting us off from the others. When we reach the opposite door, the one marked command, Cameron gets to work on the switch panel. I can do nothing but stare, glancing between Killorn and my brother, memorizing their faces. Ketha, Nix, and Darmian run back into the block, sprinting from the onslaught they can no longer hold back. Bullets follow, pinging off metal and Nix's flesh. Again, the world slows, and I wish it would stop entirely. I wish John were here, to tell me what to do, to tell me I made the right choices. To tell me who dies. A hot, almost scalding hand takes my cheek, forcibly turning me away from the rest. Focus, Cal says, glaring into my eyes. Mare, you're going to have to forget them right now. Trust what you're doing. I can barely nod. I can barely speak. Yes. Behind us, the cell block empties. Ahead, the switch sparks. The door slides open. Cal pushes us both through, and I land hard on another tile floor. My body reacts before my mind can, and lightning sparks to life all around me. It shatters my thoughts of Killorn and Shade, until all that remains are the command center across the hall and what I must do. Just like Cameron said, it's a triangular room of impenetrable, rippled diamond glass, filled with control panels, monitoring screens, 6 bustling soldiers, and the same metal doors as the cells. 3 in all, 1 set in each wall. I run to the first, expecting it to open, expecting the command soldiers inside to rise to the occasion. To my surprise, they keep to their chairs and stations, watching me with wide, fearful eyes. I bang one fist on the door, enjoying the pain that shoots through my hand. Open up! I scream, like that can do anything. Instead, the soldier closest to me flinches, jumping back from the wall. He too has a captain's badge. Don't! He commands, holding out a hand to still his fellow officers. Overhead, a siren screams to life. If that's the way they want it, Cal mutters, moving to the other door. A slam makes me jump, and I turn to see great granite blocks slide into place, replacing the metal door we just came through. Cameron smirks at the control panel, even patting it fondly. That should buy us a few minutes. She gets to her feet, knees cracking. Her face sours at the sight of the command center. Bleeding fools are scared, she growls, and makes a very rude hand gesture more suited to the alleys of the stilts. Can we reach them through the glass? In reply, I turn my gaze on the monitoring screens. They explode in rapid succession, showering the soldiers in a spray of sparks and broken glass. The siren screeches to a low whine, then cuts out. Every piece of metal inside the command room jumps with electricity, frying like eggs in a pan, making the soldiers cluster in the center of the room. One of them collapses, clutching his head in a gesture I now recognize. His body rocks in time with Cameron's clenching fist, fighting wave after wave of suffocating ability. Blood drips from his ears, nose, and mouth. It isn't long before he chokes on it. Cameron! Cal barks, but she pretends not to hear him. Julian Jocos! I shout, banging on the glass again. Sarah Skonos! Where are they? Another soldier drops, howling. Cameron! She shows no signs of stopping. Not that she should. These people imprisoned her, tortured her, starved her, and would have killed her. Revenge is her right. My own lightning intensifies, bouncing inside the glass box, forcing the soldiers to cower from its purple-white wrath. Each bolt crackles and spits, blasting closer and closer to their flesh. Mare, stop it, Cal continues shouting, but I barely hear him. Julian Jocos. Sarah Sko. The captain, now scrambling across the floor, throws himself at the wall in front of me. Block G. He screams, slapping his palm on the glass a few inches from my face. They're in Block G. Through that door. That's it, come on. Cal growls. Inside the command module, the captain's eyes flicker to his fallen prince. Cameron laughs, high and clear. You want to leave them alive? Do you know what they've done to us? To everyone here, your silvers included? Please, please, we were following orders, the king's orders, the captain pleads, ducking to avoid another arc of lightning. Behind him, Cameron's second victim curls into himself, succumbing to her silence. Tears cling to his lashes in crystal drops. Your Highness, I beg for mercy, your mercy. I think of the little girl in the cells. Her eyes were bloodshot, and I could feel her ribs through her clothes. I think of Giza and her broken hand. The bled baby in Templin. Innocent children. I think of everything that's happened to me since this fateful summer, when a dead fisherman began all this trouble. No, it wasn't his fault. It was theirs. Their laws, their conscription, their doom for every single one of us. They did this. They have brought this ending upon themselves. Even now, when it is Cameron and me destroying them, they beg for Cal's mercy. They beg to a silver king, and spit upon red queens. I see the prince through the rippled glass. It distorts his face, and he looks so much like Maven. Mare, Cal whispers, if only to himself. But his whispers cannot stop me now. I feel something new inside myself, familiar but strange. A power that comes not from blood but choice. From who I have become, and not what I was born as. I turn from Cal's warped image. I know I look just as twisted. I bare my teeth in a snarl. Lightning has no mercy. Once, I watched my brothers burn ants with a bit of glass. This is similar, and worse. While the individually sealed cell blocks make it difficult, almost impossible, for prisoners to escape, they also make it that much harder for the guards to communicate with each other. Confusion is as effective as lightning or flame. Guards are loath to leave their posts, especially with rumors of the king around, and we find 4 buzzing magnetrons arguing in Block G. You heard the siren, something's wrong. Probably a drill, showing off for the little king. I can't get command on the radio. You heard them before, cameras are malfunctioning, the radios are going too. Might be the queen messing around again, bloody witch. I spear a bolt through one of them to get their attention. Wrong witch. Before the metal catwalk can drop beneath me, I grab onto the bars to the left of the door, holding fast. Cal goes to the right, and the bars turn red beneath his flaming touch, melting straight through. Cameron stays in the doorway, a light sheen of sweat across her brow, but she shows no signs of slowing down. One of the magnetrons topples from his retracting perch, clutching his head as he falls 3 levels to the concrete floor. It knocks him out cold. 2 left. A hailstorm of jagged metal screams at me, each piece a tiny dagger meant to kill. Before they can, I let go, sliding down the bars, until my feet hit the slight ledge of the cell below. Cal, a little help. I shout, dodging another blast. I answer it with my own, but the magnetron dips, stepping into what should be midair. Instead, his metal moves with him, allowing him to seemingly run through the open atrium. To my chagrin, Cal ignores me, and pries away the melted bar of the cell. His back spikes with flame, protecting himself from any weapon the other magnetron can throw at him. I can barely see him through the twists of fire, but I see enough. He's horribly angry, and it's no mystery why. He hates me for killing those silvers, for doing what he can't. I never thought I'd see the day when Cal, the soldier, the warrior, would fear to act. Now he focuses on opening as many cells as he can, ignoring my pleas for help, forcing me to fight alone. Cameron, drop him. I yell, glancing up at my unlikely ally. With pleasure, she snarls, extending a hand to the magnetron attacking me. He stumbles, but doesn't fall. She's weakening. I scramble along the cells, toes almost slipping, fingers straining with every passing second. I'm a runner, not a climber, and I almost can't fight this way. Almost. A sharp, diamond-shaped razor grazes my cheek, opening a wound across my face. Another cuts my palm. When I grab the next bar, my grip is weak, slipping through my own blood. I fall the last 6 or 7 feet, landing hard in the bowels of the block. For a second, I can't breathe, and I open my eyes to see a gigantic spike whistling at my head. I roll, dodging the killing blow. Another and another rain down, and I have to zigzag across the floor to stay alive. Cal! I shout again, more angry than afraid. The next spike melts before it reaches me, but the iron globs splatter too close, burning across my back. A scream escapes me as the fabric of my suit melts into my scars. It's nearly the worst pain I've ever felt, second only to the sounder and the excruciating coma that followed. My knees slam into the ground, sending jolts of agony up my legs. Pain, it seems, is another one of my triggers. The skylight high above us shatters, and a bolt of lightning explodes down to me. For a split second, it's like a purple tree has grown up from the sublevel, branching and veining through the open atrium of Block G. It catches one of the magnetrons, and she doesn't even have time to scream. The other, the last guard, is all but finished, reduced to cowering on his last sheet of metal, curled up against Cameron's hammering will. Julian! I shout once the air clears. Sarah! Cal jumps down at the other end of the floor, his hands cupped around his mouth. He refuses to look at me, searching the cells instead. Uncle Julian! He roars. I'll just wait up here, Cameron says, watching us from the open doorway at the top level. Her legs dangle. She even has the gall to whistle, eyeing the last magnetron as he moans. Block G is just as dank as the New Blood D, and, thanks to me, half destroyed. A hole smokes in the center of the floor, the only remnants of my massive bolt. From what I can see, the bottom cells are almost pitch black, but they're all full. A few prisoners have stumbled to their bars, coming to look at the commotion. How many faces will I recognize? But they're too drawn, too gaunt, their skin almost blue with fear, hunger, and cold. I doubt I'd recognize even Cal after a few weeks down here. I expected more for the Silvers, but I guess political prisoners are just as dangerous as secret, mutated ones. Here, a voice croaks. I nearly trip over a magnetron body, running even though the burns on my back protest with every step. Cal meets me there, his hands on fire, ready to melt the bars, to save his uncle, to make amends for some of his sins. The man in the cell looks weak, as old and frail as his beloved books. His skin has gone white, his remaining hair thin, and the lines on his face have multiplied and deepened. I think he's even missing teeth. But there's no mistaking his familiar brown eyes and the spark of intelligence still burning deep inside. Julian. I can't get to him fast enough, and hover almost too close to the melting metal. Julian. 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 My teacher, my friend. The first bar buckles and Cal wrenches it away, creating a space big enough for me to slip through. I barely notice the suffocating pressure of silent stone and focus instead on pulling Julian to his feet. He feels brittle, as if his bones might snap, and for a moment, I wonder if he'll get out of this alive. Then his grip on me tightens and his brow furrows in concentration. Bring me to that guard, he growls, betraying some of his old spirit. And get Sarah out. Of course. We're here for her too. I put his arm over my shoulder, helping him walk. Though he's much taller than me, he feels shockingly light. We're here for everyone. When we get him outside the cell, Julian stumbles, but keeps his footing. Cal, he mutters, reaching for his nephew. He takes his face in his hands and studies the exiled prince like he would an old book. Things were done, weren't they? Yes, they were, Cal growls. He doesn't look my way. The cell's changed what Julian looks like, but not who he is. He nods in understanding, looking very solemn. It comforts Cal in no small way. Such thoughts have no place here and now. But after. After, Cal repeats. Finally, he turns his blazing eyes on me. I feel burned by them. After. Come, Mare, help me to that festering lump. Julian points to the guard on the floor, unconscious but still living. Let's see if I'm not totally useless. I do as I'm told, acting as Julian's crutch as he limps to the fallen officer. Meanwhile, Cal gets to work on Sarah's cell, located across the floor from Julian. Within sight and earshot, but too far away to touch. Another small torture that they had to withstand. I've seen Julian do this before, but never with such effort or pain. His fingers shake as he pries open one of the officer's eyes, and he swallows many times, trying to call forth the voice that he needs. The song. It's all right, Julian, we can find another way. Another way will get us killed, Mare. Have I taught you nothing at all? Despite the situation, I have to smile. I fight the urge to hug him, and try to hide my grin. Finally, Julian exhales, eyes half shut. Veins stand out in his neck. Then his eyes snap open, wide and clear. Wake, he says in a voice more beautiful than sunset. Beneath us, the officer does as he's told, his other eye drifting open. Open the cells. All of them. A twisting shriek echoes up and down the block as the bars of every single cell bow open in unison. Build the stairs and walks. Connect everything. Clang. 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 Every shred of metal, the daggers, the electrocuted shards, even the melted drops, flatten and reform, banging together in succession. Walk with us. Julian's voice quivers in the last order, but the magnetron obeys, if a little slowly. You're lucky you came today, Mare, Julian says as I help him straighten. They walked us yesterday. We are not so weak as we usually are. I debate telling Julian about John, his ability, his advice. Julian will love hearing about him. After, I tell myself. After. For the first time, I have hope. There will be an after. Chaos descends on Koros. Gunfire echoes in every corridor, behind every door. The ragged band of Silvers follows us weakly, but a few have the strength to complain. I don't trust them at all, and almost walk backward to keep watch. Many branch off, slipping around corners, eager to be rid of this place. Others go deeper into the prison, looking for revenge. A few stay with us, their eyes downcast, ashamed to follow the lightning girl. But still they follow. And they fight as best they can. It's like dropping a stone in a still pond. The ripples start small, but they certainly grow. Each block falls more easily than the last, until the magnetrons inside must run from us. The Silvers kill more than I do, falling on their betrayers like hungry wolves. But even this cannot last. When a Larilyn Oblivion blasts away a stone barrier, opening Block J to us, the debris falls not down, but up. And before I understand what's happening, I'm being sucked into a whirlwind of smoke, shards, and unearthly whispers. Cameron grabs at my hand, but she slips from my grasp, disappearing into what must be mist. A nymph. I can't see anything but shadows and gloomy yellow light, each one like a distant, hazy sun. Before I can fall into such oblivion, I reach out, grabbing for anything. My cut hand closes on a cold, limp leg, stopping me with a bone-rattling jolt. Cal! I shout, but the howl swallows up my voice. Grunting, I pull myself up the leg. It must belong to a corpse, because it isn't moving. Cold fear tears at my mind, reaching with icy, sharp fingers. I almost let go, not wanting to see the face that belongs to this body. It could be anyone. It could be everyone. It's wrong to feel relieved, but I do. I don't recognize the man tangled in the bars of his cell, one leg wrapped, the other still dangling. He's certainly a prisoner, but I don't know him, and I won't warn him. My back feels nearly split open by scars and burns, and for a second, I allow myself to lean back against the bars. The gravity in this block has shifted. Gareth is here, which means Killorn, Shade, and Farley are not far behind. They're supposed to be on the other side of the prison, emptying the far cell blocks. Something has forced them in. Or trapped them entirely. Before I can call out, I'm falling again, as the block seems to spin. But it's not the cells that are moving. It's gravity itself. Gareth, stop. I shout into the void. No one answers. At least, no one I want to hear. Little lightning girl. Her voice almost splits my skull in two. Queen Ilara. This time, I wish for the sounder device. I wish for something to kill me, to give me the safety of death. I am still falling. Perhaps that will do it. Maybe I'll die before she wriggles into my brain, and turns me loose on everything and everyone I care about. But I feel the tendrils in my mind, already taking hold. My fingers twitch at her command, and sparks jump between them. No. Please no. I hit the other side of the block hard, probably breaking my arm, but I feel no pain. She takes it away. With one last ragged scream, I do what I must, and use the last drops of my own free will to slip between the twisted bars beneath me, into the prison of silent stone. It shatters my ability, and hers. The sparks die, her control breaks, and blinding pain sears through my left arm and up into my shoulder. I laugh through my tears. How fitting. She built this prison to hurt me and the other newbloods. Now, it's the only thing stopping her from doing just that. Now, it is my last sanctuary. From my place on the back wall of the cell, I guess it's the floor now, I watch the mist dance. The gunfire slows, either because bullets are running low or it's impossible to aim in such terrible visibility. A curling snake of flame blazes by, and I expect to see Cal follow, but his shape never appears. I call for him anyway. Cal. But my voice is weak. The stone that saves me is taking hold. It presses like a weight against my neck. She doesn't take long to find me. Her boots edge the bars of my cage, and for a second, I think I must be hallucinating. This is not the glittering, glorious queen I remember. Gone are her dresses and jewels, replaced by a neat, navy blue uniform with white detailing. Even her hair, usually perfectly curled and braided, has been slicked back into a simple bun. When I see gray at her temples, I laugh again. The first time we met, you were in a cell just like this, she muses, stooping so she can see me better. Bars did not stop me then, and they will not stop me now. Come in, then, I tell her, spitting blood. Definitely missing a tooth. Still the same girl you were. I thought the world would change you, but instead, she tips her head, smiling like a cat, you changed a little bit of the world. If you give me your hand, you can change even more. I can barely breathe through my laughter. How stupid do you think I am? Keep her talking. Keep her distracted. Someone will see her soon, someone must. Have it your way then, she sighs, standing. She gestures to someone I can't see. Guards, I realize, with a hollow, sinking resignation. Her hand reappears with a pistol, her finger already on the trigger. I would have liked to be in your head once again. You have such lovely delusions. A small victory, I think, shutting my eyes. She will never have the lightning, and she will never have me. A victory indeed. Again, I feel myself falling. But instead of the bullet, the bars smack against my face. I open my eyes in time to see Alara sailing away from me, the gun spilling from her hand, a look of terrible anger twisting her beautiful face. Her guards scatter with her, disappearing into the yellowed clouds. And someone grabs my good arm, pulling me to him. Come on, Mare, I can't get you through on my own, Shade says, trying to ease me through the bars. Breathless, I squeeze, pulling as much of myself as I can through. I guess it's enough, because suddenly the world shrinks, the mist disappears, and I open my eyes to see blinding, white tile. I almost collapse with joy. When I see Sarah sprinting toward me, her hands outstretched, with Killorn and Julian on her heels, I really do. Someone else catches me, someone warm. He turns me on my side and I hiss when my arm catches a bit of the pressure. Arm first, then burns, then scars, Cal says, all business. I can't help but moan when Sarah touches me, and a blissful numbing spreads through my arm. Something cool hits my back, healing the burns, which were certainly infected. But before the healing can spread to my ugly, gnarled scars, I'm pulled to my feet and out of Sarah's control. The door at the end of the corridor explodes outward, broken apart by rapidly growing twists of tree trunk. The mist follows, spinning toward us at great speed. The shadows come last. I know who they belong to. Cal throws a blast of fire at the oncoming branches, burning them back, but the charred embers simply join the roaring whirlwind. Cameron? I yell, craning my head to look for the one person who can stop Alara. But she's nowhere to be found. She's already out, now go, Killorn yells at me, pushing me ahead. I know I'm what Alara wants. Not only for my ability but for my face. If she can control me, she can use me as a mouthpiece again, to lie to the country, to do as she says. That's why I run faster than the others. I have always been the fast one. When I look back over my shoulder, I'm yards ahead, and what I see chills me. Cal has to forcibly pull Julian along, not because he's weak, but because he keeps trying to stop. He wants to face her. He wants to pit his voice against her mind, against her whispers. To avenge a dead sister, a wounded love, a broken and torn apart pride. But Cal won't lose the last piece of family he has left, and all but drags Julian away. Sarah keeps close to Julian's side, one hand in his, unable to scream in fear. Then I turn the corner. And I hit something. No, someone. Another woman, another person I never wanted to see again. Era, the panther, the head of House Irel, glares at me with eyes black as coal. Her fingers are still tinged gray-blue by silent stone and her clothes are tattered rags. But her strength is already returning, evidenced by the pure steel in her gaze. No way around but through. I raise my lightning to kill her, another one who knew I was different all along. She reacts before I can, grabbing my shoulders with agility no human should possess. But instead of breaking my neck or slitting my throat, she tosses me sideways, and something ruffles my hair. A curved, spinning blade, sharp as a razor, big as a dinner plate, flies past my face, centimeters from my nose. I hit the ground, gasping in shock, clutching at the head I almost lost. And above me, Era Iril stands her ground, dodging every blade that sails over us. They're coming from the opposite end of the hall, where another person from the past stands, forming metal discs from the plates of his familiar scale armor. Didn't your father ever teach you respect for your elders? Era crows at Telemus, stepping neatly under another blade. The next one she pulls out of the air, and tosses it back at him. An impressive but useless trick, as he waves it off with a curled smirk. Well, Red, aren't you going to do something? She adds, towing my leg. I stare at her, stunned for a moment. Then I clamber to my feet, forcing myself to stand. A little bit of my terror disappears. With pleasure, my lady. At the end of the corridor, Telemus's grin widens. Now to finish what my sister started in the arena, he growls. What your sister ran from, I call back, directing a bolt at his head. He throws himself sideways, against the wall, and in the time it takes him to recover, Era closes the distance between them and leaps, kicking off the tile wall. Using the momentum, she breaks Telemus's jaw with her elbow. I follow and, judging by the pounding footsteps behind me, I'm not the only one. Fire and lightning. Mist and wind. Metal rain, curling darkness, explosions like tiny stars. And bullets, always bullets, close behind. We move forward through the battle storm, praying for an end to this prison, following the map we all did our best to memorize. It should be here, no here, no here. In the mist and shadows, it's easy to get lost. And then there's Gareth, always spinning the bounds of gravity, sometimes doing more harm than good. When we finally find the entrance hall, the room with red and silver and black doors, I'm bruised all over again, and my strength is fading fast. I don't even want to think about the others, Julian and Sarah, who could barely walk earlier. We need to get in the open. To the sky. To the lightning that can save us all. Outside, the sun has risen. Era and Telemus continue their visceral dance as the wash looms, a gray haze on the horizon. I only have eyes for the black run and the other jet idling on the runway. A crowd swarms around the crafts, new blood and silver alike, boarding everything within reach. Some disappear into the fields, hoping to escape on foot. Shade, get him to the jet, I yell, grabbing Cal by the collar as we run. Before he can protest, Shade does as instructed, and jumps him 100 yards away. I can always count on Shade to understand, Cal is one of our only 2 pilots. He cannot die here, not when we're so close to getting away. We need him to fly, and fly well. A split second later, Shade returns, wrapping his arms around Julian and Sarah. They disappear with him, and I breathe a small sigh of relief. I call on everything I have left, down to the deepness of my bones. It makes me slow, makes me weak, taking my will, and turning it into something stronger. To my delight, the sky darkens. Killorn stops next to me, his rifle tucked against his shoulder. He shoots with precision, picking off our pursuers one by one. Many men step in front of the Queen, protecting her, whether by their own volition or hers. She'll be within range soon, of both my ability and her own. I have only one chance. It happens in slow motion. I glance at the 2 silvers locked in battle between me and the jets. A long, thin blade, like a giant needle, cuts through Era's neck, spilling a silver fountain. Telemus spins with the momentum, directing it through her, at me. I move to duck, expecting what I think is the worst. I can't possibly see what's coming. Only one person could. John. He walked away from all this. He let this happen. He didn't want to warn us. He didn't care. Shade appears in front of me, intending to take me away from all this. Instead, he gets a cruel, gleaming needle through his heart. He doesn't realize what's happening. He doesn't feel any pain. He dies before his knees hit the ground. I don't remember anything else until we're in the air. My face runs with tears, but I can't wipe them away. I stare at my hands, painted in both colors of blood. 27. This is not the Black Run. Instead, Cal pilots a massive cargo jet, built to carry heavy transports or machinery. Now the cargo bay holds over 300 escaped prisoners, many injured, all shell-shocked. Most are new bloods, but there are also silvers among them, keeping to themselves, biding their time. For today at least, they all look the same, cloaked in rags, exhaustion, and hunger. I don't want to go down to them, so I stick to the upper level of the jet. At least it's quiet in this section, separated from the bay by a narrow stairwell, and from the cockpit by a closed door. I can't make myself move past the 2 bodies at my feet. One lies beneath a white sheet, stained only by the blossom of red blood over his pierced heart. Farley kneels over him, frozen, a hand under the sheet to clutch my brother's cold, dead fingers. The other corpse I refuse to cover. Ilara looks ugly in death. Lightning twisted her muscles, pulling her mouth into a sneer even she couldn't muster while alive. Her simple uniform is cooked to her skin, and her ash-blonde hair is almost gone, burned away until only stringy patches remain. The other bodies, her guards, were just as deformed. We left them rotting on the runway. But the Queen is still unmistakable. Everyone will know this corpse. I'll make sure of it. You should go lie down. The body unsettles Killorn, that much is clear. I don't know why. We should be dancing on her bones. Let Sarah check you out. Tell Cal to change course. He blinks at me, perplexed. Change course? What are you talking about? We're going back to the Notch, back home. Home. I scoff at such a childish word. We're going back to Tuck. Tell him, please. Mare. Please. He doesn't move. Have you gone crazy? Do you remember what happened back there, what the Colonel will do to you if you come back? Crazy. I wish my mind would snap from the torture my life has become. That would be such a relief, to simply go mad. He can certainly try. But there are too many of us now, even for him. And when he sees what I bring him, I doubt he'll refuse us this time. The body? He breathes, visibly shaking. It's not the corpse scaring him, I realize quietly. It's me. You're going to show him the body? I'm going to show everyone. Again, firmer. Tell Cal to change course. He will understand. The jab stings Killorn, but I don't care. He hardens, drawing back to do as I tell him. The cockpit door shuts behind him, but I barely notice. I'm preoccupied with more important things than petty insults. Who is he to question my orders? He's no one. A fish boy with only good luck and my foolishness to protect him. Not like Shade, a teleporter, a new blood, a great man. How can he be dead? And he is not the only one. No, there are certainly others left to make the prison their tomb. We'll only know when we land, and can see who else escaped on the Black Run. And we will be landing on the island compound, not trekking to some lonely, backwoods cave. Did your seer tell you about this? The first words Farley's spoken since we left Koros. She hasn't wept yet, but her voice sounds hoarse, as if she spent the last few days screaming. Her eyes are horrible, ringed with red, the irises a vivid blue. That fool, John, who told us to do this. She continues, turning to face me. Did he tell you Shade would die? Did he? I suppose that was an easy price for the Lightning Girl to pay, so long as it meant more new bloods for you to control. More soldiers in a war you have no idea how to fight. One measly brother for more followers to kiss your feet. Not a bad trade, was it? Especially with the Queen thrown in. Who cares about a dead man no one knows, when you could have her corpse? My slap sends her back a step, more in surprise than pain. She catches the sheet as she falls, pulling it sideways, revealing my brother's pale face. At least his eyes are closed. He could be only sleeping. I move to tug the sheet back into place. I can't look at him long, but she hits me with her shoulder, using her considerable height to drive me into the wall. The cockpit door bangs open, and the two boys rush out, drawn by the noise. In an instant, Cal takes Farley down, tapping the back of her knees so she stumbles. Killorn is less fancy, simply wrapping both his arms around me, hoisting me clean off the ground. He was my brother. I yell at her. She screams her response. He was far more than that. Her words trigger a memory. When she doubts. John told me to tell her something. When she doubts. And Farley certainly doubts now. John did tell me something, I say, trying to push off Killorn. Something for you to hear. She lunges, reaching, and Cal pushes her back down again. He gets an elbow to the face for the trouble, but doesn't relinquish his firm hold on her shoulders. She isn't going anywhere, yet she continues to struggle. Farley, you never know when to quit. I used to admire you for it. Now I only pity you. He told me the answer to your question. It stops her short, her breath coming in tiny, frightened puffs. She stares, wide-eyed. I can almost hear her heart beating. He said yes. I don't know what that means, but it levels her. She slumps, falling on her hands, and bows her head behind a short curtain of blonde hair. I see the tears anyway. She isn't going to fight anymore. Cal knows it too, and backs away from her shaking form. He almost trips on Ilara's deformed arm, and shies away from it, flinching. "Give her space," he murmurs, and seizes me by the arm in a bruising grip. He all but drags me away, despite my protests. I don't want to leave her. Not Farley, but Ilara. Despite her wounds, her burns, and her glassy eyes, I don't trust her corpse to stay dead. A foolish worry, but I feel it all the same. "By my colors, what's the matter with you?" He snarls, slamming the cockpit door behind us, shutting out Farley's low sobs and Killorn's scowl. "You know what Shade was to her. You know what he was to me," I reply. Being civil isn't at the top of my list, but I try. My voice quivers anyway. My closest brother. I lost him before, and now again. This time he isn't coming back. There's no coming back. You don't see me screaming at people. You're right. You just killed him. Breath hisses between my teeth. Is that what this is about? I almost laugh at him. At least one of us can. I expect a screaming match at the very least. What I get is worse. Cal takes a step back, bumping against the instrument panel, trying to put as much distance as he can between us. Usually I'm the one to pull away, but not anymore. Something breaks behind his eyes, betraying the wounds he hides beneath his flaming skin. "What happened to you, Mare?" He whispers. "What hasn't happened to me?" A single day without worry, that's what. All to prepare me for this, for the fate I bought myself with the mutations of my blood and the many mistakes I've chosen to make, Cal included. My brother just died, Cal. But he shakes his head, never looking away from me. His gaze burns. You killed those men in the command center, you and Cameron, while they begged. Shade wasn't dead then. Don't blame this on him. They were silver. I am silver. I am red. Don't act like you haven't killed hundreds of us. Not for me, not the way you kill. I was a soldier following orders, obeying my king. And they were just as innocent as I was when my father was alive. Tears prick my eyes, begging to be spilled. Faces swim before me, murdered soldiers and officers, too many to count. Why are you saying this to me? I whisper. I did what I had to stay alive, to save people, to save you, you stupid, stubborn prince of nothing. You of all people should know the burden I carry. How dare you try to make me feel guiltier than I already do? She wanted to turn you into a monster. He nods toward the door, and the twisted body behind it. I'm just trying to make sure that doesn't happen. Ilara is dead. The words taste sweet as wine. She's gone, she can't hurt me. She can't control anyone anymore. But still, you feel no remorse for the dead. You do whatever you can to forget them. You abandoned your family without a word. You can't control yourself. Half the time you run away from leadership, and the other half you act like some untouchable martyr, crowned in guilt, the only person who's really giving herself to the cause. Look around you, Mare Barrow. Shade's not the only one who died in Koros. You are not the only one to make sacrifices. Farley betrayed her father. You forced Cameron to join us against her will, you chose to ignore everything but Julian's list, and now you want to abandon the kids back at the notch. For what? To step on the colonel's neck? To take a throne? To kill anyone who looks at you the wrong way? I feel like a child being scolded, unable to speak, to argue, to do anything but keep from crying. It takes everything to keep my sparks contained. And you still hold on to Maven, a person who doesn't exist. He might as well put a hand around my throat and squeeze. You looked through my things? I'm not blind. I watched you take the notes off the bodies. I thought you'd rip them up. But when you didn't, I suppose I wanted to see what you were going to do. Burn them, throw them away, send them back dipped in silver blood, but not keep them. Not read them while I slept next to you. You said you missed him too. You said so, I whisper. I have to refrain from stamping my foot like a frustrated child. He's my brother. I miss him in a very different way. Something sharp scrapes my wrist, and I realize I'm scratching myself in my misery, creating a physical pain to mask the agony inside. He watches, conflicted. Every single thing I did, you stood behind me, I say. If I'm turning into a monster, then so are you. He drops his gaze. Love blinds. If this is your idea of love. I don't know if you love anyone at all, he snaps, if you see anything out there but tools and weapons. People to manipulate and control, to sacrifice. There is no possible defense to such an accusation. How can I prove him wrong? How can I make him see what I've done, what I'm trying to do, what I've become to keep everyone I care about safe? How badly I've failed. How terrible I feel. How the scars and memories ache. How deeply he's wounded me with such words. I cannot prove my love for him, or Killorn, or my family. I cannot put such feelings into words, nor should I have to. So I don't. After the Archeon bombing, Farley and the Scarlet Guard used a silver news broadcast to claim responsibility. I speak slowly, methodic and calm in my explanation. It's the only thing keeping me sane. I'm going to do the same now, with the Queen's body. I'm going to show every single person in this kingdom the woman I killed, and the people she kept locked up, New Blood and Silver. I am finished letting Maven control this game by spouting his lies to the kingdom. What we've done isn't enough to bring him down. We need to let the country do it for us. Cal's mouth gapes open. Civil war? House against house, silver against silver. Only Reds will stand united. And we will win because of it. Norda will fall, and we will rise, red as the dawn. A simple, costly, lethal plan on both sides. But a step we must take. They forced us down this road long ago. I am only doing what must be done. You can collect the Notch children after we land in Tuck. But I need the Colonel, and I need his resources to get this in motion. Do you understand that? He barely nods. And after, well, I will go north, to the Choke, to the ones I've so willingly abandoned. You can do as you like, Your Highness. Mare. He grazes my arm and I flinch away, almost hitting the wall. Don't touch me anymore. The words sound like a slamming door. I suppose they are. Tuck is quiet and disgustingly bright. No clouds, no wind, just brisk autumn and sunlight. Shade shouldn't have died on such a beautiful day, but he did. Too many did. I am the first to step down from the cargo plane, with 2 covered stretchers close behind. Killorn and Farley hover by one, each of them resting a hand on Shade. But the other stretcher is what I care about now. The men holding her up seem afraid of her body, just like I was. The last few hours of quiet reflection, staring at Ilara's cold corpse, have been a strange comfort. She is not going to wake up. Just like Cal will never speak to me again, not after everything we said to each other. I don't know where he is in the line, or if he's even coming down at all. I tell myself not to worry. Thinking about him is a waste. I have to shield my eyes to see the Colonel's blockade across the runway. He perches atop a medical transport, surrounded by nurses in white shifts. Ada must have radioed ahead to tell him we would sorely need help. Her black run is already here, the only dark shadow in sight. When the first of the prisoners hit the runway behind me, the familiar black ramp descends from the other jet. Fewer than I thought get out, following Ada. She begins the brisk march toward the wall of armed Lakelanders, stoic guardsmen, and curious onlookers. Quietly, I curse myself. My family will be back there, waiting to see their children, but they'll find only one of us. You don't care about your family. Maybe Cal was right, because I certainly forget them more than any sane person should. That's far enough, Miss Barrow, the Colonel barks, holding up a hand. I do as he asks, halting 5 yards away. From this close, I can see the guns pointed at us, but more important, the men behind the bullets. They're alert, but not on edge. They have no kill orders, not yet. Have you come to return what you've stolen? I force a laugh, putting us both at ease. I come with a gift, Colonel. The corner of his mouth lifts. Is that what you call these? He searches for the right word to describe the ragged folk following me people. They were prisoners until this morning, at a secret facility called Koros. Jailed by the command of King Maven, left to be experimented on, tortured, and murdered. I glance behind me, expecting to see broken hearts and minds. Instead, I see unflagging pride. The little girl, the one who almost fell off the catwalk, looks close to tears, but her tiny fists clench at her sides. She won't cry. They are new bloods like me. Behind the girl, a protective teenager with too pale skin and orange hair stands like her guard. And Silver's too, Colonel. He reacts as I expect him to. You fool, you brought Silvers here? He shouts, panicking. Ready guns. The line of Lakelanders, 2 deep, and probably about 20 wide, does as he commands. Their guns click in unison, sliding bullets into chambers. Ready to fire. Behind me, the prisoners flinch, drawing back. But no one begs. They are done begging. Hollow threats. I fight the urge to smile. His hand flies to the pistol at his hip. Don't try me. I know your orders, Colonel, and they are not to kill the Lightning Girl. Command wants me alive, don't they? I remember Ellie Whistle, one of many guardsmen instructed to help me in my endeavors. She was no match for the colonel, but the colonel is no match for command, whoever they may be. The colonel loses some of his edge, but doesn't back down. Bring her forward, I snap, looking to the stretchers. The two men do as I say as quickly as they can. They lay Ilara's stretcher at my feet. The guns follow their every shaking step. I feel the crosshairs even now, on my heart, my brain, over every inch. Your gift, Colonel. I tow the stretcher, nudging the body beneath the white sheet. Don't you want to see it? His good eye flashes, almost too quick to discern. It finds Farley in the crowd, and the crease in his brow disappears a little. With a sickening jolt, I realize why. He thought I killed her. Who is it, Barrow? The prince? Have you murdered the best bargaining chip you had? Hardly, a voice calls from the crowd. Cal. I don't turn to look at him, electing to focus on the colonel instead. He holds my gaze, never wavering. Slowly, one hand raised, the other reaching, I pull away the sheet, laying her out for everyone to see. Her limbs have gone stiff. Her fingers are especially twisted, and bits of bone show through the flesh of her right hand. The gunmen are the first to react, lowering their weapons a little. One or two even gasp, covering their mouths to stifle the sound. The colonel is completely silent and still, content to stare. After a long moment, he blinks. Is that who I think it is? He says hoarsely. I nod. Ilara of House Mirandus, Queen of Norta. Mother to the king. Killed by new bloods and silvers, in the prison she built for them. That explanation should stay his hand for the moment. His red eye gleams. What do you plan to do with this? The king and this country deserve a chance to say goodbye to her, don't you think? The colonel looks just like Farley when he smiles. Again, Colonel Farley barks, moving back into position. My name is Mare Barrow, I tell the camera, trying not to sound foolish. After all, this is the 6th time I've introduced myself in the last 10 minutes. I was born in the Stilts, a village in the capital river valley. My blood is red, but because of this I stretch out my hands, allowing 2 balls of sparks to rise. I was brought to the court of King Tiberius VI, and given a new name, a new life, and made into a lie. They called me Marina Titanos, and told the world I was silver-born. I am not. Flinching, I draw the knife across my palm, over already torn flesh. My blood winks like rubies in the harsh light of the empty hangar. King Maven told you this was a trick. Sparks dance through the gash. It is not. And neither are the others like me, all of you born red with strange, silver abilities. The king knows you exist, and he is hunting you down. I tell you now, run. Find me. Find the Scarlet Guard. Next to me, the colonel straightens proudly. He wears a red scarf around his face, as if his bleeding eye wasn't identification enough. But I'm not complaining. He's agreed to take in the new bloods, having seen the error of his ways. He now knows the value and the strength of people like me. He can't afford to make enemies of us too. Unlike the Silver Kings, we see no division between ourselves and other Reds. We will fight for you, and we will die for you, if it means a new world. Put down the axe, the shovel, the needle, the broom. Pick up the gun. Join us. Fight. Rise, red as the dawn. The next part turns my stomach, and I want to scrub my skin with acid. When my fingers knot in her frayed hair, holding her head up to face the decrepit, sputtering camera, I'm fighting tears. As much as I hate this more. It feels against nature, against anything good I might have left inside myself. I've already lost Cal, thrown him away, but now I feel I'm losing my soul. And yet I speak the words I must. I believe in them, and they help a little. Fight and win. This is Ilara, Queen of Norta, and we have killed her. This war is not impossible, and with you, it can be won for good. I hold my position, trying my best not to blink. Tears will fall if I do. I think of anything but the corpse in my hands. Even now, guardsmen are leaving their strongholds to wait for anyone to answer our call. Arm yourselves, my brothers and sisters, the colonel says, stepping forward. You outnumber your masters, and they know it. They fear it. They fear you, and what you will become. Look to the whistles in the woods. They will lead you home. After 6 attempts, we finally finish in perfect unison. Rise, red as the dawn. As for the silvers of Norta. I speak quickly, tightening my grip on Ilara. Your king and queen have lied to you and betrayed you. The Scarlet Guard liberated a prison this morning, and inside we found red and silvers both. Missing members of House Irel, Larilyn, Skonos, Jacos, and more. Wrongfully imprisoned, tortured with silent stone, left to die for non-existent crimes. They are with us now, and they are alive. Your lost ones live. Rise to help them. Rise to avenge the ones we could not save. Rise, and join us. For your king is a monster. I glare deep into the camera, knowing he will see this. Maven is a monster. The colonel gapes at me, affronted. The camera stops. He tears away his scarf in his anger. What are you doing, Barrow? I stare back at him. I'm making your life a whole lot easier. Divide and conquer, Colonel. I point to the crew working the camera, not bothering to remember their names. You go to the silver barracks, get some film of them. Don't show the guards. Mark my words. This will set the country on fire, and even Maven won't be able to put it out. They don't need to speak to show they agree. I turn on my heel. I'm done, dot. The colonel follows me, dogging my steps even when I push my way out of the hangar. Barrow, I didn't say we were finished, he growls, but when I stop short, so does he. I don't need lightning to frighten people. Not anymore. Make me turn around, Colonel. I extend my arm, daring him to pull. Daring him to test me. Go on. Once, this man put Cal in a cell. He leads who knows how many soldiers, and killed however many more men. I don't know how many battles he's seen, or how many times he's cheated death. He has no right to be afraid of a girl like me, but he is. I return to tuck his equal, better than his equal, and he knows it. I spin to face him slowly, and only because it now suits me to do so. What changed you, Colonel? Because I know it wasn't your own good sense, or even the orders of your command. After a long, drawn-out moment, he nods. Follow me. They've been asking to meet you. 28. Tuck seems smaller than I remember, with the 300 from Koros as well as the colonel's own reinforcements clustering all over the island. He leads me past them all, setting a pace I must struggle to match. Many of the new soldiers are Lakelanders, smuggled from the far north like the guns and food streaming in from the docks, but there are a good number of Nortans as well. Farmers, servants, deserters, even some tattooed techies drill in the open space between barracks. Many have come over the last few months. They are the first of many outrunning the measures, and more will certainly follow. I would smile at the thought, but smiling comes too hard these days. It hurts my scars and my head. Back on the runway, a familiar jet roars, and the Black Run climbs into the sky. Headed for the notch, I'll bet, with Cal at the controls. All the better. I don't need him skulking around, watching and judging my every move. Barracks 1. Last time I entered in secret. Now I enter in broad daylight, with the colonel at my side. We walk through the narrow passages of the underwater bunker, and his Lakelanders step aside to let me pass every juncture. I'm acutely aware of this place, once I was its prisoner, but I no longer fear anything down here. We follow the piping in the ceiling, toward the pulsing heart of the barracks and the entire island. The control room is small, but crowded, filled with screens, radio equipment, and maps on every flat surface. I expect to see Farley barking orders, but she's nowhere to be found. Instead, there's a healthy mix of Lakelander blue and guard red. 2 men are different, wearing thick, faded green uniforms with black detailing. I have no idea what country or kingdom they stand for. Clear the room, the colonel murmurs. He has no reason to shout, they obey him quickly. Except for the pair in green. I get the feeling they've been waiting for this. They move in strange unison, turning toward us in perfect sync. Both wear badges on their uniforms, a white circle with a dark green triangle inside. The same marks I saw on smuggled crates the last time I was here. The men are twins, the unsettling kind. Identical, but somehow more than that. Both have curly black hair, tight like a cap, mud-colored eyes, brown skin, and immaculate beards. A scar is the only difference between them. One has a jagged line on the right cheek, the other the left. To distinguish them. With a cold shudder, I realize they even blink at the same time. Miss Barrow, a pleasure to meet you at last. Right Scar extends his hand, but I'm loath to take it. He doesn't seem to mind, and presses on. My name is Rash, and my brother. Tahir, at your service, the other cuts in. They bow their heads gracefully, again in startling unison. We have traveled far to find you and yours. And waited. For what feels like even longer, Rash finishes for him. He eyes the colonel, and I catch a flicker of distaste deep in his eyes. We bring you a message and an offer. From whom? I feel breathless, almost dizzy. Surely these men are new bloods, their bond is not a natural one, and they are neither Nortan nor Lakelander. Traveled far, they said. From where? They speak in melodic chorus. The Free Republic of Montfort. Suddenly I wish Julian were at my side, to help me remember his lessons, and the maps he kept so close. Montfort, a mountain nation, so far away it could be the other side of the world. But Julian told me it was like Piedmont to the south, ruled by a collection of princes, all of them silver. I don't understand. Neither did Colonel Farley, says Tahir. Rash cuts in. For the Republic is well guarded, hidden by mountains, snows, walls, and by design. This is very annoying. My apologies, Rash adds, noting my discomfort. Our mutation links our brains. It can be quite unsettling, I finish for him, drawing a smile from them both. But the colonel continues to scowl, his red eye gleaming. So you're new bloods too? Like me? A double nod. In Montfort, we are called the Ardens, but it differs from nation to nation. No one can agree on what to call the red and silver ones, Tahir says. There are many of us, all over this world. Some in the open, as in the Republic, or hidden, as it is in your country. He turns his gaze on the colonel, speaking with two meanings. But our bonds run deeper than the borders of nations. We protect our own, for no one else will. Montfort has been hiding for 20 years, building our republic from the ashes of brutal oppression. I believe you understand that. I do indeed. I don't even care that I'm grinning, despite the pain it causes. But we are not hiding now. We have an army and a fleet of our own, and they will not be idle any longer. Not while kingdoms like Norta, the Lakelands, and all the rest still stand. Not while Reds die, and Ardens face even worse fates. Ah. So the colonel accepts us not out of goodness or even necessity, but fear. Another player has joined the game, one he does not understand. They share an enemy at least, that much is clear. Silvers. People like Maven. We share an enemy too. But a chill goes through me, one I cannot ignore. Cal is silver, Julian is silver. What do they think of them? Like the colonel, I must sit back and see what these people truly want. Premier Davidson, the leader of the Republic, sent us as ambassadors, to extend a hand of friendship to the Scarlet Guard, Rash says, his own hand twitching on his thigh. Colonel Farley willingly accepted this alliance 2 weeks ago, as have his superiors, the Red Generals of Command. Command. Farley's cryptic words seem so close now. She never explained what she meant, but now I begin to see a little more of the Guard. I have never heard of the Red Generals, but I keep my face still. They don't know how much or how little I am told. Judging by the way the twins are talking, they think me a leader too, with control over the Scarlet Guard. I barely have control over myself. We've allied with similar groups and subsects in nations across the continent, forming a complex network like spokes of a wheel. The Republic is the hub. Rash's eyes bore into mine. We offer safe passage, to any of the Ardens here, to a country that will not only protect you but offer you freedom. They need not fight, they need only live, and live free. That is our offer. My heart beats wildly. You need only live. How many times have I wished for such a thing? Too many to count. Even back in the stilts, when I thought I was painfully normal, when I was nothing. I only wanted to live. The stilts taught me the value, and the rarity, of an ordinary life. But it also taught me something else, a more valuable lesson. Everything has its price. And what do you ask in return? I murmur, not wanting to hear his answer. Rash and Tahir exchange loaded glances, their eyes narrowing in silent communication. I don't doubt the brothers can speak to each other without words, whispering like Ilara once did. Premier Davidson requests that you escort them, they say together. A request. There is no such thing. You are a firebrand in your own right, and will be of great help to the coming war. They need not fight. I should have known that wouldn't apply to me. You will have your own unit, your own hand-picked Ardens at your side. A new blood king will sit the throne you built him. Cameron said that to me a few days ago, when I forced her to join us. Now I know exactly how she felt, and how horribly true her words could be. But only Ardens? I reply, moving steadily to my feet. Only new bloods? Tell me, what is it truly like in your republic? Have you simply traded silver masters for new ones? The brothers stay seated, watching me with keen eyes. You misunderstand, says Tahir. He taps the scar below his left eye. We are like you, Mare Barrow. We have suffered for what we are, and simply wish for no one else to meet this fate. We offer sanctuary for our kind. You especially. Liars, both of them. They offer nothing but another stage for me to stand on and perform. I'm fine where I am. I look to the colonel, focusing on his good eye. He's not scowling anymore. I won't run away, not now. There are things that must be handled here. Red problems that you need not bother with. You may take any new blood who wants to go with you, but not me. And if you try to make me do anything against my will, I'll fry you both. I don't care what color your blood is or how free you claim to be. Tell your leader I can't be bought with promises. And what of action? Rash offers, raising one manicured eyebrow. Would that sway you to the leader's side? I've walked this road before. I've had my fill of kings, no matter what they're called. But spitting on the twins will get me nowhere, so I shrug instead. Show me action and we'll see. Chuckling, I turn to go. Bring me Maven Kalor's head and your leader can use me as a footstool. Tahir's response chills my blood. You killed the she-wolf. It should be nothing at all to kill the pup. I exit the control room at a brisk march. Strange, Miss Barrow. What? I growl, snarling to face the colonel. He can't even let me walk out of this barracks in peace. His open expression takes me aback, displaying something like understanding. He is the last person I expect to understand. You came here with so many more followers, but you lost the ones you left with. He raises an eyebrow, leaning against the cold, damp wall of the passage. The village boy, your prince, and my daughter all seem to be avoiding you. And of course, your brother, one quick step forward stops him short, frightening him into silence. My condolences, he murmurs after a long moment. It's never easy to lose a family member. I remember the photograph in his quarters. He had another daughter, and a wife, 2 people who aren't here now. We all need some time, I tell him, hoping that's enough. Don't give them too much. It's not good to let them dwell on your sins. I can't find the heart to argue, because he's right. I lashed out at the people closest to me, and showed them the monster beneath my skin. And what about this red problem you mentioned? He continues. Anything I should know about? Back on the jet, I told Cal I was going north. Half of me said it out of anger, to prove something to him. The other half said it because it is the right thing to do. Because I've ignored things for far too long. A few days ago we intercepted a march order. The first of the child legions is being sent to the choke. My breath hitches, remembering what Ada said. They're going to be massacred, ordered to march out past the trenches, right into the kill zone. 5,000 of them, slaughtered. New bloods? The colonel prods. I shake my head. Not that I know of. He settles a hand on his pistol, draws up his spine, and spits at the floor. Well, command did order me to help you. I think it's time we did something useful together. The infirmary is quiet, a good place to wait. Sarah was allowed to leave the barracks designated for silver use, and she made quick work of anyone injured. Now the beds are empty but for one. I lie on my side, staring at the long window in front of me. The deceivingly blue sky has faded into steel gray. Another storm maybe, or perhaps my eyes have darkened. I simply cannot see any more sunlight today. The sheets are soft, worn by too many washings, and I fight the urge to pull them up and over my head. As if that could stop the memories from coming, each one breaking hard as an iron wave. Shade's last moment, his eyes wide, one hand reaching for me, before the blood burst from his chest. He was coming back to save me, and it got him killed. I feel like I did so many months ago, when I hid in the woods, unable to face Giza and her broken hand. Now I can't stand the thought of returning to my family and seeing the whole Shade left behind. They are certainly wondering where I am, the girl who cost them a son. But it is not a Barrow that finds me here. Shall I come back later, or have you finished feeling sorry for yourself? I sit up sharply, only to see Julian standing at the foot of my bed. His color has returned, as have his missing teeth, courtesy of Sarah. But for the mismatched clothes, leftovers from the tuck stores, he looks like his old self again. I expect a smile, maybe even a thank you, but not a scolding. Not from him. Can a girl get a moment's peace around here? I huff, falling back against the thin pillow. By my reckoning, you've been hiding for the better part of an hour. I think that's more than a moment, Mare. The old teacher is trying his best to be kind. It isn't working. If you must know, I'm waiting on the colonel. We have an operation to plan, and he's rounding up volunteers as we speak. So there. But Julian isn't that easily deterred. And you decided taking a nap was a better use of your time than, say, addressing the other new bloods, maybe calming down a bunch of very jumpy silvers, getting some medical attention, or even speaking with your own grieving family? I have not missed your lectures, Julian. You lie well, Mare, he says, smiling. He closes the distance between us almost too quickly, coming to sit beside me. He smells clean, fresh from a shower. This close, I can see how thin he's become, and the hollow emptiness of his eyes. Even Sarah cannot heal minds. And a lecture needs a listener. You are certainly not listening to me anymore. He lowers his voice and tips my face, making me look at him. I'm tired enough to let him. Or anyone, for that matter. Not even Cal. Are you going to yell at me too? He smiles sadly. Have I ever? No, I whisper, wishing I didn't have to. No, you haven't. And I'm not about to start now. I have only come to tell you what you need to hear. I will not make you listen, I will not make you obey. I leave you the choice. As it should be. Okay. I told you once that anyone can betray anyone. I know you remember. Oh, do I remember? And I say it again. Anyone, anything, can betray anyone. Even your own heart. Julian. No one is born evil, just like no one is born alone. They become that way, through choice and circumstance. The latter you cannot control, but the former. Mare, I am very afraid for you. Things have been done to you, things no person should suffer. You've seen horrible things, done horrible things, and they will change you. I'm so afraid for what you could be, if given the wrong chance. So am I. I let my hand close around his. The connection is calming enough, but weak. Our bond is strained at best, and I don't know how to fix it. I will try, Julian, I murmur. I will try. In the back of my mind, I wonder. Will Julian tell tales of me one day? When I have become something wretched, someone like Ilara, with nothing and no one to love her? Will I simply be the girl who tried? No. I cannot think that way. I will not. I am Mare Barrow. I am strong enough. I've done things, terrible things, and I don't deserve forgiveness for them. But I see it in Julian's eyes all the same. And it fills me with such hope. I will not become a monster, no matter what I must do in the days ahead. I will not lose who I am, even if it kills me. Now, do you need me to walk you to your family's bunk, or can you find the way? I can't help but snort. Do you even know the way? It's not polite to question your elders, Lightning Girl. I had a teacher once who told me to question everything, but... His eyes twinkle and he puffs out his weak chest proudly. Your teacher was a smart man. I notice his eyes lingering, and the light in them goes out. He stares at my exposed collarbone, at the brand there. I debate covering it up, but decide not to move. I won't hide the M burned into me, not from him. Sarah can fix that, he murmurs. Shall I get her? On shaky legs, I stand. There are many scars I want her to heal, but not this one. No, let it be a reminder to us all. Arm in arm, we leave the empty infirmary. It echoes with our footsteps, a white room steadily fading to gray. Outside, a shade has been drawn across the world. Winter waits on our doorstep, it will knock soon. But I like the cold air. It wakes me up. As we cross the central yard, heading for Barracks 3, I take note of the compound. A few familiar faces mix in with the various groups, some training, others transporting goods or simply milling around. I spot Ada sliding beneath a broken transport, an instruction manual in hand. Lori kneels next to her, sifting through a pile of tools. A few yards away, Darmian falls in with a troop of guardsmen, joining them on a jog. They're the only ones from the notch I see, and it turns my stomach. Cameron, Nix, Nanny, Gareth, Ketha, where are they? I feel quite sick, but swallow the sensation. I only have the strength to mourn the person I know for sure is dead. Julian is not permitted to enter Barracks 3. He informs me of this with a tight-lipped smile, his words dripping disdain. There's no way to enforce the order, but he obeys it all the same. I'm just trying to be a good Silver, he says dryly. The colonel's already been kind enough to let us out of our barracks. I would hate to betray his trust. I'll come find you after. I squeeze his shoulder. It must be getting pretty bad in there. Julian only shrugs. Sarah is taking her time healing, we don't want too many overpowered, underfed, and angry Silvers in an enclosed space. And they know what you did for them. They have no reason to make a fuss yet. Yet. A simple but effective warning. The colonel doesn't know how to handle so many Silver refugees, and will certainly misstep soon. I'll do my best, I sigh, and add quelling a possible riot to my growing to-do list. Don't cry in front of Mom, apologize to Farley, figure out how to save 5,000 children, nanny a bunch of Silvers, put my head through a wall. Seems doable. The barracks is as I remember, full of labyrinthine twists and turns. I get lost once or twice, but finally I find the door with the purple scarf tied to the doorknob. It's firmly shut, and I have to knock. Bree opens the door. His face is red from crying, and that almost does me in right then and there. Took you long enough, he growls, stepping back so I can enter. I flinch at his harsh tone, but don't retaliate. Instead, I put a hand on his arm. He cringes, but doesn't pull away. I'm sorry, I tell him. And then, louder, to the rest of the room, I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. Giza and Tramy sit on mismatched chairs. Mom curls up on one of the beds, with Dad and his chair firmly planted next to her. While she turns away, hiding her face in a pillow, he looks straight at me. You had things to do, Dad says. Gruff as always, but more insulting than he's ever been. I deserve it. We understand. I should have been here. I move farther into the room. How can I feel lost in such a small space? I brought his body back. We've seen it, Bree snaps, taking a seat on the bunk opposite Mom. It sags under his enormous weight. One little blast of a needle, and he's gone. I remember, I murmur before I can stop myself. Giza twitches in her chair, her thin legs drawn up beneath herself. She flexes her bad hand, distracting herself. Do you know who killed him? Talimas Samos. A magnetron. Back in the arena, Cal could have killed the wretched man. But he was merciful. And his mercy killed my brother. I know that name, Tramy says, just to have something to fill the tense air. He was one of your executioners. Couldn't get you, but he got shade. It sounds like an accusation. I have to look down, examining my shoes instead of the hurt in his eyes. Did you get him back at least? Bree gets to his feet again, unable to keep still. He towers over me, trying to look intimidating. He forgets that I'm not scared of brute force anymore. Did you? I killed a lot of people. My voice breaks, but I soldier on. I don't even know how many, I just know the Queen was one of them. On the bed, Mom pulls up, finally deciding to look at me. Her eyes swim with tears. The Queen? She whispers, breathless. We have her body as well, I say, almost too eager. Talking about her corpse is easier than grieving for my brother. So I tell them about the broadcast, what we hope to do. The horrible thing should go out tonight, during the evening news bulletins. They're mandatory now, in addition to the measures, forcing every person in the kingdom to eat lies and propaganda with their dinner. A youthful, eager king, another victory in the trenches, and the like, but not tomorrow. Instead, Norda will see their dead queen. And the world will hear our call to arms. Bree paces, grinning madly at the thought of civil war, and Tramy follows, as he always does. They jabber between each other, already dreaming of marching into Archeon together, and planting our red flag on the ruins of Whitefire Palace. Giza is less enthusiastic. I guess you won't be here for long, she says, forlorn. They'll need you back on the mainland, recruiting again. No, I won't be recruiting, at least not for a while, but I can't stand the hope that sparks in them, especially Mom. I almost don't tell them at all, but last time I left so suddenly. I won't do that to them again. I'm going to the choke, and soon. Dad roars so loudly I expect him to fall out of his wheelchair. You will not. Not while I still draw breath. He wheezes to emphasize his point. No child of mine will ever return to that place. Ever. And don't you dare tell me I can't stop you, because believe me, I can and I will. Once, the choke took Dad's leg and a lung. He gave so much to that place. And now, I guess he thinks he's going to lose me to it too. I'm sure you would, Dad. I try to humor him. That usually works. But this time he waves me off, wheeling up to me so fast his leg bumps my shin. He glares like a demon, one quivering finger pointed at my face. Give me your word, Mare Barrow. You know I can't do that. And I tell him why. 5,000 children, 5,000 sons and daughters. Cameron was right all along. The divisions of blood are still very real, and they can't be tolerated any longer. Let someone else go, he growls, trying his best not to fall apart. I never wished to see my father cry, and now I wish I could forget the sight. The colonel, that prince, someone else can do it. He clutches my arm like a man at sea. Daniel. Mom's voice is soft, soothing, a single white cloud in an empty sky. Let her go. When I pry his hand from my wrist, I realize I'm crying too. We'll go with her. Bree barely gets the words out before I can tell him no. Dad's face purples, his sadness giving way to anger. Do you want me to die of a heart attack? He snarls, spinning to face my oldest brother. She's never been to the choke, she doesn't know what it's like up there, Tramy pipes in. We do. Spent almost a decade between us on the trench lines. I shake my head, putting out a hand to stop him before Dad really does lose it. The Colonel's coming, he's seen the choke too, there's no need. Maybe from the Lakelander side. Bree's already at his trunk, going through his things. Looking for what to bring. But the Nortan trenches are a different design. He'll be turned around in seconds. It's probably the smartest thing I've ever heard Bree say. He's not known for his brain, but then again, he survived almost 5 years on the lines. That's 4 years longer than most. It can't be luck. I realize instead, this is bravery from both of them, more than I can possibly know. Once I thought about how much of my life my older brothers missed, but I've done the same. They are not as I remember. They are warriors as much as I am. My silence is all they need to start packing. I wish I could tell them not to come. They would listen if I truly meant it. But I can't. I need them, just like I needed Shade. I only hope I won't lead another brother into the grave. After a long moment, I realize I'm shaking. So I climb into bed next to my mother, and I let her hold me for a long while. I do my best not to cry. My best is not enough. 29. The mess hall is crowded, but not for a meal. The Colonel put out the call for a top priority operation only an hour ago, and the room bursts with his hand-picked men as well as volunteers. The Lakelanders are quiet, well-trained, and stoic. The Guardsmen are much rowdier, though Farley is anything but. She's been reinstated as a captain, but shows no sign of noticing. She sits in silence, absently twisting a red scarf around her hands. When I enter the mess, flanked by my brothers, the noise dies away, and every eye watches me. Except Farley. She doesn't look up at all. Laurie and Darmian actually clap as I walk across the room, making me blush. Ada joins in, and then, to my delight, Nanny stands up next to her, as does Cameron. They made it. I exhale a little, trying to feel relieved. But there's still no sign of Nix, Gareth, or Ketha. They could have chosen not to come. They must be sick of danger by now. That's what I tell myself as I sit down next to Farley. Bree and Tramy follow, taking the seats directly behind me, like bodyguards. We are not the last to arrive. Herrick slips in, having just arrived from the Notch, and shoots me a curt nod. He holds the door open, allowing Killorn to enter. My heartbeat doubles when Cal follows, trailing at his heels, with Julian and Sarah behind him. My entrance was quiet, this is the opposite. At the sight of 3 silvers, many jump to their feet, mostly Lakelanders. In the din, it's hard to hear their shouts, but the meaning is clear. We do not want you here. Cal and I lock eyes through the commotion, if only for a second. He turns away first, finding a seat at the back of the room. Julian and Sarah stick close to his side, ignoring the jeers, while Killorn picks his way to the front. He drags a chair with him, and plops down beside me. He gives me a casual nod, as if we're just sitting down to lunch. So what's all this about? He says, his voice loud enough to be heard over the noise. I stare at my friend, perplexed. The last time I saw him, he was prying me off Farley, and looked disgusted with my existence. Now he's all but smiling. He even pulls an apple from his jacket and offers me first bite. Shaky but sure, I take the gift. You weren't yourself, he whispers in my ear. He pulls the apple away again, taking a bite. Forget about it. But go off the rails like that again and we'll have to settle this stilt style. Yeah? My scars twinge as I smile. Yeah. And lower, so only he can hear me. Thank you. For a second, he stills, strangely thoughtful. Then he waves a hand, smirking. Please, I've seen you way worse than that. A comforting lie, but I let him tell it anyway now. What's this top priority business? Your idea or the Colonel's, dot. As if on cue, the Colonel enters the mess, his hands stretched wide, asking for silence. Mine, I murmur, as the complaints fade away. Quiet, he barks, his voice like a whip crack. The Lakelanders obey at once, taking their seats in practiced motion. His glare is enough to shut up the other dissenters. He points to the back of the room, to Cal, Julian, and Sarah. Those 3 are silver, yes, but proven allies to the cause. They have my permission to be here. You will treat them as you would any ally, any brother or sister at arms. It silences them all. For now. You're here because you volunteered for an operation without knowing what it is. That's true bravery, and I commend you all for it, he continues, taking his place at the front of the hall. I get the sense he's done this before. In this setting, the cropped hair and red eye give him an air of authority, as does his commanding voice. As you know, the lowered conscription age has resulted in younger soldiers, down to the age of 15. At present, one such legion is on their way to the warfront. 5,000 strong, all with only 2 months of training. An angry murmur goes through the crowd. We owe our gratitude to Mare Barrow and her team for giving us this information. I can't help but flinch. My team. They belong to Farley or even Cal, but not to me. Miss Barrow is also the first to volunteer to stop this tragedy before it happens. Killorn's neck cracks, he turns so quickly. He widens his green eyes, and I can't tell if he's angry or impressed. Maybe a little bit of both. They've been nicknamed the Little Legion, I say, forcing myself to my feet so I can address the crowd properly. They stare at me, expectant, every eye like a knife. Lady Blownose's lessons will serve me well now. According to our information, the children will be sent directly into the choke, past the trench lines. The king wants them dead, to scare our people into silence, and he'll succeed if we don't do something. I propose a two-pronged operation, led by Colonel Farley and myself. I will infiltrate the Legion outside Corvium, using soldiers who can pass for 15, in order to separate the silver officers from the children. We will then proceed directly into the choke. I do my best to keep my eyes on the back wall, but they keep trailing back to Cal. This time, I'm the one who has to look away. That's suicide. Someone shouts. The colonel moves to my side, shaking his head. My own unit will be waiting in the north, on the Lakelander trench line. I have contacts within that army, and I can buy Miss Barrow enough time to get across. Once she reaches me, we'll retreat to Lake Aris. 2 grain freighters should be enough to ferry us across, and from there, we enter the disputed lands. Ludicrous. I don't need to look up to know Cal is standing. He's flushed, fists clenched, annoyed at such a foolish plan. I almost smile at the sight. 100 years and no Norten army has ever crossed the choke. Ever. You think you can do it with a bunch of kids? He turns on me, imploring. You'd have better luck turning them back to Corvium, hiding in the woods, anything other than crossing a damned kill zone. The colonel takes this all in stride. How long since you entered the trenches, Your Highness? Cal doesn't falter. 6 months ago. 6 months ago, the Lakelanders had 9 legions on the line, to match Norten numbers. As of today, they have 2. The choke is open, and your brother does not realize it. A trap? Or a diversion, then? Cal sputters, puzzling out what this could mean. The colonel nods. The Lakelanders plan to push across Lake Tarion, while your armies are busy defending a stretch of waste no one wants. Miss Barrow could walk across blindfolded and not get a scratch. And that's exactly what I intend to do. Slowly, surely, I steel my heart. I hope I look brave, because I certainly don't feel it. Who's coming with me? Killorn is the first to stand, as I knew he would be. Many more follow: Cameron, Ada, Nanny, Darmian, even Herrick. But not Farley. She sits rooted, letting her lieutenants stand in her place. The scarf is wound too tight around her wrist, turning her hand faintly blue. I try not to look at him. I certainly try. At the back of the room, the exiled prince gets to his feet. He holds my gaze, as if his eyes alone could set me on fire. A waste. There is nothing in me left to burn. The graves in Tuck Cemetery are new, marked by freshly turned earth and a few woven bits of sea grass. Collected rocks stand in for headstones, each one painstakingly carved by loved ones. When we lower Shade's plank coffin into the ground, all of us Barrows standing around the hole, I realize we are lucky. We have a body to bury, at the very least. But there are so many other graves marking nothing but earth. Their names are carved too. Nyx, Ketha, and Gareth. Their bodies abandoned but not forgotten. According to Ada, they never got on the Black Run or the cargo jet. They died in Koros, along with 42 others by her impeccable count. But 300 survived. 300, traded for 45. A good deal, I tell myself. An easy bargain. The words sting, even in my head. Farley clutches herself against the cold wind but refuses to wear a coat. The colonel is here too, standing a respectful distance away. He's here not for Shade but his grieving daughter, though he makes no move to comfort her. To my surprise, Giza takes her side, worming one arm around the captain's waist. When Farley lets her, the shock almost knocks me over. I didn't know the two ever met, but they're so familiar. Somehow, beneath my grief, I manage to feel a bit of jealousy. No one tries to comfort me, not even Killorn. Shade's funeral is too much for him to bear and he sits on the rise above, far away enough so that no one can see him cry. His head dips every once in a while, unable to watch when Bree and Tramy begin to shovel dirt into the grave. We don't say anything. It's too hard. The whistling air goes straight through me, and I wish for warmth. I wish for comfortable heat. But Cal is not here. My brother is dead, and Cal cannot find it in his stubborn heart to watch us bury him. Mom shovels the last bit of dirt, her eyes dry. She has no more tears left to give. We have that in common at least. Shade Barrow, his headstone reads. The letters look clawed, written by some feral beast instead of my parents. It feels wrong to bury him here. He should be at home, by the river, in the woods he loved so well. Not here, on a barren island, surrounded by dunes and concrete, with nothing but empty sky to keep him company. This was not a fate he deserved. John knew this would happen. John let it happen. A darker thought takes hold. Perhaps this is another trade, another bargain. Perhaps this was the best fate he would ever face. My smartest, most caring sibling, who would always come to save me, who always knew what to say. How could this be his end? How is this fair? I know better than most that nothing in this world is fair. My vision blurs. I stare at the packed earth for who knows how long, until it's just me and Farley left in the cemetery. When I look up, she's staring at me, a storm raging between anger and sorrow. The wind ruffles her hair. It's grown longer over the past few months, nearly reaching her chin. She shoves it away so violently I fear she might tear her scalp. I'm not going with you. She forces out the words. I can only nod. You've done enough for us, more than enough. I understand. At that she scoffs. You don't. I couldn't care less about protecting myself, not now. Her eyes trail back to the grave. A single tear escapes, but she doesn't notice. The answer to my question, she murmurs, not thinking about me anymore. Then she shakes her head and steps closer. It wasn't much of a question anyway. I knew, deep down. I think Shade did too. He was very perceptive. Not like you. I'm sorry for everyone you've lost, I say, blunter than I wish to be. I'm sorry. She only waves a hand, dismissing the apology. She doesn't even care to ask how I know. Shade, my mother, my sister. And my father. He might be alive, but I lost him too. I remember the worry on the colonel's face, the brief glint of concern when we returned to Tuck. He was afraid for his daughter. I wouldn't be so sure. No real father could ever be truly lost to the child he loves. The wind blows a curtain of hair across her face, almost hiding the look of shock flashing in her eyes. Shock and hope. One hand splays across her stomach, strangely gentle. The other pats my shoulder. I hope you make it out of this alive, Lightning Girl. You're not entirely awful. It might be the nicest thing she's ever said to me. Then she turns, never to look back. When I leave a few minutes later, neither do I. There's no time to mourn Shade or the others properly. For the second time in 24 hours, I must board the Black Run, forget my heart, and prepare to fight. It was Cal's idea to wait until evening, to leave the island while our hijacked broadcast crosses the nation. By the time Maven's dogs come hunting for us, we'll already be in the air and on our way to the hidden airfield outside Corvium. The colonel will continue north, using the cover of night to cross the lakes and circle around. By morning, if the plan holds, we'll both be in charge of our own legions, one on each side of the border. And then we march. The last time I left my parents, there was no warning. Somehow, that was easier than this. Saying goodbye to them is so hard I almost run to the Black Run and its familiar safety. But I force myself to hug them both, to give them whatever small comfort I can, even if it might be a lie. I'll keep them safe, I whisper, tucking my head against Mom's shoulder. Her fingers run through my hair, braiding it quickly. The gray ends have spread, almost reaching to my shoulders. Bree and Trainee. And you, she whispers back. Protect yourself too, Mare. Please. I nod against her, not wanting to move. Dad's hand finds my wrist, giving it a gentle tug. Despite his outburst earlier, he's the one to remind me I must go. His eyes linger over my shoulder, at the Black Run behind us. The others have already boarded, leaving only the Barrows on the runway. I suppose they want to give me some semblance of privacy, though I have no use for such a thing. I've spent the last few months living in a hole, and before that, a palace crawling with cameras and guards. I don't care about spectators. For you, Giza blurts, holding out her good hand. She dangles a scrap of black silk. It feels cool and slick in my hand, like woven oil. From before. Red and gold flowers decorate the fabric, embroidered with the skill of a master. I remember, I murmur, running a finger over the impossible perfection. She sewed this so long ago, the night before an officer broke her hand. It is unfinished, just like her old fate. Just like Shade. Shaking, I tie it around my wrist. Thank you, Giza. I reach into my pocket. And I have something for you, my girl. A trinket, cheaply made. The single earring matches the winter ocean around us. Her breath catches as she takes it. Tears quickly follow, but I can't watch them. I turn away from them all and board the black run. The ramp closes behind me, and by the time my heart stops racing, we're in the sky, soaring high above the sea. My soldiers are few compared to the many following the colonel into the lakelands. After all, I could only take people who looked young enough to play the part of the little legion, and preferably those who had served, who knew how to act like soldiers. 18 guardsmen fit the bill, and have joined us in the sky. Killorn sits with them, doing his best to acclimatize them to our close-knit group. Ada isn't with us, and neither are Darmian and Herrick. Unable to pass for teenagers, they went with the colonel, to aid our cause however they can. Nanny is not so restricted, despite her advanced age. Her appearance flickers, fluttering between different iterations of young faces. Of course Cameron has joined us, this was truly her idea in the first place, and she all but bounces with adrenaline. She's thinking of her brother, the one she lost to the Legion. I find myself envying her. She still has a chance to save him. Cal and my brothers will be the hardest to disguise. Bree has a young face, but he's larger than any 15-year-old should be. Training is too tall, Cal too recognizable. But their value lies in not their appearance or even their strength but their knowledge of the trench lines. Without them, we'll have no one to navigate such a maze, and enter the nightmare wasteland of the choke. I've only seen the choke in photographs, news bulletins, and my dreams. After my ability was discovered, I thought I'd never have to go there. I thought I escaped that fate. How wrong I am. 3 hours to Corvium, Cal barks, not looking up from his instruments. The seat next to him is conspicuously empty, reserved for me. But I won't join him, not after he abandoned me to face Shade's funeral alone. Rise, red as the dawn. The guardsmen speak in unison, banging the butts of their guns on the floor. It takes us all by surprise, though Cal does his best not to react. Still, I see distaste pull at the corner of his mouth. I'm not part of your revolution, he said once. Well, you sure look like it, Your Highness. Rise, red as the dawn, I say, quiet but sure. Cal scowls openly, glaring out the window. The expression makes him look like his father, and I think of who he could have been. A thoughtful warrior prince, married to the Viper Evangeline. Maven said he would not have lived past the coronation night, but I don't truly believe that. Metal is forged in flame, not the other way around. He would have lived, and ruled. To do what though, I cannot say. Once, I thought I knew Cal's heart, but now I realize that is impossible. No heart can ever be truly understood. Not even your own. Time passes in suffocating silence. Within the jet, we are still, but on the ground, things are in motion. My message blares on video screens all over the kingdom. I wish I were an Archeon, standing in the middle of the commercial sector, watching the world as it changes. Will the Silvers react as I hope? Will they see Maven's betrayal for what it is? Or will they look away? Fires in Corvium. Cal leans against the cockpit glass, his mouth agape. In the city center and the river town slums. He runs a hand through his hair, at a loss. Rioting. My heart leaps, then plunges. War has begun. And we have no idea what the cost may be. The rest of the jet erupts in cheers, clapping, and too many handshakes to stomach. I almost stumble out of my seat, my feet tripping over themselves. I never trip. Never. But I barely make it to the back of the plane in one piece. I feel dizzy and sick, ready to lose the dinner I never ate all over the wall. One hand finds the metal, letting the coolness calm me. It works a little, but my head still spins. You wanted this. You waited for this. You made this happen. This is the bargain. This is the trade. The control I've worked so hard to maintain starts to splinter. I feel every pulse of the jet, every turn of the engines. It veins in my head, a map of white and purple, too bright to stand. Mare? Killorn stands from his seat. He takes a step toward me, one hand outstretched. He looks like Shade did in his last moments. I'm fine, I lie. It's like ringing a bell. Cal turns in his seat, finding me in an instant. He crosses the jet with strong, deliberate steps, boots slamming on the metal floor. The others let him pass, too afraid to stop the Prince of Fire. I share no such fear, and turn my back to him. He spins me around, not bothering to be gentle. Calm down, he snaps. He has no time for temper tantrums. I'm seized by the urge to shove him away, but I understand what he's trying to do. I nod, trying to agree, trying to do as he says. It stills him a little. Mare, calm down, he says again, this time just for me, soft as I remember. But for the pulse of the jet, we could be back at the notch, in our room, in our cot, wrapped up in our dreams. Mare. The alarm sounds seconds before the tail of the plane explodes. The force knocks me on my back, so hard I see stars. I taste blood, and I feel blazing heat. If not for Cal, the fire would incinerate me. Instead, it licks at his arms and back, harmless as a mother's touch. It recedes as quickly as it grows, pushed back by Cal's power, containing itself to embers. But even he can't rebuild the back of a jet or keep us from falling out of the sky. The noise threatens to split my head, roaring like a train, screaming with the voice of 1,000 banshee shrieks. I hold on to whatever I can, metal or flesh. When my vision clears, I see black sky and bronze eyes. We hold on to each other, two children trapped in a falling star. All around us, the black run peels apart, piece by piece, each tear another blood-curdling screech. With every passing second, more of the jet disappears, until only thin bars of metal remain. It's freezing cold, hard to breathe, and impossible to move anything of my own volition. I cling to the bar beneath me, holding on with all I have left. Through slitted eyes, I watch the dark ground below, getting closer with every terrifying second. A shadow darts past. It has an electric heart and gleaming wings. Snapdragon. My stomach plummets with the remnants of the black run. I can't even summon the strength to scream. But the others certainly do. I hear them all, shouting, pleading, begging for mercy from gravity's pull. The structure shudders all around, accompanied by a familiar clang. Metal, slamming together. Reforming. With a gasp, I realize what's happening to us. The jet is no longer a jet. It is a cage, a steel trap. A tomb. If I could speak, I would tell Cal that I'm sorry, that I love him, that I need him. But the wind and the drop steal my breath away. I have no more words. His touch is achingly familiar, one hand at my neck, imploring me to look at him. Like me, he can't speak. But I hear his apology all the same, and he understands mine. We see nothing but each other. Not the lights of Corvium on the horizon, the ground rising up to meet us, or the fate we're about to find. There is nothing but his eyes. Even in darkness, they glow. The wind is too strong, tearing at my hair and skin. My mother's braid comes undone, the last vestige of her pulled away. I wonder who will tell her how I died, if anyone will even know the end we met. What a death for Maven to dream up. This must be his idea, to kill us together, and give us time to realize what is coming. When the cage stops short, I scream. There is stiff grass beneath my dangling arms, just kissing the tips of my fingers. How? I wonder, pulling away. It's hard to find balance, and I fall. The cage rocks with my motion, like a swing hanging from a tree. Don't move, Cal growls, putting a hand to the back of my neck. The other clutches a steel bar, and it glows red in his fist. I follow his gaze, looking across the forest clearing to the people standing in a wide circle around us. Their silver hair is hard to mistake. Magnetrons of House Samos. They stretch out their arms, moving in unison, and the cage lowers slowly. It drops the last inch, earning yelps from us all. Loose. The voice feels like a lightning bolt. I throw off Cal's grip and vault to my feet, sprinting to the edge of the cage. Before I can hit the side, the bars drop, and my momentum carries me too far. I stumble, hitting the half-frozen grass, skidding on my knees. Someone kicks me in the face, sending me sprawling in the mud. I shoot a jagged spark in their direction, but my attacker is too fast. A tree splinters instead, toppling over with a splitting crack. The strong arm's knee hits my back, pinning me so forcefully he knocks the air from my lungs. Strange-feeling fingers, coated in plastic, maybe gloves, close around my throat. I claw at his grip, sparking, but it doesn't seem to work. He lifts me without any effort at all, forcing me to scramble on my toes to keep from strangling myself. I try to scream, but it's useless. Panic knifes through me and my eyes widen, searching for a way out of this. Instead, I see only my friends, still confined by the cage, pulling at the bars in vain. The metal shrieks again, twisting and curling, each bar becoming its own prison. Through one bruised eye, I watch metallic snakes lock around Cal, Killorn, and the others, binding their wrists, and ankles, and necks. Even Bree, big as a bear, has no defense against the coiling rods. Cameron fights as best she can, silencing one magnetron after another. But there are too many. When one falls, another takes their place. Only Cal can truly resist, burning through every bar that comes close. But he's just fallen out of the sky. He's disoriented at best, and bleeding from a cut above the eye. One bar cracks him across the back of the head, knocking him out cold. His eyelids flutter, and I will him to wake. Instead, the silver vines wrap around him, tightening with every passing second. The one at his throat is worst of all, digging in deep enough to strangle. Stop! I choke out, turning toward the voice. Now I fight with my own meager muscles, trying to break the strong arm's grip the old-fashioned way. Nothing could be more fruitless. Stop! You are in no position to bargain, Mare. Maven is coy, keeping to the darkness, to his shadows. I watch his silhouette approach, noting the spiky crown on his head. When he steps into the starlight, I feel a brief twinge of satisfaction. His face does not match his confident drawl. There are bruise-like circles beneath his eyes, and a sheen of sweat coats his forehead. His mother's death has taken its toll. The hands around my throat loosen a little, allowing me to speak. But I still dangle, my toes slipping in cold grass and icy mud. No bargain, no trade. He's your brother, I say, not bothering to think. Maven doesn't care about that at all. And he raises one dark eyebrow. On the ground, Killorn squirms against his restraints. They tighten in response, and he gasps, wheezing. Next to him, Cal's eyelids flutter. He's coming around, and then Maven will certainly kill him. I have no time at all. I would give anything to keep these two alive, anything. With one last explosion of rage, fear, and desperation, I let myself loose. I killed Ilara Mirandus. I should be able to kill her son and his soldiers. But the strong arm is ready for me, and squeezes. His gloves hold, protecting his skin from my lightning, doing exactly what they were made for. I gasp against his grip, trying to call to the sky above. But my vision spots, and a sluggish pulse sounds in my ears. He will choke me dead before the clouds can gather. And the others will die with me. I will do anything to keep him alive. To keep him with me. To not be alone. My lightning has never looked so weak or forlorn. The sparks fade slowly, like the beat of a dying heart. I have something to trade, I whisper hoarsely. Oh. Maven takes another step. His presence makes my skin crawl. Do tell. Again, my collar loosens. But the strong arm digs a thumb against the vein in my throat, an open threat. I'll fight you to the last, I say. We all will, and we'll die doing it. We might even take you with us, just like your mother. Maven's eyelids flicker, the only indication of his pain. You will be punished for that, mark my words. The thumb responds in kind, pressing further, probably leaving a spectacular bruise. But this is not the punishment Maven speaks of, not by a long shot. What he has in store for us will be much, much worse. The bars around Cal's wrists redden, glowing with heat. His slitted eyes reflect the starlight, watching me with bated breath. I wish I could tell him to lie still, to let me do what I have to do. To let me save him as he saved me so many times. At his side, Killorn stills. He knows me better than anyone, and understands my expression plainly. Slowly, his jaw tightens, and he shakes his head from side to side. Let them go, let them live, I whisper. The strong arm's hands feel like chains, and I picture them crawling over every inch, winding like iron serpents. Mare, I don't know if you understand the definition of the word trade, Maven sneers, pressing further. You must give me something. I won't go back to him for anyone. I told Cal that once, after I survived the sounder device, and he realized what this was all about. Surrender, Maven's note said, begging me to return. We won't fight. I won't fight. When the strong arm drops me, my walls disintegrate. I lower my head, unable to look up. It feels like bowing. This is my bargain. Let the rest go, and I will be your prisoner. I will surrender. I will return. I focus on my hands in the grass. The coldness of the frost is familiar. It calls to my heart, and the hole that grows there. Maven's hand is warm beneath my chin, burning with a sickly heat. Daring to touch me is a stark message. He does not fear the lightning girl, or at least he wants to seem that way. He forces me to look at him, and I see nothing of the boy he once was. There is only darkness. Mare, no. Don't be an idiot. I barely hear Killorn, pleading now. The whining in my head is so loud, so painful. Not the hiss of electricity, but something else, inside me. My own nerves, screaming in protest. But at the same time, I feel a sick and twisted relief. So many sacrifices have been made for me, for my choices. It's only fair that I take my turn and accept the punishment fate has in store. Maven reads me well, searching for a lie that doesn't exist. And I do the same. Despite his posturing, he is afraid of what I've done, of the Lightning Girl's words and the effect they have. He came here to kill me, to put me in the ground. Now he's found a greater prize. And I've given it to him willingly. He is a betrayer by nature, but this is a bargain he wants to uphold. I see it in his eyes, I heard it in his notes. He wants me, and will do anything to hold my leash again. Killorn squirms against his restraints, but it's no use at all. Cal, do something. He shouts, lashing out at the body next to him. Their bonds clang together in a hollow echo. Don't let her. I can't look at him. I want him to remember me differently. On my feet, in control. Not like this. Do we have a deal? I am reduced to a beggar, pleading with Maven to put me back in his gilded cage. Are you a man of your word? Above me, Maven smiles as I quote him. His teeth gleam. The others are shouting now, shaking in their bonds. I hear none of it. My mind is close to all but the trade I am ready to make. I suppose John saw this coming. Maven's hand moves from my chin to my throat. His grip tightens. Softer than the strong arm, but so much more painful. We have a deal. Epilogue. Days pass. At least, I think they're days. I spend most of my time in dull blindness, subject to the sounder. It doesn't hurt so much anymore. My jailers have perfected the so-called dosage, using it to keep me unconscious, but not in skull-splitting pain. Every time I come out of it, my vision spotting to show men in white robes, they turn the dial, and the device clicks again. The insect burrows in my brain, clicking, always clicking. Sometimes I feel pulled, but never enough to fully wake. Sometimes, I hear Maven's voice. Then the white prison turns black and red, both colors too strong to stand. This time when I come around, nothing clicks. The world is too bright, and slightly blurry, but I don't fall back under. I truly wake up. My chains are clear, probably plastic or even diamond glass. They bind my wrists and ankles, too tight for comfort, but loose enough to allow circulation. The manacles are the worst part, sharp and grating against the sensitive flesh. Worn wounds, shallow from stinging, ooze blood. The red seems to bite in contrast to my pale shift dress, and no one bothers to wipe it away. Now that Maven can't hide what I am, he must show it for all the world, for whatever twisting scheme he has now. The chains clink, and I realize I'm in an armored transport, a moving one. This must be used for prisoners, because there are no windows, and the walls have rings. My chains are hooked to one, swaying slightly. Across from me are the two men in white, both bald as eggs. They bear a striking resemblance to Instructor Arvin. His brothers or cousins, most likely. That explains the stifling sensation and my difficulty breathing. These men are silencing my ability, holding me hostage in my own skin. Strange, that they need chains too. Without my lightning, I'm just a 17-year-old girl, almost 18 now. I can't help but smile. I'll spend my birthday a prisoner of my own volition. This time last year, I thought I'd be marching to the warfront. Now I'm heading who knows where, locked into a rolling transport with two men who would very much like to kill me. Not much of an upgrade. And I guess Maven was right. He warned me we would spend my next birthday together. It seems he is a man of his word. What day is it? I ask, but neither responds. They don't even blink. Their focus on me, on silencing what I am, is perfect and unbreakable. Outside, a strange, dull roar begins to grow. I can't place it, and don't want to waste energy trying. I'm sure I'll find out soon enough. I'm not wrong. After a few more minutes, the transport eases to a stop, and the rear door is wrenched open. The roar is a crowd, an eager one. For a terrifying second, I wonder if I'm being sent back to the Bowl of Bones, to the arena where Maven tried to have me killed. He must want to finish the job. Someone unlatches my chains, yanking, pulling me forward. I almost fall out of the transport, but one of the Arvin silencers catches me at the last moment. Not out of kindness but necessity. I must look dangerous, like the Lightning Girl of old. No one cares about a weak prisoner. No one jeers at a sniveling coward. They want to see a conqueror brought lower, a living trophy. For that is what I am now. I willingly stepped into this cage. I always do. My body quivers when I realize where I am. The Bridge of Archeon. Once, I watched it crumble and burn, but the symbol of power and strength is rebuilt. And I must walk across it, my feet cut and bare, my chains and captors close at hand. I stare at the ground, unable to look up. I don't want to see the faces of so many people, so many cameras. I can't let them see me break. That is what Maven wants, and I will never give it to him. I thought it would be easy to be put on parade, after all, I'm used to it by now. But this is so much worse than before. The tremors of relief I felt in the forest clearing are gone now, giving way to dread. Every eye crawls over me, looking for the cracks in my famous face. They find many. I try not to listen to their shouting, and for a few seconds, I succeed. Then I realize what most of them are saying, and the horrible things they hold up for me to see. Names. Photographs. All the Silvers dead or missing. I had a hand in all their fates. They scream at me, throwing words more harmful than any object. By the time I reach the far end of the bridge in the crowded Caesar Square, the tears come too fast and hard to stop. Everyone sees. With every step, my body tightens. I reach for what I cannot have, for the ability that cannot save me. I can barely breathe, as if the noose is already tight around my neck. What have I done? There are many gathered on the steps of Whitefire Palace, eager to see my downfall. The nobles and generals are all in mourning black, this time for the queen. Evangeline's own gown is hard to ignore, midnight spikes of crystal, glinting as she moves. One person alone wears gray, the only color that suits him. John. Somehow, he stands with the rest of them and watches my approach. His eyes, blood red, hold an apology I will never accept. I should have never let him go. I curse to myself. Once, he said I would rise alone. Now I know he was lying. For I have certainly fallen. The front of the platform is empty, raised above all else. A good place for an execution, if Maven is so inclined. He sits there, waiting, seated on a throne I don't recognize. My jailers pull me toward him, forcing me to approach the king. I wonder if he'll murder me in front of everyone, and paint the steps of his palace with my blood. I flinch as he stands. We face each other as betrothed people would, stark and alone before a crowd of faces. But this is not a wedding. This might be my funeral, my ending. Something glints in his grip. His father's sword? An executioner's blade? I feel shivering cold as he clamps the something around my neck. A collar. Jeweled, gilded, sharp-edged, a beautiful thing of horrors. My blurred tears make it hard to see, until I'm sure of nothing but the black-armored king before me, and the brand scalding my collarbone. There's a chain attached to the collar. A leash. I am nothing more than a dog. He holds it tightly in his fist, and I expect him to drag me from the platform. Instead, he stands firm. He tugs smartly, testing the chain in hand, making me stumble toward him. The points of the collar dig in. I almost choke. You put her body on display. His lips brush my ear as he forces the words through clenched teeth. Pain hums in his voice. I'll do the same to you, Dot. His expression is unreadable, but his meaning is clear. With one hand, he points at his feet. His fingers are whiter than I remember. I do as he says. I kneel. Acknowledgements. Before I thank any one person, I would like to thank the leftover pizza I'm currently eating. It's really good. As with the last time around, I owe thanks to so many people, and I'm going to do my best to include them all here. First and foremost, to my parents, Heather and Lewis, who continue their disgusting level of support. I honestly could not have done this, and continue to do this, without you both. And, of course, my baby brother, Andrew, who is somehow now an adult. When that happened, I don't know, but I'm so proud of you and so excited to see you continue to grow up. So much love and thanks to my grandparents, George and Barbara, Mary and Frank, I treasure you all and miss two of you so much. And to the rest of the extended family, aunts, uncles, cousins, etc. Thank you for your support and friendship. Special thanks and congratulations to Michelle, who is an author herself on the publishing road. Last year's acknowledgements ran very long, so I'm going to try to be a bit less wordy this time around. Thank you to all my friends on both coasts. Sorry for being weird. A sincere thank you to Morgan and Jen, who tolerate and sometimes encourage my nonsense. Thank you so much to the team at Benderspink, who continue to make great strides in the battle to bring Red Queen to the movie theater, not to mention keeping my own screenwriting career afloat. Christopher Cosmos, Daniel Vang, the Jakes, JC, David, and all the interns and their coverage. And, of course, thank you to Jennifer Hutchinson and Sarah Scott, as well. I can't wait to see where we go from here. Finally, to my lawyer, Steve Younger, who always has my back no matter what. I could write pages thanking the team at New Leaf Literary, but I'll spare you and summarize. They are, without question, the best. Top to bottom, side to side, every single person at my agency is outrageously talented, and I thank my lucky stars I landed with them. To Joe, Puya, Danielle, Jackie, Jada, Jess, Kathleen, and Dave, thank you for existing and condescending to deal with me. To Susie, I say it all the time, but only because it's true, you are wonderful and unparalleled and the reason I can do what I do. In case my gushing wasn't quite gross enough, I'm going to continue. I truly consider the success of Red Queen to be a minor miracle, which I guess makes the people at Harper Teen saints. First and foremost, Carrie Sutherland, my first editor, my first and only author, who believed in my manuscript and made it so. To my other gem of an editor, Kristen Pettit, a shepherd in great clothes with an even greater sense of story. Thank you for your continued work and perseverance in shaping my clay ideas into lovely story sculptures. And also to Elizabeth Lynch, Pin, you work so hard and tolerate me so well. The rest of the Harper team is no different, Kate Jackson, even if your food blog haunts me, Susan Katz, Suzanne Murphy, Jen Klonsky, Wizards all. In marketing, the tireless Elizabeth Ward, Kara Brammer, actual celebrity superstar Margot Wood, and the rest of Epic Reads. Red Queen would never have made such a splash without any of you. To Gina, my lovely publicist, who makes it possible to see even more lovely readers. In managing editorial and production, my gratitude to Alexandra Alexo, Lillian Sun, Stephanie Evans, Erica Ferguson, Gwen Morton, and Josh Weiss. If not for you, Red Queen and Glass Sword would be an incoherent lump. In sales, Andrea Pappenheimer, Carrie Moynack, Kathy Faber, Susan Yeager, and Jen Wigand. And a shout out to Caitlin Loss, who helps coordinate with my international publishers. Last, but in no way least, the design team, who I think might be actual magical beings? Seriously, have you seen my covers? There's no way humans made those. But thank you for the art and I am onto you, Sarah Kaufman, Alison Donalty, Barb Fitzsimmons, and Toby and Pete. Having now been published and officially in the living world of literature, I realize how expansive it is and how scary it can be. Thank you so much to all the people who've made my transition from baby author to published author so smooth and easy. To the bloggers, vloggers, tweeters, readers, carrier pigeonaires who continue to push Red Queen and now Glass Sword, thank you, thank you, thank you. To the fellow writers who are nothing but support, I'm so grateful for your friendship. I'd name names, but there's too many of you, and honestly it feels like bragging to call you guys my friends. And once again, to Emma Terrio, who is greedy for RQ, generous with notes, and always willing to chat. As is tradition, I will also thank a few things that are not people. Well, the first is a collection of people. To the New England Patriots. Last year I thanked you and you won the Super Bowl. Let's keep that tradition going. Free Brady. To Wikipedia, the National Park Service, Scotland, Target, San Diego Comic-Con, The Changing of the Seasons, Cashmere Scarves, my excellent new printer, Globes, Coffee with Too Much Cream, my Delta Points, and Brunch. And to my personal inspirations, Tolkien, Rowling, Martin, Spielberg, Lucas, Jackson, Bay. Yes, I said Michael Bay, get out of my face. Nearly there. These are repeats, but they're important, so if you've made it this far, you might as well read on. To Morgan. To Susie. And again to my parents. This starts and ends with you. Excerpt from Queen Song. Turn the page to read excerpts from 2 novellas. Set in the world of Red Queen. Queen Song. Corian did her best to pick at her meal. She also debated pocketing a few golden-laid forks. If only House Mirandus did not face them across the table. They were whispers, all of them, mind readers who probably knew Corian's intentions as well as she did. Sarah told her she should be able to feel it, to notice if one of them poked into her head, and she kept rigid, on edge, trying to be mindful of her own brain. It made her silent and white-faced, staring intensely at her plate of pulled-apart and uneaten food. Julian tried to distract, as did Jessamine, though she did so unintentionally. All but falling over herself to compliment Lord and Lady Mirandus on everything from their matching outfits, a suit for the Lord and gown for the lady, both shimmering like a blue-black sky of stars, to the prophets of their ancestral lands, mostly in Haven, including the techie slum of Mare Town, a place Corian knew was hardly merry. The Mirandus brood seemed intent on ignoring House Jocos as best they could, keeping their attentions on themselves and the raised banquet table where the royals ate. Corian could not help but steal a glance at them as well. Tiberius V, King of Norda, was in the center naturally, sitting tall and lean in his ornate chair. His black dress uniform was slashed with crimson silk and silver braid, all meticulously perfect and in place. He was a beautiful man, more than handsome, with eyes of liquid gold and cheekbones to make poets weep. Even his beard, regally speckled with gray, was neatly razored to an edged perfection. According to Jessamine, his queen's trial was a bloodbath of warring ladies vying to be his queen. None seemed to mind that the king would never love them. They only wanted to mother his children, keep his confidence, and earn a crown of their own. Queen Annabel, an oblivion of House Larolin, did just that. She sat on the king's left, her smile curling, eyes on her only son. Her military uniform was open at the neck, revealing a firestorm of jewels at her throat, red and orange and yellow as the explosive ability she possessed. Her crown was small but difficult to ignore, black gems that winked every time she moved, set into a thick band of rose gold. The king's paramour wore a similar band on his head, though the gemstones were absent from this crown. He didn't seem to mind, his smile fiercely bright while his fingers intertwined with the king's. Prince Robert of House Irel. He had not a drop of royal blood, but held the title for decades at the king's orders. Like the queen, he wore a riot of gems, blue and red in his house colors, made more striking by his black dress uniform, long ebony hair, and flawless bronze skin. His laugh was musical, and it carried over the many voices echoing through the banquet hall. Corian thought he had a kind look, a strange thing for one so long at court. It comforted her a little, until she noticed his own house seated next to him, all of them sharp and stern, with darting eyes and feral smiles. She tried to remember their names, but knew only one, his sister, Lady Era, the head of House Irel, seeming it in every inch. As if she sensed her gaze, Era's dark eyes flashed to Corian's, and she had to look elsewhere. To the prince. Tiberius VI one day, but only Tiberius now. A teenager, Julian's age, with the shadow of his father's beard splotched unevenly across his jaw. He favored wine, judging by the empty glass hastily being refilled and the silver blush blooming across his cheeks. She remembered him at her uncle's funeral, a dutiful son standing stoic by a grave. Now he grinned easily, trading jokes with his mother. His eyes caught hers for a moment, glancing over Queen Annabel's shoulder to lock onto the Jocos girl in an old dress. He nodded quickly, acknowledging her stare, before returning to his antics and his wine. I can't believe she allows it, said a voice across the table. Corian turned to find Ilara Mirandis also staring at the royals, her keen and angled eyes narrowed in distaste. Like her parents, Ilara's outfit sparkled, dark blue silk and studded white gems, though she wore a wrapped blouse with slashed, cape sleeves instead of a gown. Her hair was long, violently straight, falling in an ash curtain of blonde over one shoulder, revealing an ear studded with crystal brilliance. The rest of her was just as meticulously perfect. Long dark lashes, skin more pale and flawless than porcelain, with the grace of something polished and pruned into court perfection. Already self-conscious, Corian tugged at the golden sash around her waist. She wished nothing more than to walk out of the hall and all the way back to the townhouse. I'm speaking to you, Jocos. Forgive me if I'm surprised, Corian replied, doing her best to keep her voice even. Ilara was not known for her kindness, or much else for that matter. Despite being the daughter of a ruling lord, Corian realized she knew little of the Whisper Girl. What are you talking about? Ilara rolled bright blue eyes with the grace of a swan. The queen, of course. I don't know how she stands to share a table with her husband's whore, much less his family. It's an insult, plain as day. Again, Corian glanced at Prince Robert. His presence seemed to soothe the king, and if the queen truly minded, she didn't show it. As she watched, all three crowned royals were whispering together in gentle conversation. But the crown prince and his wineglass were gone. I wouldn't allow it, Ilara continued, pushing her plate away. It was empty, eaten clean. At least she has spine enough to eat her food. And it would be my house sitting up there, not his. It's the queen's right and no one else's. So she'll be competing in queen's trial, then. Of course I will. Fear snapped through Corian, chilling her. Did she? Yes. A wicked smile spread across Ilara's face. It burned something in Corian and she nearly fell back in shock. She felt nothing, not even a brush inside her head, no indication that Ilara was listening to her thoughts. She sputtered. Excuse me. Her legs felt foreign as she stood, wobbly from sitting through 13 courses. But still under her own power, thankfully. Blank, she thought, picturing white walls and white paper and white nothing in her head. Ilara only watched, giggling into her hand. Cory? She heard Julian say, but he didn't stop her. Neither did Jessamine, who would not want to cause a scene. And her father didn't notice at all, more engrossed in something Lord Provost was saying. Blank. Her footsteps were even, not too fast or too slow. How far away must I be? Farther, said Ilara's sneering purr in her head. She nearly tripped over at the sensation. The voice echoed in everything around and in her, windows to bone, from the chandeliers overhead to the blood pounding in her ears. Farther, Jocos. Excerpt from Steel Scars. The following message has been decoded. Confidential, command clearance required. Day 61 of Operation Laker, Stage 3. Operative, Colonel Redacted. Designation, RAM. Origin, Solmari, LL. Destination, Command at Redacted. Operation Laker completed ahead of schedule, deemed successful.
Canals and lock points of Lakes Piraeus, Miskin, and Naran under control of the Scarlet Guard.
Operatives Whipper and Optic will control Laker moving forward, maintain close contact, open channels to mobile base in command.
Stand and report protocol, awaiting action orders.
Returning to trial with Lamb at present.
Laker overview, killed in action, D. Farron, T. Mills, M. Perchier, 3. Wounded, Swifty, Wishbone, 2. Silver casualty count, 3 Green Warden, 1, Strongarm, 1, Skin Healer? 1. Civilian casualty count, unknown. Rise, red as the dawn. Storms ahead.
The Colonel speaks to fill the silence. His one good eye presses to a crack in the compartment wall, fixing on the horizon. The other eye stares, though it can hardly see through a film of scarlet blood.
Nothing new. His left eye has been like that for years.
I follow his gaze, peering through slats in the rattling wood. Dark clouds gather a few miles off, trying to hide behind the forested hills.
In the distance, thunder rolls. I pay it no mind.
I only hope the storms don't slow the train down, forcing us to spend 1 second longer hidden here, beneath the false floor of a cargo car.
We don't have time for thunderstorms or pointless conversation.
I haven't slept in 2 days and I have the face to prove it. I want nothing more than quiet and a few hours of rest before we make it back to the base in trial.
Luckily there's not much to do here but lie down.
I'm too tall to stand in such a space, as is the Colonel. We both have to sprawl, leaning as best we can in the dim partition.
It'll be night soon, with only darkness to keep us company. I can't complain about the mode of transportation.
On the trip out to Solmari, we spent half the journey on a barge shipping fruit. It stalled out on Lake Naran, and most of the cargo rotted.
Spent the first week of operations washing the stink from my clothes.
And I'll never forget the mess before we started Laker, in Detrayan. 3 days in a cattle car, only to find the Lakelander capital utterly beyond reach. Too close to the choke and the warfront to have shoddy defenses, a truth I willingly overlooked. But I wasn't an officer then, and it wasn't my decision to try to infiltrate a silver capital without adequate intelligence or support.
That was the Colonel.
Back then he was only a captain with the code name Ram and too much to prove, too much to fight for. I only tagged along, barely more than an oath soldier.
I had things to prove too. He continues to squint at the landscape.
Not to look outside, but to avoid looking at me.
Fine. I don't like looking at him either. Bad blood or not, we make a good team.
Command knows it, we know it, and that's why we keep getting sent out together.
Detrayan was our only misstep in an endless march for the cause.
And for them, for the Scarlet Guard, we put aside our differences each and every time.
Any idea where we go next?
Like the Colonel, I won't abide the heavy silence. He pulls back from the wall, frowning, still not looking my way.
You know that's not how it works.
I've spent 2 years as an officer, 2 more as an oath soldier of the Guard, and a lifetime living in its shadow.
Of course I know how it works, I want to spit.
No one knows more than they must. No one is told anything beyond their operation, their squadron, their immediate superiors.
Information is more dangerous than any weapon we possess.
We learned that early, after decades of failed uprisings, all laid low by one captured red in the hands of a silver whisper. Even the best trained soldier cannot resist an assault of the mind. They are always unraveled, their secrets always discovered. So my operatives and my soldiers answer to me, their captain. I answer to the Colonel, and he answers to command, whoever they might be.
We know only what we must to move forward.
It's the only reason the Guard has lasted this long, surviving where no other underground organization has before.
But no system is perfect.
Just because you haven't received new orders doesn't mean you don't have an idea as to what they might be, I say. A muscle in his cheek twitches.
To pull a frown or a smile, I don't know. But I doubt it's the latter.
The Colonel doesn't smile, not truly.
Not for many years.
I have my suspicions, he replies after a long moment.
And they are my own. I hiss through my teeth. Typical.
And probably for the best, if I'm being honest with myself. I've had enough close shaves of my own with silver hunting dogs to know exactly how vital the Guard's secrecy is.
My mind alone contains names, dates, operations, enough information to cripple the last 2 years of work in the Lakelands. Captain Farley. We don't use our titles or names in official correspondence. I'm Lamb, according to anything that could be intercepted. Another defense.
If any of our messages fall into the wrong hands, if the Silvers crack our ciphers, they'll have a hard time tracking us down and unraveling our vast, dedicated network.
Colonel, I respond, and he finally looks at me. Regret flashes in his one good eye, still a familiar shade of blue.
The rest of him has changed over the years.
He's noticeably harder, a wiry mass of old muscle, coiled like a snake beneath threadbare clothes.
His blonde hair, lighter than mine, has begun to thin. There's white at the temples.
I can't believe I never noticed it before. He's getting old. But not slow. Not stupid. The colonel is just as sharp and dangerous as ever. I keep still under his quiet, quick observation. Everything is a test with him. When he opens his mouth, I know I've passed. What do you know about Norta? I grin harshly. So they've finally decided to expand out. I asked you a question, little lamb. The nickname is laughable. I'm almost 6 feet tall. Another monarchy like the Lakelands, I spit out. Reds must work or conscript. They center on the coast, their capital is Archeon. At war with the Lakelands for nearly a century. They have an alliance with Piedmont. Their king is Tiberius the sixth, he offers. Chiding as a schoolteacher, not that I spent much time in school. His fault. Of the House Calor. Stupid. They don't even have brains enough to give their children different names. Burners, I add. They lay claim to the so-called burning crown. Fitting opposite to the nymph kings of the Lakelands. A monarchy I know all too well, from a lifetime living beneath their rule. They are as unending and unyielding as the waters of their kingdom. Indeed. Opposite but also horribly alike. Then they should be just as easy to infiltrate. He raises an eyebrow, gesturing to the cramped space around us. He almost looks amused. You call this easy? I haven't been shot at today, so, yes, I'd say so, I reply. Besides, Norta is what, half the size of the Lakelands? With comparable populations. Dense cities, a more advanced basis of infrastructure. All the better for us. Crowds are easy to hide in. He grits his teeth, annoyed. Do you have an answer to everything? I'm good at what I do. Outside, the thunder rumbles again, closer than before. So we go to Norta next. Do what we've done here, I press on. Already, my body buzzes with anticipation. This is what I've been waiting for. The Lakelands are only one spoke of the wheel, one nation in a continent of many. A rebellion contained to its borders would eventually fail, stamped out by the other nations of the continent. But something bigger, a wave across 2 kingdoms, another foundation to explode beneath the silver's cursed feet, that has a chance. And a chance is all I require to do what I must. The illegal gun at my hip has never felt so comforting. You must not forget, Captain. Now he's staring. I wish he wouldn't. He looks so much like her. Where our skills truly lie. What we started as, what we came from. Without warning, I slam my heel against the boards below us. He doesn't flinch. My anger is not a surprise. How could I forget? I sneer. I resist the urge to tug at the long blonde braid over my shoulder. My mirror reminds me every day, I never win arguments with the colonel. But this feels like a draw at least. He looks away, back to the wall. The last bit of sunlight glints through, illuminating the blood of his wounded eye. It glows red in the dying light. His sigh is heavy with memory. So does mine. As usual, Julian gave her a book. Just like the year before, and the year before, and every holiday or occasion he could find in between his sister's birthdays. She had shelves of his so-called gifts. Some given in truth, and some to simply clear space in the library he called a bedroom, where books were stacked so high and so precariously that even the cats had trouble navigating the labyrinthine piles. The subjects varied, from adventure tales of prairie raiders to stuffy poetry collections about the insipid royal court they both strived to avoid. Better for kindling, Corian would say every time he left her another dull volume. Once, for her 12th birthday, Julian gave her an ancient text written in a language she could not read. And one she assumed he only pretended to understand. Despite her dislike for the majority of his stories, she kept her own growing collection on neat shelves, strictly alphabetized, their spines facing forward to display titles on leather bindings. Most would go untouched, unopened, unread, a tragedy even Julian could not find the words to bemoan. There is nothing so terrible as a story untold. But Corian kept them all the same, well dusted, polished, their gold-stamped letters gleaming in the hazy light of summer or winter's gray castings. From Julian was scrawled in each one, and those words she treasured above almost all. Only his true gifts were loved more, the manuals and guides sheathed in plastic, tucked between the pages of a genealogy or encyclopedia. A few held court at her bedside, snug beneath her mattress, to be pulled out at night when she could devour technical schematics and machine studies.
How to build, break down, and maintain transport engines, airjets, telegraphy equipment, even light bulbs and kitchen stoves.
Her father did not approve, as was the usual way.
A silver daughter of a noble high house should not have fingers stained in motor oil, nails chipped by borrowed tools, or bloodshot eyes from too many nights spent straining over unsuitable literature. But Harris Jocos forgot his misgivings every time the video screen in the estate parlor shorted out, hissing sparks and blurred transmissions.
Fix it, Corey, fix it. She did as he commanded, hoping each time would be the one to convince him.
Only to have her tinkering sneered at a few days later, and all her good work forgotten. She was glad he was gone, away in the capital aiding their uncle, the Lord of House Jocos. This way she could spend her birthday with the people she loved. Namely, her brother, Julian, and Sarah Skonos, who had come specifically for the occasion. Growing prettier by the day, Corian thought, noting her dearest friend. It had been months since their last meeting, when Sarah turned 15 and moved permanently to the royal court. Not so long really, but already the girl seemed different, sharper. Her cheekbones cut cruelly beneath skin somehow paler than before, as if drained. And her gray eyes, once bright stars, seemed dark, full of shadows.
But her smile came easily, as it always did around the Jocos children. Around Julian, truly, Corian knew.
And her brother was just the same, grinning broadly, keeping a distance no uninterested boy would think to keep. He was surgically aware of his movements, and Corian was surgically aware of her brother. At 17, he was not too young for proposals, and she suspected there would be one in the coming months.
Julian had not bothered to wrap her gift. It was already beautiful on its own. Leather-bound, striped in the dusty yellow golds of House Jocos, with the burning crown of Norda embossed into the cover. There was no title on the face or spine, and Corian could tell there was no hidden guidebook in its pages. She scowled a little. "Open it, Corey," Julian said, stopping her before she could toss the book onto the meager pile of other presents. All of them veiled insults, gloves to hide common hands, impractical dresses for a court she refused to visit, and an already opened box of sweets her father didn't want her to eat. They would be gone by dinner time. Corian did as instructed and opened the book to find it empty.
Its cream pages were blank. She wrinkled her nose, not bothering to put on the show of a grateful sister.
Julian required no such lies, and would see through them anyway.
What's more, there was no one here to scold her for such behavior. Mother is dead, father gone, and cousin Jessamine is blissfully still asleep. Only Julian, Corian, and Sarah sat alone in the garden parlor, 3 beads rattling around the dusty jar of the Jocos estate. It was a yawning room that matched the ever-present, hollow ache in Corian's chest. Arched windows overlooked a tangled grove of once orderly roses that had not seen the hands of a green warden in a decade. The floor needed a good sweeping and the gold draperies were gray with dust, and most likely spider webs as well. Even the painting over the soot-stained marble fireplace was missing its gilt frame, sold off long ago. The man who stared out from the naked canvas was Corian and Julian's own grandfather, Janus Jocos, who would certainly despair of his family's state. Poor nobles, trading on an old name and traditions, making do with little and less every year.
Julian laughed, making the usual sound. Fond exasperation, Corian knew.
It was the best way to describe his attitude toward his younger sister. 2 years his junior, and always quick to remind her of his superior age and intellect.
Gently, of course. As if that made any difference.
"It's for you to write in," he pressed on, sliding long, thin fingers over the pages.
"Your thoughts, what you do with your days."
"I know what a diary is," she replied, snapping the book shut.
He didn't mind, not bothering to be offended. Julian knew her better than anyone. "Even when I get the words wrong.
And my days don't warrant much of a record."
"Nonsense, you're quite interesting when you try." Corian grinned. "Julian, your jokes are improving. Have you finally found a book to teach you humor?"
Her eyes flickered to Sarah.
"Or someone?" While Julian flushed, his cheeks bluing with silver blood, Sarah took it in stride.
"I'm a healer, not a miracle worker," she said, her voice a melody. Their joined laughter echoed, filling the emptiness of the estate house for one kind moment.
In the corner, the old clock chimed, tolling the hour of Corian's doom. Namely, cousin Jessamine, who would arrive at any moment. Julian was quick to stand, stretching a lanky form transitioning into manhood.
He still had growing to do, both up and out. Corian, on the other hand, had been the same height for years and showed no sign of changing. She was ordinary in everything, from almost colorless blue eyes to limp chestnut hair that stubbornly refused to grow much farther than her shoulders.
"You didn't want these, did you?"
he said as he reached across his sister. He snatched a few sugar-glassed candies from the box, earning a swat in reply.
"Etiquette be damned. Those are mine."
"Careful," he warned, "I'll tell Jessamine." No need, came their elderly cousin's reedy whistle of a voice, echoing from the columned entrance to the parlor. With a hiss of annoyance, Corian shut her eyes, trying to will Jessamine Jacos out of existence. No use in that, of course. I'm not a whisper. Just a singer. And though she could have tried to use her meager abilities on Jessamine, it would only end poorly. Old as Jessamine was, her voice and ability were still whip-sharp, far quicker than her own. I'll end up scrubbing floors with a smile if I try her. Corian pasted on a polite expression and turned to find her cousin leaning upon a bejeweled cane, one of the last beautiful things in their house. Of course, it belonged to the foulest. Jessamine had long ago stopped frequenting silver skin healers, to age gracefully, as she put it. Though, in truth, the family could no longer afford such treatments from the most talented of House Skonos, or even the skin healer apprentices of common, lesser birth. Her skin sagged now, gray and pallor, with purple age spots across her wrinkled hands and neck. Today she wore a lemon silk wrap around her head, to hide thinning white hair that barely covered her scalp, and a flowing dress to match. The moth-eaten edges were well hidden, though. Jessamine excelled at illusion. Be a dear and take those to the kitchen, Julian, won't you? She said, jabbing a long-nailed finger at the candies. The staff will be so grateful. It took all Corian's strength not to scoff. The staff was little more than a red butler more ancient than Jessamine, who didn't even have teeth, as well as the cook and two young maids, who were somehow expected to maintain the entire estate. They might enjoy the candies, but of course Jessamine had no true intention of letting them. They'll end up at the bottom of the trash, or tucked away in her own room more like. Julian felt quite the same, judging by his twisted expression. But arguing with Jessamine was as fruitless as the trees in the corrupted old orchard. Of course, cousin, he said with a voice better suited to a funeral. His eyes were apologetic, while Corian's were resentful. She watched with a thinly veiled sneer as Julian offered one arm to Sarah, the other scooping up her unsuitable gift. Both were eager to escape Jessamine's domain, but loath to leave Corian behind. Still, they did it, sweeping away from the parlor. That's right, leave me here. You always do. Abandoned to Jessamine, who had taken it upon herself to turn Corian into a proper daughter of House Jacos. Put simply, silent. And always left to their father, when he returned from court, from long days waiting for Uncle Jared to die. The head of House Jacos, governor of the Adirondack region, had no children of his own, and so his titles would pass to his brother, and then Julian after him. At least, he had no children anymore. The twins, Jenna and Caspian, were killed in the Lakelander War, leaving their father without an heir of his flesh, not to mention the will to live. It was only a matter of time before Corian's father took up the ancestral seat, and he wanted to waste no time doing so. Corian found the behavior perverse at best. She couldn't imagine doing such a thing to Julian, no matter how angry he made her. To stand by and watch him waste away with grief. It was an ugly, loveless act, and the thought of it turned her stomach. But I have no desire to lead our family, and father is a man of ambition, if not tact. What he planned to do with his eventual rise, she did not know. House Jacos was small, unimportant, governors of a backwater with little more than the blood of a high house to keep them warm at night. And of course, Jessamine, to make sure everyone pretended like they weren't drowning. She took a seat with the grace of one half her age, knocking her cane against the dirty floor. Preposterous, she muttered, striking at a haze of dust motes swirling in a beam of sunlight. So hard to find good help these days. Especially when you can't pay them, Corian sneered in her head. Indeed, cousin. So difficult. Well, hand them over. Let's see what Jared sent along, she said. One clawed hand reached out, flapping open and closed in a gesture that made Corian's skin crawl. She bit her lip between her teeth, chewing it to keep from saying the wrong thing. Instead, she lifted the two dresses that were her uncle's gifts and laid them upon the sofa where Jessamine perched. Sniffing, Jessamine examined them as Julian did his ancient texts. She squinted at the stitching and lacework, rubbing the fabric, pulling at invisible stray threads in both golden dresses. Suitable, she said after a long moment. If not outdated. None of these are the latest fashions. What a surprise, Corian could not help but drawl. Thwack. The cane hit the floor. No sarcasm, it's unbecoming of a lady. Well, every lady I've met seems well versed in it, yourself included. If I can even call you a lady. In truth, Jessamine had not been to the royal court in at least a decade. She had no idea what the latest fashions were, and, when she was deep in the gin, could not even remember which king was on the throne. Tiberius the 6th? 5th? No, it's the 4th still, certainly, the old flame just won't die. And Corian would gently remind her that they were ruled by Tiberius the 5th. His son, the crown prince, would be Tiberius the 6th when his father died. Though with his reputed taste for warfare, Corian wondered if the prince would live long enough to wear a crown. The history of Norda was fraught with Calor firebrands dying in battle, mostly second princes and cousins. She quietly wished the prince dead, if only to see what would happen. He had no siblings that she knew of, and the Calor cousins were few, not to mention weak, if Jessamyn's lessons could be trusted. Norta had fought Lakelanders for a century, but another war within was certainly on the horizon. Between the high houses, to put another family on the throne. Not that House Jacos would be involved at all. Their insignificance was a constant, just like cousin Jessamyn. Well, if your father's communications are to be believed, these dresses should be of use soon enough, Jessamyn carried on as she set the presents down. Unconcerned with the hour or Corian's presence, she drew a glass bottle of gin from her gown and took a hearty sip. The scent of juniper bit the air. Frowning, Corian looked up from her hands, now busy wringing the new gloves. Is uncle unwell? Thwack. What a stupid question. He's been unwell for years, as you know. Her face burned silver with a florid blush. I mean, worse. Is he worse? Harris thinks so. Jared has taken to his chambers at court, and rarely attends social banquets, let alone his administrative meetings or the governor's council. Your father stands in for him more and more these days. Not to mention the fact that your uncle seems determined to drink away the coffers of House Jacos. Another swig of gin. Corian almost laughed at the irony. How selfish. Yes, selfish, the young girl muttered. You haven't wished me a happy birthday, cousin. But she did not press on that subject. It hurts to be called ungrateful, even by a leech. Another book from Julian, I see, oh, and gloves. Wonderful, Harris took my suggestion. And Skonos, what did she bring you? Nothing. Yet. Sarah had told her to wait, that her gift wasn't something to be piled with the others. No gift? Yet she sits here, eating our food, taking up space. Corian did her best to let Jessamyn's words float over her and away, like clouds in a wind-blown sky. Instead, she focused on the manual she read last night. Batteries. Cathodes and anodes, primary use are discarded, secondary can be recharged. Thwack. Yes, Jessamyn? A very bug-eyed old woman stared back at Corian, her annoyance written in every wrinkle. I don't do this for my benefit, Corian. Well, it certainly isn't for mine, she couldn't help but hiss. Jessamyn crowed in response, her laugh so brittle she might spit dust. You'd like that, wouldn't you? To think that I sit here with you, suffering your scowls and bitterness for fun? Think less of yourself, Corian. I do this for no one but House Jacos, for all of us. I know what we are better than you do. And I remember what we were before, when we lived at court, negotiated treaties, were as indispensable to the Calor kings as their own flame. I remember. There is no greater pain or punishment than memory. She turned her cane over in her hand, one finger counting the jewels she polished every night. Sapphires, rubies, emeralds, and a single diamond. Given by suitors or friends or family, Corian did not know. But they were Jessamyn's treasure, and her eyes glittered like the gems. Your father will be Lord of House Jacos, and your brother after him. That leaves you in need of a lord of your own. Lest you wish to stay here forever? Like you. The implication was clear, and somehow Corian found she could not speak around the sudden lump in her throat. She could only shake her head. No, Jessamyn, I do not want to stay here. I don't want to be you. Very good, Jessamyn said. Her cane thwacked once more. Let's begin for the day. Later that evening, Corian sat down to write. Her pen flew across the pages of Julian's gift, spilling ink as a knife would blood. She wrote of everything. Jessamyn, her father, Julian. The sinking feeling that her brother would abandon her to navigate the coming hurricane alone. He had Sarah now. She'd caught them kissing before dinner, and while she smiled, pretending to laugh, pretending to be pleased by their flushes and stuttered explanations, Corian quietly despaired. Sarah was my best friend. Sarah was the only thing that belonged to me. But no longer. Just like Julian, Sarah would drift away, until Corian was left with only the dust of a forgotten home and a forgotten life. Because no matter what Jessamyn said, how she preened and lied about Corian's so-called prospects, there was nothing to be done. No one will marry me, at least no one I want to marry. She despaired of it and accepted it in the same turn. I will never leave this place, she wrote. These golden walls will be my tomb. 2. Jared Jacos received 2 funerals. The first was at court in Archeon, on a spring day hazy with rain. The second would be a week after, at the estate in Adirondack. His body would join the family tomb and rest in a marble sepulchre paid for with one of the jewels from Jessamyn's cane. The emerald had been sold off to a gem merchant in East Archeon while Corian, Julian, and their aged cousin looked on. Jessamyn seemed detached, not bothering to watch as the green stone passed from the new Lord Jacos's hand to the silver jeweler.
A common man, Corian knew.
He wore no house colors to speak of, but he was richer than they were, with fine clothes and a good amount of jewelry all over. We might be noble, but this man could buy us all if he wanted.
The family wore black, as was custom. Corian had to borrow a gown for the occasion, one of Jessamyn's many horrid mourning frocks, for Jessamyn had attended and overseen more than a dozen funerals of House Jacos.
The young girl itched in the get-up but kept still as they left the merchant quarter, heading for the great bridge that spanned the capital river, connecting both sides of the city.
Jessamyn would scold or hit me if I started scratching. It was not Corian's first visit to the capital, or even her 10th.
She'd been there many times, usually at her uncle's bidding, to show the so-called strength of House Jacos.
A foolish notion.
Not only were they poor, but their family was small, wasting, especially with the twins gone. No match to the sprawling family trees of houses Irel, Samos, Rambos, and more.
Rich bloodlines that could support the immense weight of their many relations.
Their place as high houses was firmly cemented in the hierarchy of both nobility and government. Not so with Jacos, if Corian's father, Harris, could not find a way to prove his worth to his peers and his king.
For her part, Corian saw no way through it.
Adirondacq was on the Lakelander border, a land of few people and deep forest no one needed to log. They could not claim mines or mills or even fertile farmland. There was nothing of use in their corner of the world. She had tied a golden sash around her waist, cinching in the ill-fitting, high-collared dress in an attempt to look a bit more presentable, if not in fashion. Corian told herself she didn't mind the whispers of court, the sneers from the other young ladies who watched her like she was a bug, or worse, a red. They were all cruel girls, silly girls, waiting with bated breath for any news of Queen's trial.
But of course that wasn't true. Sarah was one of them, wasn't she? A daughter of Lord Skonos, training to be a healer, showing great promise in her abilities.
Enough to service the royal family if she kept to the path. I desire no such thing, Sarah said once, confiding in Corian months before, during a visit. It will be a waste if I spend my life healing paper cuts and crow's feet. My skills would be of better use in trenches of the Choke or the hospitals of Corvium.
Soldiers die there every day, you know.
Reds and silvers both, killed by Lakelander bombs and bullets, bleeding to death because people like me stay here. She would never say so to anyone else, least of all her lord father. Such words were better suited to midnight, when two girls could whisper their dreams without fear of consequence. I want to build things, Corian told her best friend on such an occasion.
Build what, Corian?
Airjets, airships, transports, video screens, ovens.
I don't know, Sarah, I don't know. I just want to make something. Sarah smiled then, her teeth glinting in a slim beam of moonlight. Make something of yourself, you mean? Don't you, Cori? I didn't say that. You didn't have to. I can see why Julian likes you so much.
That quieted Sarah right away, and she was asleep soon after.
But Corian kept her eyes open, watching shadows on the walls, wondering.
Now, on the bridge, in the middle of brightly colored chaos, she did the same. Nobles, citizens, merchants seemed to float before her, their skin cold, pace slow, eyes hard and dark no matter their color. They drank in the morning with greed, a quenched man still gulping at water while others died of thirst. The others were the Reds, of course, wearing the bands that marked them. The servants among them wore uniforms, some striped with the colors of the high house they served. Their movements were determined, their eyes forward, hurrying along on their errands and orders. They have purpose at least, Corian thought.
Not like me.
She suddenly felt the urge to grab onto the nearby lamppost, to wrap her arms around it lest she be carried away like a leaf on the wind, or a stone dropping through water.
Flying or drowning or both. Going where some other force willed.
Beyond her own control. Julian's hand closed around her wrist, forcing her to take his arm. He'll do, she thought, and a cord of tension relaxed in her.
Julian will keep me here.
Later on, she recorded little of the official funeral in her diary, long spattered with ink splotches and crossouts. Her spelling was improving though, as was her penmanship.
She wrote nothing of Uncle Jared's body, his skin whiter than the moon, drained of blood by the embalming process.
She did not record how her father's lip quivered, betraying the pain he truly felt for his brother's death. Her writings were not of the way the rain stopped, just long enough for the ceremony, or the crowd of lords who came to pay their respects. She did not even bother to mention the king's presence, or that of his son, Tiberius, who brooded with dark brows and an even darker expression.
Uncle is gone, she wrote instead of all this. And somehow, in some way, I envy him.
As always, she tucked the diary away when she was finished, hiding it beneath the mattress of her bedchamber with the rest of her treasures. Namely, a little palette of tools. Jealously guarded, taken from the abandoned gardener's shed back home.
2 screwdrivers, a delicate hammer, 1 set of needle-nose pliers, and a wrench rusted almost beyond use.
Almost. There was a coil of spindly wire as well, carefully drawn from an ancient lamp in the corner that no one would miss.
Like the estate, the Jocko's townhouse in West Archeon was a decaying place.
And damp, too, in the middle of the rainstorm, giving the old walls the feel of a dripping cave. She was still wearing her black dress and gold sash, with what she told herself were raindrops clinging to her lashes, when Jessamine burst through the door. To fuss, of course. There was no such thing as a banquet without a twittering Jessamine, let alone one at court. She did her best to make Corian as presentable as possible with the meager time and means available, as if her life depended upon it. Perhaps it does. Whatever life she holds dear. Perhaps the court is in need of another etiquette instructor for the noble children, and she thinks performing miracles with me will win her the position.
Even Jessamine wants to leave. There now, none of this, Jessamine muttered, swiping at Corian's tears with a tissue.
Another swipe, this time with a chalky black pencil, to make her eyes stand out. Purple-blue rouge along her cheeks, giving her the illusion of bone structure. Nothing on the lips, for Corian had never mastered the art of not getting lipstick on her teeth or water glass.
I suppose it will do. Yes, Jessamine.
As much as the old woman delighted in obedience, Corian's manner gave her pause. The girl was sad, clearly, in the wake of the funeral.
What's the matter, child? Is it the dress?
I don't care about faded black silks or banquets or this vile court.
I don't care about any of it.
Nothing at all, cousin.
Just hungry, I suppose.
Corian reached for the easy escape, throwing one flaw to Jessamine to hide another. Mercy upon your appetite, she replied, rolling her eyes.
Remember, you must eat daintily, like a bird. There should always be food on your plate.
Pick, pick, pick. Pick, pick, pick. The words felt like sharp nails drumming on Corian's skull. But she forced a smile all the same. It bit at the corners of her mouth, hurting just as much as the words and the rain and the falling sensation that had followed her since the bridge. Downstairs, Julian and their father were already waiting, huddled close to a smoky fire in the hearth. Their suits were identical, black with pale golden sashes across their chests from shoulder to hip. Lord Jocko's tentatively touched the newly acquired pin stuck in his sash, a beaten gold square as old as his house. Nothing compared to the gems, medallions, and badges of the other governors, but enough for this moment. Julian caught Corian's eye, beginning to wink for her benefit, but her downcast air stopped him cold. He kept close to her all the way to the banquet, holding her hand in the rented transport, and then her arm as they crossed through the great gates of Caesar's Square. Whitefire Palace, their destination, sprawled to their left, dominating the south side of the tiled square now busy with nobles. Jessamine buzzed with excitement, despite her age, and made sure to smile and nod at everyone who passed. She even waved, letting the flowing sleeves of her black and gold gown glide through the air.
Communicating with clothes, Corian knew. How utterly stupid.
Just like the rest of this dance that will end with the further disgrace and downfall of House Jocko's.
Why delay the inevitable? Why play at a game we can't hope to compete in? She could not fathom it.
Her brain knew circuitry better than high society, and despaired at ever understanding the latter. There was no reason to the court of Norta, or even her own family.
Even Julian.
I know what you asked of father, she muttered, careful to keep her chin tucked against his shoulder. His jacket muffled her voice, but not enough for him to claim he couldn't hear her. His muscles tightened beneath her.
Corey. I must admit, I don't quite understand.
I thought, her voice caught.
I thought you would want to be with Sarah, now that we'll have to move to court.
You asked to go to Delphi, to work with the scholars and excavate ruins rather than learn lordship at father's right hand.
Why would you do that? Why, Julian? And the worst question of all, the one she didn't have the strength to ask, how could you leave me too?
Her brother heaved a long sigh and tightened his grip.
I do. But? Has something happened? No, nothing at all.
Good or bad, he added, and she could hear the hint of a smile in his voice. I just know she won't leave court if I'm here with father.
I can't do that to her.
This place, I won't trap her here in this pit of snakes. Corian felt a pang of sorrow for her brother and his noble, selfless, stupid heart. You'd let her go to the front, then?
There's no let where I'm concerned.
She should be able to make her own decisions.
And if her father, Lord Skonos, disagrees?
As he surely will. Then I'll marry her as planned and bring her to Delphi with me.
Always a plan with you. I certainly try. Despite the swell of happiness her brother and best friend married, the familiar ache tugged at Corian's insides. They'll be together, and you left alone. Julian's fingers squeezed her own suddenly, warm despite the misting rain. And of course, I'll send for you as well. You think I'd leave you to face the royal court with no one but father and Jessamine? Then he kissed her cheek and winked. Think a bit better of me, Corey. For his sake, she forced a wide, white grin that flashed in the lights of the palace. She felt none of its gleam. How can Julian be so smart and so stupid at the same time? It puzzled and saddened her in succession. Even if their father agreed to let Julian go to study in Delphi, Corian would never be allowed to do the same. She was no great intellect, charmer, beauty, or warrior. Her usefulness lay in marriage, in alliance, and there were none to be found in her brother's books or protection. Whitefire was done up in the colors of House Calor, black and red and royal silver from every alabaster column. The windows winked with inner light, and sounds of a roaring party filtered from the grand entrance, manned by the king's own sentinel guards in their flaming robes and masks. As she passed them, still clutching Julian's hand, Corian felt less like a lady, and more like a prisoner being led into her cell. 3. Corian did her best to pick at her meal. She also debated pocketing a few golden-laid forks. If only House Mirandus did not face them across the table. They were whispers, all of them, mind-readers who probably knew Corian's intentions as well as she did. Sarah told her she should be able to feel it, to notice if one of them poked into her head, and she kept rigid, on edge, trying to be mindful of her own brain. It made her silent and white-faced, staring intensely at her plate of pulled-apart and uneaten food. Julian tried to distract, as did Jessamine, though she did so unintentionally. All but falling over herself to compliment Lord and Lady Mirandus on everything from their matching outfits, a suit for the lord and gown for the lady, both shimmering like a blue-black sky of stars, to the profits of their ancestral lands, mostly in Haven, including the techie slum of Mare Town, a place Corian knew was hardly merry. The Mirandus brood seemed intent on ignoring House Jocos as best they could, keeping their attentions on themselves and the raised banquet table where the royals ate. Corian could not help but steal a glance at them as well. Tiberius V, king of Norda, was in the center naturally, sitting tall and lean in his ornate chair. His black dress uniform was slashed with crimson silk and silver braid, all meticulously perfect and in place. He was a beautiful man, more than handsome, with eyes of liquid gold and cheekbones to make poets weep. Even his beard, regally speckled with gray, was neatly razored to an edged perfection. According to Jessamine, his queen's trial was a bloodbath of warring ladies vying to be his queen. None seemed to mind that the king would never love them. They only wanted to mother his children, keep his confidence, and earn a crown of their own. Queen Annabel, an oblivion of House Larolin, did just that. She sat on the king's left, her smile curling, eyes on her only son. Her military uniform was open at the neck, revealing a firestorm of jewels at her throat, red and orange and yellow as the explosive ability she possessed. Her crown was small but difficult to ignore, black gems that winked every time she moved, set into a thick band of rose gold. The king's paramour wore a similar band on his head, though the gemstones were absent from this crown. He didn't seem to mind, his smile fiercely bright while his fingers intertwined with the king's. Prince Robert of House Irel. He had not a drop of royal blood, but held the title for decades at the king's orders. Like the queen, he wore a riot of gems, blue and red in his house colors, made more striking by his black dress uniform, long ebony hair, and flawless bronze skin. His laugh was musical, and it carried over the many voices echoing through the banquet hall. Corian thought he had a kind look, a strange thing for one so long at court. It comforted her a little, until she noticed his own house seated next to him, all of them sharp and stern, with darting eyes and feral smiles. She tried to remember their names, but knew only one, his sister, Lady Era, the head of House Irel, seeming it in every inch. As if she sensed her gaze, Era's dark eyes flashed to Corian's, and she had to look elsewhere. To the prince. Tiberius VI one day, but only Tiberius now. A teenager, Julian's age, with the shadow of his father's beard splotched unevenly across his jaw. He favored wine, judging by the empty glass hastily being refilled and the silver blush blooming across his cheeks. She remembered him at her uncle's funeral, a dutiful son standing stoic by a grave. Now he grinned easily, trading jokes with his mother. His eyes caught hers for a moment, glancing over Queen Annabel's shoulder to lock onto the Jocos girl in an old dress. He nodded quickly, acknowledging her stare, before returning to his antics and his wine. "I can't believe she allows it," said a voice across the table. Corian turned to find Ilara Mirandus also staring at the royals, her keen and angled eyes narrowed in distaste. Like her parents, Ilara's outfit sparkled, dark blue silk and studded white gems, though she wore a wrapped blouse with slashed, cape sleeves instead of a gown. Her hair was long, violently straight, falling in an ash curtain of blonde over one shoulder, revealing an ear studded with crystal brilliance. The rest of her was just as meticulously perfect. Long dark lashes, skin more pale and flawless than porcelain, with the grace of something polished and pruned into court perfection. Already self-conscious, Corian tugged at the golden sash around her waist. She wished nothing more than to walk out of the hall and all the way back to the townhouse. "I'm speaking to you, Jocos. Forgive me if I'm surprised," Corian replied, doing her best to keep her voice even. Ilara was not known for her kindness, or much else for that matter. Despite being the daughter of a ruling lord, Corian realized she knew little of the Whisper Girl. "What are you talking about?" Ilara rolled bright blue eyes with the grace of a swan. "The queen, of course. I don't know how she stands to share a table with her husband's whore, much less his family. It's an insult, plain as day." Again, Corian glanced at Prince Robert. His presence seemed to soothe the king, and if the queen truly minded, she didn't show it. As she watched, all three crowned royals were whispering together in gentle conversation. But the crown prince and his wineglass were gone. "I wouldn't allow it," Ilara continued, pushing her plate away. "It was empty, eaten clean. At least she has spine enough to eat her food. And it would be my house sitting up there, not his. It's the queen's right and no one else's. So she'll be competing in Queen's trial, then." "Of course I will." Fear snapped through Corian, chilling her. "Did she?" "Yes." A wicked smile spread across Ilara's face. It burned something in Corian and she nearly fell back in shock. She felt nothing, not even a brush inside her head, no indication that Ilara was listening to her thoughts. She sputtered. "Excuse me." Her legs felt foreign as she stood, wobbly from sitting through 13 courses. But still under her own power, thankfully. Blank, she thought, picturing white walls and white paper and white nothing in her head. Ilara only watched, giggling into her hand. "Cory?" She heard Julian say, but he didn't stop her. Neither did Jessamine, who would not want to cause a scene. And her father didn't notice at all, more engrossed in something Lord Provost was saying. Blank. Her footsteps were even, not too fast or too slow. "How far away must I be? "Farther," said Ilara's sneering purr in her head. She nearly tripped over at the sensation. The voice echoed in everything around and in her, windows to bone, from the chandeliers overhead to the blood pounding in her ears. "Farther, Jocos." Blank. She did not realize she was whispering the words to herself, fervent as a prayer, until she was out of the banquet hall, down a passage, and through an etched glass door. A tiny courtyard rose around her, smelling of rain and sweet flowers. Blank, she mumbled once more, moving deeper into the garden. Magnolia trees twisted in an arch, forming a crown of white blossoms and rich green leaves. It was barely raining anymore, and she moved closer to the trees for shelter from the final drippings of the storm. It was chillier than she expected, but Corian welcomed it. Ilara echoed no longer. Sighing, she sank down onto a stone bench beneath the grove. Its touch was colder still and she wrapped her arms around herself. "I can help with that," said a deep voice, the words slow and plodding. Corian whirled, wide-eyed. She expected Ilara haunting her, or Julian, or Jessamine to scold her abrupt exit. The figure standing a few feet away was clearly not any of them. "Your Highness," Corian said, jumping to her feet so she could bow properly. The Crown Prince Tiberius stood over her, pleasant in the darkness, a glass in one hand and a half-empty bottle in the other. He let her go through the motions and kindly said nothing of her poor form. "That'll do," he finally said, motioning for her to stand. She did as commanded with all haste, straightening up to face him. "Yes, Your Highness." "Would you care for a glass, my lady?" he said, though he was already filling the cup. No one was foolish enough to refuse an offer from a prince of Norda. "It's not a coat, but it will warm you well enough." "Pity there's no whiskey at these functions." Corian forced a nod. "Pity, yes," she echoed, never having tasted the bite of brown liquor. With shaking hands, she took the full glass, her fingers brushing his for a moment. His skin was warm as a stone in the sun, and she was struck by the need to hold his hand. Instead, she drank deep of the red wine. He matched her, albeit sipping straight from the bottle. How crude, she thought, watching his throat bob as he swallowed. Jessamine would skin me if I did that. The prince did not sit next to her, but maintained his distance, so that she could only feel the ghost of his warmth. Enough to know his blood ran hot even in the damp. She wondered how he managed to wear a trim suit without sweating right through it. Part of her wished he would sit, only so she could enjoy the second-hand heat of his abilities. But that would be improper, on both their parts. "You're the niece of Jared Jocos, yes?" His tone was polite, well-trained. An etiquette coach probably followed him since birth. Again, he did not wait for an answer to his question. My condolences, of course. Thank you. My name is Corian, she offered, realizing he would not ask. He only asks what he already knows the answer to. He dipped his head in acknowledgement. Yes. And I won't make fools of both of us by introducing myself. In spite of propriety, Corian felt herself smile. She sipped at the wine again, not knowing what else to do. Jessamine had not given her much instruction on conversing with royals of House Calor, let alone the future king. Speak when spoken to was all she could recall, so she kept her lips pressed together so tightly they formed a thin line. Tiberius laughed openly at the sight. He was maybe a little drunk, and entirely amused. Do you know how annoying it is to have to lead every single conversation? He chuckled. I talk to Robert and my parents more than anyone else, simply because it's easier than extracting words from other people. How wretched for you, she snapped in her head. That sounds awful, she said as demurely as she could. Perhaps when you're king, you can make some changes to the etiquette of court? Sounds exhausting, he muttered back around swigs of wine. And unimportant, in the scheme of things. There's a war on, in case you haven't noticed. He was right. The wine did warm her a bit. A war? She said. Where? When? I've heard nothing of this. The prince whipped to face her quickly, only to find Corian smirking a little at his reaction. He laughed again, and tipped the bottle at her. You had me for a second there, Lady Jocos. Still grinning, he moved to the bench, sitting next to her. Not close enough to touch, but Corian still went stock-still, her playful edge forgotten. He pretended not to notice. She tried her best to remain calm and poised. So I'm out here drinking in the rain because my parents frown upon being intoxicated in front of the court. The heat of him flared, pulsing with his inner annoyance. Corian reveled in the sensation as the cold was chased from her bones. What's your excuse? No, wait, let me guess, you were seated with House Mirandus, yes. Gritting her teeth, she nodded. Whoever arranged the tables must hate me. The party planners don't hate anyone but my mother. She's not one for decorations or flowers or seating charts, and they think she's neglecting her queenly duties. Of course, that's nonsense, he added quickly. Another drink. She sits on more war councils than father and trains enough for the both of them. Corian remembered the queen in her uniform, a splendor of medals on her chest. She's an impressive woman, she said, not knowing what else to say. Her mind flitted back to Alara Mirandus, glaring at the royals, disgusted by the queen's so-called surrender. Indeed. His eyes roved, landing on her now empty glass. Care for the rest? He asked, and this time he truly was waiting for an answer. I shouldn't, she said, putting the wineglass down on the bench. In fact, I should go back inside. Jessamine, my cousin, will be furious with me as it is. I hope she doesn't lecture me all night. Overhead, the sky had deepened to black, and the clouds were rolling away, clearing the rain to reveal bright stars. The prince's bodily warmth, fed by his burner ability, created a pleasant pocket around them, one Corian was loath to leave. She heaved a steady breath, drawing in one last gasp of the magnolia trees, and forced herself to her feet. Tiberius jumped up with her, still deliberate in his manners. Shall I accompany you? He asked as any gentleman would. But Corian read the reluctance in his eyes and waved him off. No, I won't punish both of us. His eyes flashed at that. Speaking of punishment, if Ilara whispers to you ever again, you show her the same courtesy. How did you know it was her? A storm cloud of emotions crossed his face, most of them unknown to Corian. But she certainly recognized anger. She knows, as everyone else knows, that my father will call for Queen's trial soon. I don't doubt she's wriggled into every maiden's head, to learn her enemies and her prey. With almost vicious speed, he drank the last of the wine, emptying the bottle. But it was not empty for long. Something on his wrist sparked, a starburst of yellow and white. It ignited into flame inside the glass, burning the last drops of alcohol in its green cage. I'm told her technique is precise, almost perfect. You won't feel her if she doesn't want you to. Corian tasted bile at the back of her mouth. She focused on the flame in the bottle, if only to avoid Tiberius's gaze. As she watched, the heat cracked the glass, but it did not shatter. Yes, she said hoarsely. It feels like nothing. Well, you're a singer, aren't you? His voice was suddenly harsh as his flame, a sharp, sickly yellow behind green glass. Give her a taste of her own medicine. I couldn't possibly. I don't have the skill. And besides, there are laws. We don't use ability against our own, outside the proper channels.
This time, his laugh was hollow.
And is Ilara Miranda's following that law?
She hits you, you hit her back, Corian.
That's the way of my kingdom.
It isn't your kingdom yet, she heard herself mutter.
But Tiberius didn't mind.
In fact, he grinned darkly.
I suspected you had a spine, Corian Jacos. Somewhere in there. No spine.
Anger hissed inside her, but she could never give it voice. He was the prince, the future king. And she was no one at all, a limp excuse for a silver daughter of a high house. Instead of standing up straight, as she wished to do, she bent into one more curtsy. Your Highness, she said, dropping her eyes to his booted feet. He did not move, did not close the distance between them as a hero in her books would. Tiberius Calor stood back and let her go alone, returning to a den of wolves with no shield but her own heart. After some distance, she heard the bottle shatter, spitting glass across the magnolia trees. A strange prince, an even stranger knight, she wrote later.
I don't know if I ever want to see him again.
But he seemed lonely too.
Should we not be lonely together?
At least Jessamine was too drunk to scold me for running off. 4.
Life at court was neither better nor worse than life on the estate.
The governorship came with greater incomes, but not nearly enough to elevate House Jacos beyond much more than the basic amenities. Corian still did not have her own maid, nor did she want one, though Jessamine continued to crow about needing help of her own. At least the Archeon town house was easier to maintain, rather than the Adirondack estate now shuttered in the wake of the family's transplant to the capital.
I miss it, somehow, Corian wrote. The dust, the tangled gardens, the emptiness and the silence. So many corners that were my own, far from father and Jessamine and even Julian.
Most of all she mourned the loss of the garage and outbuildings.
The family had not owned a working transport in years, let alone employed a driver, but the remnants remained.
There was the hulking skeleton of the private transport, a six-seater, its engine transplanted to the floor like an organ. Busted water heaters, old furnaces cannibalized for parts, not to mention odds and ends from their long-gone gardening staff, littered the various sheds and holdings. I leave behind unfinished puzzles, pieces never put back together. It feels wasteful. Not of the objects, but myself. So much time spent stripping wire or counting screws.
For what? For knowledge I will never use? Knowledge that is cursed, inferior, stupid, to everyone else? What have I done with myself for 15 years? A great construct of nothing.
I suppose I missed the old house because it was with me in my emptiness, in my silence. I thought I hated the estate, but I think I hate the capital more. Lord Jacos refused his son's request, of course. His heir would not go to Delphi to translate crumbling records and archive petty artifacts.
No point in it, he said.
Just as he saw no point in most of what Corian did, and regularly voiced that opinion. Both children were gutted, feeling their escape snatched away. Even Jessamine noticed their downturn in emotion, though she said nothing to either. But Corian knew their old cousin went easy on her in their first months at court, or rather, she was hard on the drink. For as much as Jessamine talked of Archeon and Somerton, she didn't seem to like either very much, if her gin consumption was any indication.
More often than not, Corian could slip away during Jessamine's daily nap.
She walked the city many times in hopes of finding a place she enjoyed, somewhere to anchor her in the newly tossing sea of her life. She found no such place, instead she found a person. He asked her to call him Tybe after a few weeks.
A family nickname, used among the royals and a precious few friends.
All right, then, Corian said, agreeing to his request.
Saying Your Highness was getting to be a bit of a pain.
They first met by chance, on the massive bridge that spanned the capital river, connecting both sides of Archeon. A marvelous structure of twisted steel and trussed iron, supporting 3 levels of roadway, plazas, and commercial squares. Corian was not so dazzled by silk shops or the stylish eateries jutting out over the water, but more interested in the bridge itself, its construction. She tried to fathom how many tons of metal were beneath her feet, her mind a flurry of equations. At first, she didn't notice the sentinels walking toward her, nor the prince they followed. He was clear-headed this time, without a bottle in hand, and she thought he would pass her by. Instead, he stopped at her side, his warmth a gentle ebb like the touch of a summer sun. Lady Jacos, he said, following her gaze to the steel of the bridge.
Something interesting?
She inclined her head in a bow, but didn't want to embarrass herself with another poor curtsy. I think so, she replied. I was just wondering how many tons of metal we're standing on, hoping it will keep us up. The prince let out a puff of laughter tinged with nervous. He shifted his feet, as if suddenly realizing exactly how high above the water they were. I'll do my best to keep that thought out of my head, he mumbled.
Any other frightening notions to share? How much time do you have?
She said with half a grin.
half only, because something tugged at the rest, weighing it down. The cage of the capital was not a happy place for Corian. Nor Tiberius Calor. "Would you favor me with a walk?" he asked, extending an arm. This time, Corian saw no hesitation in him, or even the pensive wonderings of a question. He knew her answer already. Of course. And she slipped her arm in his. This will be the last time I hold the arm of a prince, she thought as they walked the bridge. She thought that every time, and she was always wrong. In early June, a week before the court would flee Archeon for the smaller but just as grand summer palace, Tide brought someone to meet her. They were to rendezvous in East Archeon, in the sculpture garden outside the Hexapron Theatre. Corian was early, for Jessamine started drinking during breakfast, and she was eager to get away. For once, her relative poverty was an advantage. Her clothes were ordinary, clearly silver, as they were striped in her house colors of gold and yellow, but nothing remarkable. No gems to denote her as a lady of a high house, as someone worth noticing. Not even a servant in uniform to stand a few paces behind. The other silvers floating through the collection of carved marble barely saw her, and for once, she liked it that way. The green dome of Hexapron rose above, shading her from the still rising sun. A black swan of smooth, flawless granite perched at the top, its long neck arched and wings spread wide, every feather meticulously sculpted. A beautiful monument to silver excess. And probably red-made, she knew, glancing around. There were no reds nearby, but they bustled on the street. A few stopped to glance at the theater, their eyes raced to a place they could never inhabit. Perhaps I'll bring Eliza and Melanie someday. She wondered if the maids would like that, or be embarrassed by such charity. She never found out. Tive's arrival erased all thoughts of her red servants, and most other things along with them. He had none of his father's beauty, but was handsome in his own way. Tive had a strong jaw, still stubbornly trying to grow a beard, with expressive golden eyes and a mischievous smile. His cheeks flushed when he drank and his laughter intensified, as did his rippling heat, but at the moment he was sober as a judge and twitchy. Nervous, Corian realized as she moved to meet him and his entourage. Today he was dressed plainly, but not as poorly as me. No uniform, medals, nothing official to denote this a royal event. He wore a simple coat, charcoal gray, over a white shirt, dark red trousers, and black boots polished to a mirror shine. The sentinels were not so informal. Their masks and flaming robes were mark enough of his birthright. "Good morning," he said, and she noticed his fingers drumming rapidly at his side. "I thought we could see fall of winter. It's new, from Piedmont." Her heart leapt at the prospect. The theater was an extravagance her family could hardly afford and, judging by the glint in Tive's eye, he knew that. "Of course, that sounds wonderful." "Good," he replied, hooking her arm in his own. It was second nature to both of them now, but still Corian's arm buzzed with the feel of him. She had long decided theirs was only a friendship. He's a prince, bound to Queen's trial, though she could still enjoy his presence. They left the garden, heading for the tiled steps of the theater and the Fontaine Plaza before the entrance. Most stopped to give them room, watching as their prince and a noble lady crossed to the theater. A few snapped photographs, the bright lights blinding Corian, but Tive smiled through it. He was used to this sort of thing. She didn't mind it either, not truly. In fact, she wondered whether or not there was a way to dim the camera bulbs, and prevent them from stunning anyone who came near. The thought of bulbs and wire in shaded glass occupied her until Tive spoke. "Robert will be joining us, by the way," he blurted as they crossed the threshold, stepping over a mosaic of black swans taking flight. At first, Corian barely heard him, stunned as she was by the beauty of Hexapron, with its marbled walls, soaring staircases, explosions of flowers, and mirrored ceiling hung with a dozen gilded chandeliers. But after a second, she clamped her jaw shut and turned back to Tive to find him blushing furiously, worse than she had ever seen. She blinked at him, concerned. In her mind's eye she saw the king's paramour, the prince who was not royal. "That's quite all right with me," she said, careful to keep her voice low. There was a crowd forming, eager to enter the matinee performance. "Unless it isn't all right with you, Dot." No, I'm very happy he came. I asked him to come." Somehow, the prince was tripping over his words, and Corian could not understand why. "I wanted him to meet you." "Oh," she said, not knowing what else to say. Then she glanced down at her dress, ordinary, out of style, and frowned. "I wish I wore something else." "It's not every day you meet a prince," she added with the shadow of a wink. He barked a laugh of humor in relief. "Clever, Corian, very clever." They bypassed the ticket booths, as well as the public entrance to the theater. Tive led her up one of the winding staircases, offering her a better view of the massive foyer. As on the bridge, she wondered who made this place, but deep down, she knew. Red labor, red craftsmen, with perhaps a few magnetrons to aid the process. There was the usual twinge of disbelief. How could servants create such beauty and still be considered inferior? They are capable of wonders different from our own. They gain skill through handiwork and practice, rather than birth. Is that not equal to silver's strength, if not greater than it? But she did not dwell on such thoughts long. She never did. This is the way of the world. The royal box was at the end of a long, carpeted hall decorated by paintings. Many were of Prince Robert and Queen Annabel, both great patrons of the arts in the capital. Tide pointed them out with pride, lingering by a portrait of Robert and his mother in full regalia. Annabel hates that painting, a voice said from the end of the hall. Like his laugh, Prince Robert's voice had a melody to it, and Corian wondered if he had singer blood in his family. The prince approached, gliding silently across the carpet with long, elegant strides. A silk, Corian knew, remembering he was of House Irel. His ability was agility, balance, lending him swift movement and acrobat-like skill. His long hair fell over one shoulder, gleaming in dark waves of blue-black. As he closed the distance between them, Corian noticed gray at his temples, as well as laugh lines around his mouth and eyes. She doesn't think it a true likeness of us, too pretty, you know your mother, Robert continued, coming to stop in front of the painting. He gestured to Annabel's face and then his own. Both seemed to glow with youth and vitality, their features beautiful and eyes bright. But I think it's just fine. After all, who doesn't need a little help now and then? He added with a kind wink. You'll find that soon enough, Tybe. Not if I can help it, Tybe replied. Sitting for paintings might be the most boring act in the kingdom. Corian angled a glance at him. A small price to pay, though. For a crown. Well said, Lady Jocos, well said. Robert laughed, tossing back his hair. Step lightly around this one, my boy. Though it seems you've already forgotten your manners, Of course, Tybe said, and waved his hand, gesturing for Corian to come closer. Uncle Robert, this is Corian of House Jocos, daughter of Lord Harris, Governor of Adirondack. And Corian, this is Prince Robert of House Irel, sworn consort of His Royal Majesty, King Tiberius V. Her curtsy had improved in the past months, but not by much. Still, she attempted, only to have Robert pull her into an embrace. He smelled of lavender and baked bread? A pleasure to finally meet you, he said, holding her at arm's length. For once, Corian did not feel as if she was being examined. There didn't seem to be an unkind bone in Robert's body, and he smiled warmly at her. Come now, they should be starting momentarily. As Tybe did before, Robert took her arm, patting her hand like a doting grandfather. You must sit by me, of course. Something tightened in Corian's chest, an unfamiliar sensation. Was it happiness? She thought so. Grinning as widely as she could, she looked over her shoulder to see Tybe following, his eyes on hers, his smile both joyous and relieved. The next day, Tybe left with his father to review troops at a fort in Delphi, leaving Corian free to visit Sarah. House Skonos had an opulent townhouse on the slopes of West Archeon, but they also enjoyed apartments in Whitefire Palace itself, should the royal family have need of a skilled skin healer at any moment. Sarah met her at the gates unaccompanied, her smile perfect for the guards, but a warning to Corian. What's wrong? What is it? She whispered as soon as they reached the gardens outside the Skonos chambers. Sarah drew them farther into the trees, until they were inches from an ivy-draped garden wall, with immense rosebushes on either side, obstructing them both from view. A thrum of panic went through Corian. Has something happened? To Sarah's parents? Was Julian wrong? Would Sarah leave them for the war? Corian selfishly hoped that was not the case. She loved Sarah as well as Julian did, but was not so willing to see her go, even for her own aspirations. Already the thought filled her with dread, and she felt tears prick her eyes. Sarah, are you going to? She began, stammering, but Sarah waved her off. Oh, Cory, this has nothing to do with me. Don't you dare cry, she added, forcing a small laugh while she hugged Corian. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. I just didn't want to be overheard. Relief flooded through Corian. Thank my colors, she mumbled. So what requires such secrecy? Is your grandmother asking you to lift her eyebrows again? I certainly hope not. Then what? You met Prince Robert. Corian scoffed. And? This is court, everyone's met Robert. Everyone knows him, but they don't have private audiences with the king's paramour. In fact, he is not at all well liked. Can't imagine why. He's probably the kindest person here. Jealousy mostly, and a few of the more traditional houses think it's wrong to elevate him so high. Crown prostitute is the term most used, I think. Corian flushed, both with anger and embarrassment on Robert's behalf. Well, if it's a scandal to meet him and like him, I don't mind in the least.
Neither did Jessamine, actually, she was quite excited when I explained.
Because Robert isn't the scandal, Corian.
Sarah took her hands, and Corian felt a bit of her friend's ability seep into her skin.
A cool touch that meant her paper cut from yesterday would be gone in a blink. It's you and the Crown Prince, your closeness.
Everyone knows how tightly knit the royal family is, particularly where Robert is concerned. They value him and protect him above everything.
If Tiberius wanted you two to meet then. Despite the pleasant sensation, Corian dropped Sarah's hands. We're friends. That's all this ever can be.
She forced a giggle that was quite unlike herself.
You can't seriously think Tib sees me as anything more, that he wants or even can want anything more from me?
She expected her friend to laugh with her, to wave it all off as a joke.
Instead, Sarah had never looked so grave.
All signs point to yes, Corian.
Well, you're wrong.
I'm not, he wouldn't, and besides, there's Queen's trial to think of. It must be soon, he's of age, and no one would ever choose me.
Again, Sarah took Corian's hands and gave them a gentle squeeze. I think he would.
Don't say that to me, Corian whispered. She looked to the roses, but it was Tib's face she saw. It was familiar now, after months of friendship. She knew his nose, his lips, his jaw, his eyes most of all. They stirred something in her, a connection she did not know she could make with another person. She saw herself in them, her own pain, her own joy. We are the same, she thought.
Searching for something to keep us anchored, both alone in a crowded room. It's impossible.
And telling me this, giving me any kind of hope where he is concerned, she sighed and bit her lip. I don't need that heartache along with everything else.
He's my friend, and I'm his. Nothing more. Sarah was not one for fancies or daydreaming.
She cared more for mending broken bones than broken hearts. So Corian could not help but believe her when she spoke, even against her own misgivings. Friend or not, Tib favors you. And for that alone, you must be careful. He's just painted a target on your back, and every girl at court knows it. Every girl at court hardly knows who I am, Sarah. But still, she returned home vigilant. And that night, she dreamed of knives and silk, cutting her apart. 5. There would be no Queen's trial. 2 months passed at the Hall of the Sun, and with every dawn the court waited for some announcement. Lords and ladies pestered the king, asking when his son would choose a bride from their daughters.
He was not moved by anyone's petition, meeting all with his beautiful, stoic eyes.
Queen Annabel was quite the same, giving no indication as to when her son would undertake his most important duty. Only Prince Robert had the boldness to smile, knowing precisely what storm gathered on the horizon. The whispers rose as days passed. They wondered if Tiberius was like his father, preferring men to women, but even then, he was bound to choose a queen to bear him sons of his own. Others were more astute, picking up the trail of carefully laid breadcrumbs Robert had left for them. They were meant to be gentle, helpful signposts. The prince has made his choice clear, and no arena will change his mind. Corey and Jacques dined with Robert regularly, as well as Queen Annabel. Both were quick to praise the young girl, so much so that the gossips wondered if House Jacques was as weak as they appeared.
A trick? They said. A poor mask to hide a powerful face? The cynics among them found other explanations.
She's a singer, a manipulator. She looked into the prince's eyes and made him love her. It would not be the first time someone broke our laws for a crown. Lord Harris reveled in the newfound attention. He used it as leverage to trade on his daughter's future for Tetrarch coins in credit. But he was a poor player in a large, complicated game. He lost as much as he borrowed, betting on cards as well as treasury stocks or undertaking ill-thought, costly ventures to improve his governed region. He founded 2 mines at the behest of Lord Samos, who assured him of rich iron veins in the Adirondack Hills. Both failed within weeks, turning up nothing but dirt. Only Julian was privy to such failures, and he was careful to keep them from his sister. Tib, Robert, and Annabel did the same, shielding her from the worst gossip, working in conjunction with Julian and Sarah to keep Corian blissful in her ignorance. But of course, Corian heard all things even through their protections. And to keep her family and friends from worry, to keep them happy, she pretended to be the same. Only her diary knew the cost of such lies. Father will bury us with both hands. He boasts of me to his so-called friends, telling them I'm the next queen of this kingdom. I don't think he's ever paid so much attention to me before, and even now, it is minuscule, not for my own benefit. He pretends to love me now because of another, because of Tib. Only when someone else sees worth in me does he condescend to do the same. Because of her father, she dreamed of a queen's trial she did not win, of being cast aside and returned to the old estate. Once there, she was made to sleep in the family tomb, beside the still, bare body of her uncle. When the corpse twitched, hands reaching for her throat, she would wake, drenched in sweat, unable to sleep for the rest of the night. Julian and Sarah think me weak, fragile, a porcelain doll who will shatter if touched, she wrote. Worst of all, I'm beginning to believe them. Am I really so frail? So useless? Surely I can be of some help somehow, if Julian would only ask. Are Jessamyn's lessons the best I can do? What am I becoming in this place? I doubt I even remember how to replace a light bulb. I am not someone I recognize. Is this what growing up means? Because of Julian, she dreamed of being in a beautiful room. But every door was locked, every window shut, with nothing and no one to keep her company. Not even books. Nothing to upset her. And always, the room would become a birdcage with gilded bars. It would shrink and shrink until it cut her skin, waking her up. I am not the monster the gossips think me to be. I've done nothing, manipulated no one. I haven't even attempted to use my ability in months, since Julian has no more time to teach me. But they don't believe that. I see how they look at me, even the whispers of House Mirandus. Even Ilara. I have not heard her in my head since the banquet, when her sneers drove me to Tybe. Perhaps that taught her better than to meddle. Or maybe she is afraid of looking into my eyes and hearing my voice, as if I'm some kind of match for her razored whispers. I am not, of course. I am hopelessly undefended against people like her. Perhaps I should thank whoever started the rumor. It keeps predators like her from making me prey. Because of Ilara, she dreamed of ice blue eyes following her every move, watching as she donned a crown. People bowed under her gaze and sneered when she turned away, plotting against their newly made queen. They feared her and hated her in equal measure, each one a wolf waiting for her to be revealed as a lamb. She sang in the dream, a wordless song that did nothing but double their bloodlust. Sometimes they killed her, sometimes they ignored her, sometimes they put her in a cell. All three wrenched her from sleep. Today Tybe said he loves me, that he wants to marry me. I do not believe him. Why would he want such a thing? I am no one of consequence. No great beauty or intellect, no strength or power to aid his reign. I bring nothing to him but worry and weight. He needs someone strong at his side, a person who laughs at the gossips and overcomes her own doubts. Tybe is as weak as I am, a lonely boy without a path of his own. I will only make things worse. I will only bring him pain. How can I do that? Because of Tybe, she dreamed of leaving court for good. Like Julian wanted to do, to keep Sarah from staying behind. The locations varied with the changing nights. She ran to Delphi or Harbor Bay or Piedmont or even the Lakelands, each one painted in shades of black and gray. Shadow cities to swallow her up and hide her from the prince and the crown he offered. But they frightened her too. And they were always empty, even of ghosts. In these dreams, she ended up alone. From these dreams, she woke quietly, in the morning, with dried tears and an aching heart. Still, she did not have the strength to tell him no. When Tiberius Calor, heir to the throne of Norda, sank to a knee with a ring in hand, she took it. She smiled. She kissed him. She said yes. You have made me happier than I ever thought I could be, Tybe told her. I know the feeling, she replied, meaning every word. She was happy, yes, in her own way, as best she knew. But there is a difference between a single candle in darkness and a sunrise. There was opposition among the high houses. Queen's trial was their right, after all. To wed the most noble son to the most talented daughter. House Mirandus, Samos, Bosanos were once the front runners, their girls groomed to be queens only to have even the chance of a crown snatched away by some nobody. But the king stood firm. And there was precedent. At least 2 Calor kings before had wed outside the bonds of Queen's trial. Tybe would be the third. As if to apologize for the Queen's trial slight, the rest of the wedding was rigidly traditional. They waited until Corian turned 16 the following spring, drawing out the engagement, allowing the royal family to convince, threaten, and buy their way to the acceptance of the high houses. Eventually all agreed to the terms. Corian Jacos would be queen but her children, all of them, would be subject to political weddings. A bargain she did not want to make, but Tybe was willing, and she could not tell him no. Of course, Jessamyn took credit for everything. Even as Corian was laced into her wedding gown, an hour from marrying a prince, the old cousin crowed across a brimful glass. Look at your bearing, those are Jacos' bones. Slender, graceful, like a bird. Corian felt nothing of the sort. If I was a bird, then I could fly away with Tybe. The tiara on her head, the first of many, poked into her scalp. Not a good omen. It gets easier, Queen Annabel whispered into her ear. Corian wanted to believe her. With no mother of her own, Corian had willingly accepted Annabel and Robert as substitute parents. In a perfect world, Robert would even walk her down the aisle instead of her father, who was still wretched. As a wedding gift, Harris had asked for 5,000 tetrarchs in allowance. He didn't seem to understand that presents were usually given to the bride, not requested of her. Despite her soon-to-be royal position, he had lost his governorship to poor management. Already on thin ice due to Tybe's unorthodox engagement, the royals could do nothing to help, and House Provost gleefully took up the governance of Adirondack. After the ceremony, the banquet, and even after Tybe had fallen asleep in their new bedchamber, Corian scrawled in her diary. The penmanship was hasty, slurred, with sloping letters and blots of ink that bled through the pages. She did not write often anymore. I am married to a prince who will one day be a king. Usually this is where the fairy tale ends. Stories don't go much further than this moment, and I fear there's a good reason for it. A sense of dread hung over today, a black cloud I still can't be rid of. It is an unease deep in the heart of me, feeding off my strength. Or perhaps I am coming down with sickness. It's entirely possible. Sarah will know. I keep dreaming of her eyes. Ilara's. Is it possible, could she be sending me these nightmares? Can whispers do such a thing? I must know. I must. I must. I must. For her first act as a princess of Norda, Corian employed a proper tutor, as well as taking Julian into her household. Both to hone her ability, and help her defend against what she called annoyances. A carefully chosen word. Once more, she elected to keep her problems to herself, to stop her brother from worry, as well as her new husband. Both were distracted. Julian by Sarah, and Tybe by another well-guarded secret. The king was sick. It took 2 long years before the court knew anything was amiss. It's been like this for some time now, Robert said, one hand in Corian's. She stood on a balcony with him, her face the picture of sorrow. The prince was still handsome, still smiling, but his vigor was gone, his skin gray and dark, leached of life. He seemed to be dying with the king. But Robert's was an ailment of the heart, not the bones and blood, as the healers said of the king's ills. A cancer, a gnawing, riddling Tiberius with rotten tumors. He shivered, despite the sun above, not to mention the hot summer air. Corian felt sweat on the back of her neck, but like Robert, she was cold inside. The skin healers can only do so much. If only he'd broken his spine, that'd be no trouble at all. Robert's laugh sounded hollow, a song without notes. The king was not yet dead, and already his consort was a shell of himself. And while she feared for her father-in-law, knowing that a painful, diseased death waited for him, she was terrified of losing Robert as well. He cannot succumb to this. I won't let him. It's fine, no need to explain, Corian muttered. She did her best not to cry, though every inch of her hoped to. How can this be happening? Are we not silvers? Are we not gods? Does he need anything? Do you? Robert smiled an empty smile. His eyes flashed to her stomach, not yet rounded by the life inside. A prince or princess, she did not know yet. He would have liked to have seen that one, not. House Skonos tried everything, even cycling the king's blood. But whatever sickness he had never disappeared. It wasted at him faster than they could heal. Usually Robert stayed by him in his chamber, but today he left Tiberius alone with his son, and Corian knew why. The end was near. The crown would pass, and there were things only Tybe could know. The day the king died, Corian marked the date and colored the entire diary page in black ink. She did the same a few months later, for Robert. His will was gone, his heart refusing to beat. Something ate at him too, and in the end, it swallowed him whole. Nothing could be done. No one could hold him back from taking shadowed flight. Corian wept bitterly as she inked the day of his ending in her diary. She carried on the tradition. Black pages for black deaths. One for Jessamine, her body simply too old to continue. One for her father, who found his end in the bottom of a glass. And 3 for the miscarriages she suffered over the years. Each one came at night, on the heels of a violent nightmare. 6. Corian was 21, and pregnant for a 4th time. She told no one, not even Tybe. She did not want the heartache for him. Most of all, she wanted no one to know. If Hilara Mirandus was truly still plaguing her, turning her own body against her unborn children, she didn't want any kind of announcement regarding another royal child. The fears of a fragile queen were no basis for banishing a high house, let alone one as powerful as Mirandus. So Hilara was still at court, the last of the 3 Queen's trial favorites still unmarried. She made no overtures to Tybe. On the contrary, she regularly petitioned to join Corian's ladies, and was regularly denied her request. It will be a surprise when I seek her out, Corian thought, reviewing her meager but necessary plan. She'll be off guard, startled enough for me to work. She had practiced on Julian, Sarah, even Tybe. Her abilities were better than ever. I will succeed. The parting ball signaling the end of the season at the Summer Palace was the perfect cover. So many guests, so many minds. Elara would be easy to get close to. She would not expect Queen Corian to speak to her, let alone sing to her. But Corian would do both. She made sure to dress for the occasion. Even now, with the wealth of the crown behind her, she felt out of place in her crimson and gold silks, a girl playing dress-up against the lords and ladies around her. Tybe whistled as he always did, calling her beautiful, assuring her she was the only woman for him in this world or any other. Normally it calmed her, but now she was only nervous, focused on the task at hand. Everything moved both too slowly and too quickly for her taste. The meal, the dancing, greeting so many curled smiles and narrowed eyes. She was still the singer-queen to so many, a woman who bewitched her way to the throne. If only that were true. If only I was what they thought me to be, then Elara would be of no consequence. I would not spend every night awake, afraid to sleep, afraid to dream. Her opportunity came deep into the night, when the wine was running low and Tybe was in his precious whiskey. She swept away from his side, leaving Julian to attend to her drunken king. Even Sarah did not notice her queen steal away, to cross the path of Elara Mirandis as she idled by the balcony doors. Come outside with me, won't you, Lady Elara? Corian said, her eyes wide and laser-focused on Elara's own. To anyone who might pass by, her voice sounded like music in a choir, both elegant, heartbreaking, dangerous. A weapon as devastating as her husband's flame. Elara's eyes did not waver, locked upon Corian's, and the queen felt her heart flutter. Focus, she told herself. Focus, damn you. If the Mirandis woman could not be charmed, then Corian would be in for something worse than her nightmares. But slowly, sluggishly, Elara took a step back, never breaking eye contact. Yes, she said dully, pushing the balcony door open with one hand. They stepped out together, Corian holding Elara by the shoulder, keeping her from wavering. Outside, the night was sticky hot, the last gasps of summer in the upper river valley. Corian felt none of it. Elara's eyes were the only things in her mind. Have you been playing with my mind? She asked, cutting directly to her intentions. Not for a while, Elara replied, her eyes far away. When was the last time? Your wedding day. Corian blinked, startled. So long ago. What? What did you do? I made you trip. A dreamy smile crossed Elara's features. I made you trip on your dress. That's it? Yes. And the dreams? The nightmares? Elara said nothing. Because there's nothing for her to say, Corian knew. She sucked in a breath, fighting the urge to cry. These fears are my own. They always have been. They always will be. I was wrong before I came to court, and I'm still wrong long after. Go back inside, she finally hissed. Remember none of this. Then she turned away, breaking the eye contact she so desperately needed to keep Elara under her control. Like a person waking up, Elara blinked rapidly. She cast a single confused glance at the queen before hurrying away, back into the party. Corian moved in the opposite direction, toward the stone banister ringing the balcony. She leaned over it, trying to catch her breath, trying not to scream. Greenery stretched below her, a garden of fountains in stone more than 40 feet down. For a single, paralyzing second, she fought the urge to jump. The next day, she took a guard into her service, to defend her from any silver ability someone might use against her. If not Elara, then surely someone else of House Mirandis. Corian simply could not believe how her mind seemed to spin out of control, happy one second and then distraught the next, bouncing between emotions like a kite in a gale. The guard was of House Arvin, the Silent House. His name was Rain, a savior clad in white, and he swore to defend his queen against all forces. They named the baby Tiberius, as was custom. Corian didn't care for the name, but acquiesced at Tybe's request and his assurance that they would name the next after Julian. He was a fat baby, smiling early, laughing often, growing bigger by leaps and bounds. She nicknamed him Cal to distinguish him from his father and grandfather. It stuck. The boy was the sun in Corian's sky. On hard days, he split the darkness. On good days, he lit the world. When Tybe went away to the front, for weeks at a time now that the war ran hot again, Cal kept her safe. Only a few months old and better than any shield in the kingdom. Julian doted on the boy, bringing him toys, reading to him. Cal was apt to break things apart and jam them back together incorrectly, to Corian's delight. She spent long hours piecing his smashed gifts back together, amusing him as well as herself. He'll be bigger than his father, Sarah said. Not only was she Corian's chief lady-in-waiting, she was also her physician.
He's a strong boy. While any mother would revel in those words, Corian feared them. Bigger than his father, a strong boy. She knew what that meant for a Calor prince, an heir to the burning crown. He will not be a soldier, she wrote in her newest diary. I owe him that much.
Too long the sons and daughters of House Calor have been fighting, too long has this country had a warrior king. Too long have we been at war, on the front and also within. It might be a crime to write such things, but I am a queen.
I am the queen. I can say and write what I think.
As the months passed, Corian thought more and more of her childhood home. The estate was gone, demolished by the provost governors, emptied of her memories and ghosts. It was too close to the Lakelander border for proper Silvers to live, even though the fighting was contained to the bombed-out territories of the Choke. Even though few Silvers died, despite the Reds dying by the thousands.
Conscripted from every corner of the kingdom, forced to serve and fight. My kingdom, Corian knew.
My husband signs every conscription renewal, never stopping the cycle, only complaining about the cramp in his hand. She watched her son on the floor, smiling with a single tooth, bashing a pair of wooden blocks together.
He will not be the same, she told herself. The nightmares returned in earnest.
This time they were of her baby grown, wearing armor, leading soldiers, sending them into a curtain of smoke.
He followed and never returned. With dark circles beneath her eyes, she wrote what would become the second-to-last entry into her diary.
The words seemed to be carved into the page. She had not slept in 3 days, unable to face another dream of her son dying. The Calors are children of fire, as strong and destructive as their flame, but Cal will not be like the others before. Fire can destroy, fire can kill, but it can also create.
Forest burned in the summer will be green by spring, better and stronger than before. Cal's flame will build and bring roots from the ashes of war.
The guns will quiet, the smoke will clear, and the soldiers, red and silver both, will come home. 100 years of war, and my son will bring peace.
He will not die fighting. He will not. He will not.
Tybe was gone, at Fort Patriot in Harbor Bay. But Arvin stood just outside her door, his presence forming a bubble of relief. Nothing can touch me while he is here, she thought, smoothing the downy hair on Cal's head.
The only person in my head is me.
The nurse who came to collect the baby noticed the Queen's agitated manner, her twitching hands, the glazed eyes, but said nothing. It was not her place.
Another night came and went.
No sleep, but one last entry in Corian's diary. She had drawn flowers around each word, magnolia blossoms.
The only person in my head is me. Tybe is not the same.
The crown has changed him, as you feared it would. The fire is in him, the fire that will burn all the world. And it is in your son, in the prince who will never change his blood and will never sit a throne.
The only person in my head is me.
The only person who has not changed is you. You are still the little girl in a dusty room, forgotten, unwanted, out of place. You are queen of everything, mother to a beautiful son, wife to a king who loves you, and still you cannot find it in yourself to smile.
Still you make nothing. Still you are empty. The only person in your head is you.
And she is no one of any importance.
She is nothing.
The next morning, a maid found her bridal crown broken on the floor, an explosion of pearls and twisted gold. There was silver on it, blood dark from the passing hours. And her bathwater was black with it.
The diary ended unfinished, unseen by any who deserved to read it.
Only Ilara saw its pages, and the slow unraveling of the woman inside. She destroyed the book like she destroyed Corian. And she dreamed of nothing.